Hey everybody. So I don't know. I've done this this is now the third time, but I still feel nervous and shy. So yeah, work with me for a second. But I have so much stuff that I want to talk about. There's a lot going on with me personally in my life. And like for people that are on Patreon, they kind of know most of this, but like I haven't posted a ton of videos there recently. I have so much stuff that I'm in the process of editing, and I recently somehow like magically fixed things with my MacBook as far as editing stuff goes. So I was having some storage issues, but yeah. So anyway, I will be posting a lot of stuff on there maybe over the next week or two to catch everybody up, but I guess to make my video kind of make sense to start off with, I am not teaching anymore. Like I quit my job. And I know you guys are like, "What? Like again?" Yes, I did. And I hope that this time it'll be the last. I don't plan to go back to being a teacher again unless like I'm working for my own school, like having my own company, that type of thing. And let's be real, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So I don't want to say I'll never do it, but I don't want to have to do that anytime soon. I'm not rich as much as I would love to be, but I do honestly make enough money between YouTube, Patreon, OnlyFans, my blog, where I don't need to work a regular job. So, yeah. I didn't want to be a teacher again. It's hard to explain. Like, I like teaching. Like, I really do. Like, I love teaching. And for me, like, there's two reasons why I like it. Like, for starts, I honestly feel like it's the easiest profession in the world. Like it's not the highest paying, but it's super easy. So of course, like I normally come on YouTube and Patreon and I tell you guys about the things that are stressful and that I didn't like during my day. But like being honest with you, like those are the stressful and bad things. Of course, it's easier to talk and rant and ramble about things that pissed you off, but I love being a teacher. It's like it's easy work wise. Like you literally get paid to sit on your ass and tell people what to do. It's fun. And then the second side of it is I don't have children. So for me, like I feel like by being a teacher, they're my children. But the reason why I don't want to do it anymore, I honestly find it really stressful in another sense to be a teacher in a foreign country. The pay is crappy. And it's a Patreon reference, the bad breath. Becky girl. Yeah. Oh God. I know she must be really mad. We're gonna have to talk about that later. Long story short, I was having some issues with a coworker of mine because I took time off from work and she had to cover for my class. There was a COVID outbreak. And so I was thinking to myself, I'm not gonna lie, I just didn't want to be there. And then two, I'm like, why do we have to go to work but everybody else gets to stay home because of one case? So like what logic is that? So get your teacher sick while there's kids sick at home. Like if we get sick, who's gonna teach on our behalf? And so I got mad because I came to work and it was just me and her. And so only like one of her kids came. And I had like three kids in my class. So anyway, I worked for a private school. I'm not a, ALT or whatever. So the private school that I worked at was super, super small and there weren't a lot of kids. So I'm thinking like our classrooms, you have to be on Patreon. I show what my classroom looked like. It's divided in half, but we're literally sharing a room because Japan is ghetto like that. And so I'm like, I get it. I would have been mad if I had to cover for her too. But I'm like mad enough to like play silent treatment games. Anyway, she like had like a stank attitude when I came back and she was being passive with me and it like worked out perfectly because I didn't want her to talk to me because she distracts me. Like she's one of those fake phony people where she like comes in, she's like, "Good morning. Hi, how are you? Do you have a great weekend? Oh, that's exciting." Like, that type of thing. And that irritates me so much, especially when it's early in the morning. And she's like an overachiever. She was always trying to compete with me. It just aggravated me. And I'm like, bitch, like we're not even teaching the same. You're older than me and we're not even teaching the same class. I'm the K4 teacher. You have K2 and 3. Why do you care about what's going on my side of the room? Like if I put up decorations, she'll like quietly try to like do her own crappy version of it. And we ain't finna get into that. Long story short, yeah, I quit suddenly and I had reasons for why I did it. I made a video for Patreon. I haven't posted it yet. It still needs to be edited and I try to put the videos in order on there based off of what's going on in my personal life. But yeah, it feels really weird because I've had all of this time at home to like do whatever I want to do. So it feels strange. I still have bills. I'm still behind on stuff too, to be honest. And I do still feel like kind of like stressed out, but it's actually fun, like being at home. Like I thought I would get tired of this faster. It hasn't been that long yet, but I'm enjoying this. So To answer your question, sorry, I got all rambly. Um, I don't know. I felt like by being at work every day, it was taking away from me being able to make videos and edit videos. It was making me feel more stressed out. It's taking away time that I could be using to date and work on my own personal life. As I've said several times before, like I really want to get married and I want to have children, and I don't wanna be like I'm gonna keep it real. This is a sensitive, touchy topic, especially white people sit this one out. For Black people here in Japan, there are so many middle-aged Black women here that are, like, in their mid-30s, 40s, and sometimes even beyond that, which I've only met one Black woman here that was in her 50s, to be honest. But it's like, if you know and I know marriage is not for everyone, kids is not for everyone, but it's like, if you know you wanna get married and know you wanna have kids, why are you slaving away at your job being a teacher? Like, you're not going to meet your husband at work more than likely. And then most Black people here, especially Black women, they're completely against the idea of like doing any sort of like online dating. Everyone has that, oh, I want to meet my husband, at the grocery store type thing. I'm not gonna lie, I used to be one of them dumb bitches too, because I feel like I'm too pretty to be on a dating app, and especially with all these F boys and whatnot. But it's like you have to be realistic with yourself. Like even in the US, I use dating apps in the US too. And so I think a lot of people feel like it's saying that you're ugly, like by having to use a dating app, like you can't, like something's wrong with you, whatever. Oh my God, something in my eye. Like you can't meet people normally or naturally. And that's not true. You're literally giving yourself the best chance possible by allowing yourself to talk to and or meet people that you otherwise wouldn't have got to know like naturally in your day-to-day life, especially living in a foreign country. So, and then in Japanese culture, it's not like how it is in the US where, I can just sit on I've had this happen so many times. Like before I graduated, I said this before to you guys, kind of, I think. I used to work in a tourist agency. So I used to work for Entertainment Cruises. So I worked at Navy Pier in Chicago and I worked at the Sky Deck in the Sears Tower, Willis Tower. And when I was working there, yeah, on my way to work and on my way home, I used to take, the red line and I would take the metro train because I started living in the suburbs. And so whenever I would be on the train, you'll have random people just come up to you and talk to you. And so I've literally like I have a guy that I've been friends with for God, I don't even know how long, since I was like 17 years old. Was I 17? No, I was 19 years old when I was working there. And I met him by chance. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really want to talk to him. Just a random creepy dude, Black guy sat next to me and like had a full-on conversation with me. I gave him my Facebook and he actually like has like connections with celebrities. Like he has some sort of like PR job or whatever. So he like travels all around the US. He goes to different countries all the time. If I was a gold digger, I would definitely go for him because he really wanted me like so bad back then. But that ain't my plan. I ain't that type of girl technically. But anyway, yeah, my point was it's like you can meet people at random like that. People will talk to you on the train and not be crazy. Here in Japan, like 99.9% of the time, if someone is talking to you in public at random, either they're cheating or something's wrong with them. Like normal people do not approach you like that. So, and then of course you're a foreigner. So like that takes courage to muscle up and talk to you. And then there's the language barrier, and everybody's in a rush here. Like it's not relaxed and slow paced. And Chicago is not a slow paced city, but like in comparison to Japan, like even New York is slow paced. And I've been to New York before. It's a whole nother world here. So it's like you're stupid if you know you want to do these things and then you decide, oh, I'm gonna travel, I'm gonna, be a badass boss bitch and work my job and do whatever. And it's like, okay, well, have fun. Never meeting your husband. Like, I don't want to be you. I am getting close to 30 people. Like, I am 26 years old. And I've literally legitimately cried tears on all of my birthdays after I turned 23. Like I cried. I know like for people that are older than me, I'm like, girl, shut up. But I'm being honest. I cried on my 24th birthday, my 25th, 26th. 26th, did I cry? I think I kind of didn't because I was too distracted between the live stream and I like played games online with my friend or something. But then like later on I did cry. Like I thought about it. I was like, oh my God, I'm old. And then like to put this into perspective for you, like the average age for a woman to have her first child in the US is 26 years old. The only way I'm having a baby at 26 is if I get knocked up this month. And I also have to give birth early in December, which is actually what happened to my mom because my birthday is in December. My period is late, by the way, but y'all need to know that. So anyway, back on subject. Saturday job. Oh, girl, like that is old. Old. I haven't been doing a Saturday job for almost a year. That was back in Osaka. Did I? Oh, I did apply for a Saturday job here, if that's what you're referring to. And yeah, I fucked that up. I was supposed to have made a video on that, which I'm still gonna do because the information's still good. I actually was able to negotiate my salary for a Saturday job that I recently applied to. Well, by recently, more like 4 or 5 months ago now. And I was shocked because like I've negotiated salary before, but never for a Saturday position and not for that big of a change. And they were on board for it. But like literally the moment that the Saturday came up, I was like, I don't feel like it. And then like the week after, I was like, I can't do this. I'm too burnt out from like my job was super easy, like as a teacher. I'm not even gonna like lie to you all. I had the easiest teaching job that I think will ever exist in Japan. I worked from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., but the students were only there from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So the rest of your day was prep time. And there's nobody hanging up. Like I could literally, my patrons saw the crap that I was doing because I shared videos at you all. I could literally come into work and be like typing a post for Patreon for an hour, listening to music. I would go to 7-Eleven and get food. I would be having Uber Eats come, everything. My boss didn't give two fucks. I could do whatever I want to. I can decorate my classroom if I want to, teach whatever I want to. It was super relaxed and chill. But like my commute was long. I live like in central Tokyo. And my job was like, I don't want y'all to know where I worked at. I basically kind of didn't work in Tokyo. I worked on the edge of it. And so it was a long commute for me. And like the train that I would take would always be so crowded that even if I took the first train in the morning, I would only have a guaranteed seat for half of the ride there. And for like the other 40-ish minutes, you were going to be standing. But at least it was better than being on like a packed train with the stanky salarymen, etc. So basically, in a nutshell, I was being stupid. That's why I quit teaching. I felt like I want to focus more on doing YouTube and even OnlyFans, being honest. I'm making not a lot of money, but enough money where I can stay afloat. It is hurting me a little bit because I have less money than I'm used to dealing with. This is only my first month of doing this, so we'll see how this goes. I am open to working again. I will never say that I will never do something because who knows, but I hope to not go back to that. So yeah, let's get out this break. You know, the sad thing is about the break, I'm not gonna lie, I feel kind of stupid because I'm wasting my time. I've literally spent most of my time just like sleeping on my bed and not doing anything. Like even video wise, I literally like had one day where I just sat and I like recorded a bunch of videos. I forgot what they call it when you do that, but like yeah, I did a bunch of that for one day and I was so tired and burnt out. And then I told myself, okay, I'm gonna take a nap, not gonna take off my makeup. We're gonna go back and do it, you know, first thing in the morning. And then I just didn't have the energy for it. I was like, I'm too lazy. And yeah, but the good thing is like my computer storage situation, like I need to charge it because I'm like, my storage situation with my computer has gotten like so much better. I don't know what happened, but like it randomly like after I deleted some stuff, because normally when I delete stuff, it still is like saying that there's only like 25 or 50 gigabytes left, which sounds like a lot, but I'm a YouTuber and my videos are long. And I'm doing so much more now because now I have to upload content for OnlyFans. I have Patreon and YouTube. So I have to organize 3 separate sets of files. And then I have to be mindful of where they came from. So I use 2 different phones to record videos and I use 2 different computers. And sometimes like my computer has difficulty reading files from certain devices. It gets really complicated. Basically, now that that problem is resolved, things are easier for me. But despite the fact that my job was so short and easy, when I would come home, I would feel overwhelmed. Like I was too tired to make videos, too tired to make journals for Patreon, even because like the problem with Patreon is I try to like talk about what happened during my day for that day. And so if I don't get around to it, my life is so crazy, something else happens. And then that information is no longer relevant, or now I have to combine that day with another story and it just becomes too much. So I really just wanted more time to focus on what I'm doing, but I've been a little bit lazy, to be honest. But the good thing is I've had time to date, which is why I made this video, because I want to talk about that stuff because again, like I haven't sat down and made individual videos. So it would be easier for me to just have a long ass story time and rant about this crap here. Are you gonna do more modeling? I have honestly done nothing with it. Like absolutely nothing at all. Nothing. I haven't done anything. And I've literally like just constantly been putting that off, to be honest, which I shouldn't have done. They're waiting on me to actually get a my number card. And I've been too lazy to actually go to City Hall to do that. I still need to actually meet with my agent, if you will. I did take like professional photos with them, but obviously that's not enough. I have paperwork and stuff that I need to actually do, and that is not going to be a full-time job. That would look at me, people. It would definitely just be something to say, oh, I've done this before. I've done modeling before. So that's not going to be like a career for me. Something that I've always wanted to do, and I'm looking forward to it. Well, I won't say it won't be. I highly doubt that it will ever become something more. And I honestly need to like work on myself too. I know that I want to lose weight. I've gained a ton of weight, and I really want to like work on my diet and exercise more. So anyway, enjoy your time at home. Thank you. So now let's get to the important stuff. Oh, well, two things. One, if y'all have anything you want to ask, please like leave a comment in the sidebar. I'll be trying to read it in between me talking to you. Excuse me, I have nerves. I know that I can't see you guys, but like mentally in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, what if I make a mistake? So yeah, it's hard because I have to like censor myself in real time. I obviously don't want to share everything and give names and whatnot. So follow me along. And for my patrons, like you'll understand what's going on better based off of my posts. I'll share some information here. And some things I will talk about in greater detail on Patreon. I have posts and whatnot there. Yes, I have to put in my plug. This is my channel. I'm no longer working a full-time job, and I really do need patrons. But anyway, I first want to tell my patrons, for those of you that joined, y'all got some of it right. I want to tell you who is who. So for those of you that don't understand what's going on, I posted 3 different pictures of guys that I was dating, and I like gave some information about them, but like I wanted them to tell me like who out of the pictures, like just being superficial, just based off of looks, who do you like the most? And I never got to my other posts. I really wanted to like break down their personalities individually. I'm kind of spoiling the video for you all because on Patreon, I have like videos that will like walk you through my feelings of what I was thinking before things got crazy, like how it became right now. So anyway, the white shirt guy was Asaksabe. I cannot say that word. Asakusabe. That is a tongue twister for me. So that was the white shirt guy. HRB, I think one of you girls like guessed it. Or 2 of you probably did. You were right. Yes, that was the guy with the cat. And nobody guessed it because I threw you guys off. The guy with the suit was Stock Bay. There's so much to say about these guys. And I'm going to regret probably sharing this because technically, theoretically, I am still dating HRB. But to be honest, I feel like that's done with as of kind of today, sort of yesterday. I kind of shot myself in the foot. Like, I literally don't have it in me to be a gold digger. Like, I would joke with you all about it all the time, like, especially on Patreon, because I'm not going to lie. Like, I try my best not to fuck with broke niggas. I'm going to keep it real. But at the same time, it's like, I don't have it in me to chase after money to the point where I can sacrifice what I want in a relationship beyond money. Because let's keep it real. Girls do want and like money. But at the same time, it's like, I cannot pretend like I don't care about anything else. Like I don't care about your height. I don't care about your looks. I don't care about the time that you have for me. I don't care about how I feel being out in public with you. And like, for me, my biggest thing is this, like, you know, for anybody living in Japan, that's how you could tell if my relationships are legitimate. You know that I really like you if I'm willing to hold your hand in public. I know I'm petty and y'all gonna hate me for this, but I'm being real. If I don't find you attractive, I'll even go on a date with you. And that's hard for me to do too. But I literally like cannot be seen holding your hand. Like, I can't do that shit. Now, if I really like you, then I ain't got no problem. I had a guy that I dated for a long time, actually, that I was like that. And I feel bad, like looking back on it. Like I regret not doing that. Like now that he's gone. But like that was my sign right there. Like the fact that I wasn't truly interested in a relationship. But men, keep that in mind. So if a girl, it's one thing to like be a little shy initially, because like I think that's normal, especially here in Japan, because holding hands isn't really a big thing to do. But like if your girl like don't want you to touch her at all, because I told y'all before in a video, I be getting secondhand embarrassment. These Japanese girls are ruthless. You see them out on dates with guys and like their dude would try to hold their hand or whatever, and they'll like smack them and hit them and everything. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I would have smacked a bitch. I would have been done with that relationship. I'm grateful to God that I was born as a woman, because if for any reason I were a man and a girl put her hands on me, I would be behind bars and on YouTube for a different reason. Because I'm sorry, I don't play like that. You don't put your hands on me. But anyway, not my relationship. I ain't that crazy. Best I'll just be like, oh, look, I don't want to hold hands. But like, you see girls like doing all type of stuff. And it's like, okay, well, imagine if you as a girl went to go grab your man hand and he pushed you off of him and hit you with his little man bag. Like, all right, but whatever. We ain't finna talk about that. Back on subject. So, God, where was I? I'm old. Y'all gotta remind me. Damn, I forgot. Excuse my language. I forgot what I was saying to y'all. I was talking about the guy that I was dating. Telling the difference between them. Oh yeah, about being a gold digger. So yeah, like Stock Bay was a nice guy, but like, let me also explain everything. So Asaksa Bay, the guy with the white shirt, I met him through Tinder, and yeah, Asaksa Bay, white shirt guy, Tinder, and then like the guy with the suit, that was Stock Bay. He's from Paris, and then the guy that was like holding the cat with like the little mole, he was also from Paris. And so yeah. So anyway, excuse me. Yeah, like oh my god, my voice is gone. I was just like so conflicted because like one part of me was like, Stock Bay was perfect. Like y'all, he's either the richest or like the second richest guy I've ever dated. There's a guy going way back who I coined Millie Bay. And he was a guy who like was like legitimately like rich. He was the CEO of like these two really big companies, and he had all of these like franchises and whatnot. And he had a nice car, and he dressed nice and everything. But he was a total f boy. But I ain't finna lie, the sex was good. But back on subject, and that was hard to let go because I had to be real with myself. Like the sex was good, but he was never going to marry me. He was not serious about me, and he was literally just playing me basically under the, how can I say, he was using the fact that he had money to get girls that were a lot younger than him, but also not spending his money on you. And it worked. I'm not gonna lie, it did work for a second. And then I had to think to myself, doesn't matter what he does for a living if he's not going to spend it on you. And there's a lot of girls that fall for that crap. So it was a learning lesson. But anyway, where was I at? So yeah, with Stock Bay. Stock Bay was very similar to Millie Bay as far as money goes, except unlike him, he actually made his money like from the ground up. Like he invested in stocks early on, and he like had a consultation business, and he basically worked from home. Like he had total freedom to do whatever he wanted to. But the problem that I had with him is that this man came with some serious baggage, like baggage. The man was divorced. He had a baby that was under the age of 2. I can't remember if the baby was like 10 or 11 months or like basically just a year old. And he had just recently gotten a divorce. So everything was like red flag, red flag, red flag. But I appreciated the fact that he was honest about everything. Communication with him was good. And he came off as being a gentleman, romantic type. He was a good listener. I enjoyed talking to him. Everything was fine. And so this is actually the guy from my last live stream that I was going to meet. I thought he was a doctor. I mixed him up with another guy that I was talking to who ended up being an F-boy before I got to meet him because he asked me to send him a picture of me and my bra, which was hilarious because for those of you that follow me on Instagram, you can get that for free. But I was thinking to myself, like, the people, FYI, for those of you that don't know, for obvious reasons on Paris, it's a serious dating app. There are no pictures of me inappropriately there. So it made me laugh because I was like, oh, too bad you didn't find me in another app. But then I was like, you know what? I'm done with this. Like, it's a waste of time. And that guy was a doctor. So I was like, man, like, this sucks. But I was like, no, like, you should know, like, using your brain. Any dude just asked you for something nasty and inappropriate like that, he's not looking at you as a wife. And secondly, it's like, why would I send that to you before I've even met you? Why is that on your mind? And then these same people, like, they barely want to show you a picture of their face, but then they're openly ask you for inappropriate sexual stuff, etc. So save me some time. And there's a lot of dumb bitches that would do it and, have sex with them and sleep with them too. And it's like, as I said before, it doesn't matter what a man has, what his career is, if he's not going to marry you, if he's not going to spend that money on you. Why do you care? It's like being a man with a girl that like says that she's not going to have sex with you, which that's her choice. Totally understand. But it's like, okay, if she's never going to sleep with you, why does it matter how good she looks physically? If you're never going to get to that point of having sex, her appearance no longer matters, does it? No, you might as well just be friends. Do you care about how attractive your friends are? I mean, technically, I kind of do. But you get what I mean? It doesn't matter anymore. So, Anyway, oh wait, hold on. I didn't know I could change that. Okay. But yeah, I kind of want to eat my Reese. But let me talk. So, what happened? So yeah, I went on that date with him, which ended up not being an actual date. I met him in person like after I was done with the live stream. And so I was gonna meet him like at the train station, but I was feeling lazy. So I was like, just meet me at my hotel. And so I didn't let him go inside the room. I didn't tell him I was staying there, but I'm sure he had a brain that could put two and two together. I asked him to meet me at a convenience store nearby. And so he met me there outside, and y'all, I was disappointed from the start. I was thinking, like, you don't look anything like your pictures, like at all. That is not you. Like, those pictures were taken like 30 years ago. That is not a picture of you. So I'm not mean. So I like stayed there and I talked to him. I was like, oh, nice to meet you, whatever. And so like we literally like sat outside and talked for a minute before finally like moving, getting going. And then like the other problem that I had too is like his voice. I'm petty, but again, I'm being honest. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Cause see, normally people, ignore these parts. They want to talk about it, but I'm being real. He had like a really like strange voice for a man. Like it was like a squeaky, like cartoony like voice. But I was like, all right, you can put that aside. You're not perfect either. Get to know him better. Maybe your feelings will change. So I talked to him more, and I'm thinking like, okay, so between the way that you're dressed, your voice, the fact that you look a lot older than your pictures were, I felt like I was being catfished and misled because that doesn't look anything like you. And so like that's what I was saying like towards my about myself. And like for that girl who like I read her little question in that forum, and I wasn't trying to go in on that girl, but like I saw myself in it. And it's like you help yourself when you show people what you look like without all of like the filters, without trying to hide, most of your body, like, whatever, like things like that. Cause it's like, okay, when you do meet them in person, they are going to see all of you. So if you're, what would you even call that? Fat fishing? Like, what the fuck do you call that? If you're hiding the fact that you're big, you're hiding the fact that you're bald headed or whatever the case is, it's like, if I were a man, if I were a straight man, I would be mad and feel like I was being misled too. Like, let him decide. Let him decide. If he doesn't want to be with a girl that looks like how you do, built the way that you do, then so be it. But like, if your pictures show what you look like, we can see what you look like beforehand. Now you don't have to have that fear of, oh my God, is he gonna like me or not? Is he gonna think whatever about me? So like for myself, like when I have pictures on dating apps, I have pictures of me with and without extensions. I have pictures of me with colored hair, with naturally black hair. I have pictures of me with contact lenses and without contact lenses. Like I do it all. So this way you can never say like, oh, like you feel, shoot, you can go to my YouTube channel. Y'all can see what I look like on my craziest of days when I'm put together. You can see my entire body on Instagram. Shoot, now I got an OnlyFans. There's literally nothing to hide from you. So I don't understand that. And so I get it. Like, fine, you're trying to make yourself seem more appealing, but you might be able to trick a girl into meeting you. But most people aren't going to be nice like how I was. They'll just take that free meal and leave, or they'll go out with you. And then, like, when they see you, they're like, oh, okay, well, my cat's dying, bye, and leave like that. And so I'm not going to lie, I felt like doing it. But I stayed. I did leave eventually. So anyway, long story short, let me wrap that part up. I was with him and like we sat outside for a while. And of course, everybody's looking because this man looked like, I mean, he kind of was old enough to be my daddy, like he my sugar daddy. And so like we sitting outside in Ginza and it's Valentine's Day weekend. So everybody's just like looking like, oh my God, it's a nigger and a Japanese man. So I'm talking to him and I'm like trying to tell myself mentally, he's your English student. Don't think anything of it. And so as we're talking more, I found out that he has a history of dating foreign women. So I'm like, oh, you're a gaijin hunter in my mind. And so as he's speaking more and more to me, I accidentally like let out my real feelings. So I was like, oh, like, you've had a lot of exes or whatever. And so then like he got defensive in like a funny, passive way. And he was like, oh, I'm a lot older than you, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, that's true. I'll give him that. But you know what I mean? Like, to me, that was a red flag. Like, it's nothing wrong with dating people. I've dated a gazillion guys. But if you've had a ton of long-term relationships and you want me to believe every long-term relationship you've ever had, everything is the girl's fault conveniently, sounds to me like there's an issue with you that you're not working on. So, and then on top of that, I'm gonna keep it real. I get it, divorces happen, things happen. But to me, I feel like it's almost like you're cursed in a way. Like, if you're willing to walk away from your marriage, especially for something that's not serious, like something trivial, like, an argument, something stupid like that, I don't feel comfortable marrying you because I cannot but think, what if you get mad at me? You gonna divorce me too? You were willing to do it once, you'll do it again. So, but then at the same time, like, I'm not trying to advocate for staying in a bad relationship, but you know what I mean? Like, people that break up for petty, dumb reasons. Like, to be honest, I feel like that's what happened with me and my ex. I should have left him for different reasons, but I honestly would have stayed in that relationship, like, if he didn't break up with me. So we got into a stupid argument. But anyway, yeah, so like as we were like talking and walking, like he was trying to take me to some little cheap ass izakaya. And so he's literally talking about the fact that the place is cheap. And I'm like, I know that. You don't need to tell me that. You are literally making me lose interest in this date. You're making my pussy dry. Like, stop. So anyway, I don't say anything. And so we go to the place and they're closed. And I'm like, ah, thank God, good. So then he's like, oh, like they're closed or they don't open until whatever time. They didn't open until like 5 or 6. It was like around 3 p.m. when we had met, 3 or 4 p.m. And so I asked him, like, so we're not just walking around mindlessly looking for a place. How about you use your phone, find a place that we're going somewhere with direction, and know that it's open before we get there. So I'm not wasting my time. You're not wasting your time. And so I was like, oh, okay. So we stop. He looks for a place. And so then he finds another place that's nicer, but doesn't open until 5 as well. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. We can just sit outside and talk. So like I was saying, we sat there, talked for a while. And that's when we got into all of that crap about his ex. And, he said good things about his wife that he had divorced and about, his child and everything. But it just didn't sit right with me. But I'm not going to lie. Of course, I mean, I'm going to be real with y'all. The reason I'm on this date is because he got money. Like, he wasn't the most handsome man. He was aight looking. But he was a nice guy, despite his baggage and history and crap. So I was having to think. I felt conflicted. I was like, do you care more about money? Or do you care, like, about the person themselves? And to be honest, I had to say to myself, like, it was definitely the money. Because, like, if I'm going based off of him as a person, he would be fine. I would have no problem being his friend. He seemed like a good guy. And he'd probably be a good husband for somebody else. But I was like, for me to be my age, I am young. I'm 26 years old. I do not have any baggage. I am not the most educated person. I don't have no doctorate degree or nothing like that. And I'm working a job as a teacher. But, I do not have no kids. I don't have no ex-husband. I have my own place. Like, I don't come with baggage and crap like that. He does. Do you really want to immediately get into a relationship where you're going to immediately become stepmom? No, I do not. So anyway, at this time, I had made up my mind. I like went home and I made videos and stuff. I talked about it for Patreon. I haven't uploaded those yet. But anyway, yeah, I couldn't make up my mind about him. I talked to him for a minute and like when I say minute, we talked for about an hour outside. It was a good conversation. And so like it was finally getting closer to time for the place to open. And so I was like, maybe we should, go home, whatever. Oh, like, how about we go to karaoke? Because he like he got into the conversation about karaoke, forgot. And so he had asked me if I'd like to sing. He's like, oh, you can sing. Broke nigga conversation. I knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to go somewhere cheap because karaoke is FYI girls. Karaoke sounds fun when you're like a high school age girl or you're a young college student and you don't understand that those are broke nigga activities. Men that have money do not take you to karaoke. They're trying to take you to karaoke because they want you to get freaky with them inside of that dark ass room in which there's nobody. Normally there's no cameras. Sometimes there are cameras, so be careful, people. But yeah, they're hoping that you're gonna do something freaky for them inside of that room while you guys are alone. It's a cheap, easy way, an alternative to staying at a hotel. So while I didn't think he was trying to do anything nasty like that, I was thinking like, yo, old rich ass, you think I'm gonna go to karaoke with you? So I'm not gonna lie, I agreed to it. And so he was telling me that he had a coupon for it. Sir, this is my first date with you. You're already comfortable using coupons trying to save money. So he made a phone call to like make some sort of like reservation, I guess, at a restaurant for afterwards. I couldn't understand everything he was saying. And so I was thinking to myself, like, okay, so maybe there's hope after this. But then like we got to the crosswalk and he was like trying to walk across the street. Like I hate the Japanese people do this crap. The light was getting ready to change. I am wearing heels. It's Valentine's Day weekend. It's Ginza. Everybody and their boyfriend is there. I am not running across the street with no old fart, gonna twist and break my fucking ankle and get laughed at by these hoes. No fucking thank you. I will wait for the light to change. It ain't that damn serious. These same bitches be running and chasing after trains for no reason. It's like the train comes 2 minutes. Why do you want to get in a packed train like that? And then it's so weird because like Japanese people get embarrassed so easily. It's like, how is it not embarrassing smashing yourself onto the train and everybody looking at you and trying to see if you're okay? Or even worse, you do all of that and don't make it on board. And now you got to do the walk of shame away from the platform while everybody looking and saying like, damn, is he all right? He fucked up his face. I just don't get that. So anyway, like I asked him, like, to wait back, like, let's wait for the light to change. And so instead of just standing next to me, he's still on the phone just talking and doing his thing. And so I'm like, okay. I'm not going to turn and look for you. I'm going to look for it and wait for the light to change. Like, it was a very long light, might I add. The light changes. I cross the street and I walk slowly. I wait and I don't see him. And I'm like, did this nigga just stand me up? Where is he? He should be behind me. I asked him to wait. I didn't say go home. So then he starts texting me and he calls me and he's like, where are you? I'm trying to find you. I don't see you. I'm like, bitch, we're waiting across the street. I crossed the street. And then he played dumb, act like he had no idea what I was talking about. And so I was like, Ren, use your brain. Go home, bitch. Walk. So I was like, you know what? Let me use this opportunity. I waited for the light to change. I immediately walked home. And I felt so bad because I was thinking like, man, like maybe I'm the one standing him up because he was trying to call me frantically and see where I was, etc. And then when I told him where I was, after I started walking, he got to where I was at. He was like, I'm at this location, but I don't see you, whatever. And so I'm thinking like, my nigga, I'm going home. So anyway, what was I going to say? What'd you say? Foreign man, Japanese man. You got to watch back from the beginning. But anyway, so yeah, I was walking back home. And so he was calling me. So I literally like just put my phone on mute. And so I got back and he like felt really bad. He was like, oh, look, I'm so sorry, whatever. Like, I have a gift for you. He said this about 30 minutes later. And so at this point, I had already gotten undressed. I took pictures and videos, which I took down from Instagram. If you guys remember, if you follow me on Instagram, you probably saw I had pictures of me inside of that bath for OnlyFans. It was a cold ass bath. And my patrons know why. I made a video that I just posted yesterday on Patreon. Or was it this morning? Yesterday on Patreon, in which I was explaining how I did not know that they turn off the lights for Tokyo Tower at midnight. It was either midnight or 11 o'clock or whatever. It gets turned off. And it's apparently a ritual for couples to make some fucking wish or some weird shit at midnight if you're lucky or whatever, if you see it get turned off or whatever, some crap. I was so pissed off because I'm like, I paid $600 for this room. Damn, that's rent money. Just to not be able to take, a picture with the tower lit up. And so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I am not going to waste this day. I'm going to make sure I get my pictures. I put my ass inside of that cold ass bath. I was freezing my butt off. What? Why is it showing me the same comment twice? Okay, but let me answer your question. Experiences with foreign men or Japanese men? Japanese men. I'm in Japan. I said at the beginning of the video, though. But yeah, I'm talking about a Japanese guy that I dated. Let me not be me. I'm in real time. But yeah. So anyway, oh, now I see why it's showing it twice. Why is this hidden? I like your channel, but I feel like it's geared more towards women. So I don't know if I should be watching because I am a male. What do you expect for me to say to that, sir? I'm just curious. Do I need to be bisexual for you to watch my channel? I think the title of this live stream is pretty self-explanatory. I'm a girl and I'm straight. I'm telling you a story about a guy that I dated. I need to talk about Japanese women to entertain you. Sorry, sir, but I'm straight. I ride dick. Men eat my pussy. Does that answer your question? You can listen. I didn't say you got to take my advice and do what I'm doing. I'm telling you about my experience on a date. ain't gotta be, it doesn't matter what your sexuality is or what your gender is to listen to it. You're not obligated to be here. So if you don't want to listen, don't like what I have to say, then I mean, I'm sorry to see you go, but bye. Sorry. I don't know what to say. I'm not trying to be mean or a bitch. I'm literally like just saying, because I don't know what to say to you. I'm telling my story about my life. It doesn't matter what gender you are. I mean, to be honest, actually, I have 12 people on Patreon that are male. So do what you want to do. But anyway, so I went back home, got inside that cold ass bath, had to get used to the water, had to pretend like I was having a good time. And I was like, oh my God, I want to get out of this bath. It's freezing cold. I had the heat on everything, and I tried to add hot water to it. And the reason why I didn't was like, I had added some bath salts to it. And I was thinking to myself, like, this bath salt was expensive. Are you really going to let it go down the drain just because the water isn't hot? Like, nobody's going to know how you were feeling inside the tub. But now y'all know. I went through a lot to get those pictures. But anyway, see, when I got out, he was like, oh, like, I have a gift for you. I still want to see you. And I'm really sorry that I lost you, blah, blah, blah. And like, he gave some crap excuse. And so this was all like within an hour. So like, he was legitimate. I thought that he had stood me up, to be honest. And I just saw it as my opportunity to leave if he didn't, because I felt awkward with him. I didn't want to go to no karaoke bar with him. And I felt misled. Like, I felt like he had catfished me because I didn't see what he really looked like. He showed me what he could potentially look like because that was the old him. But those pictures had to have been taken when he was like my age. Those were not literally my age. I know what I mean. Because even my patrons, y'all saw he looked older in those pictures. But trust me, when we met in person, he looked older than that. He looked like Master Roshi. But I just wanted to catch your wife to ask the question. I know you straight. Okay. All right. Well, then. All right. Then I understand you better. Then yes, I am straight. And I mean, my channel. How can I say? I've been doing journals more often recently. My channel is really supposed to be based on giving advice about Japan. But of course, when I talk about things like dating or my personal life, it's going to be from a girl's perspective because I'm talking about my experience with dating men from a straight girl's perspective. But no, my channel is not catered to women. But of course, naturally, if there's a girl in a video, more girls are going to click on it and watch it, especially when it pertains to things like dating, etc., because women want to know what it's like to date in Asia. Likewise, if there's a video with a man in it, generally the comment section will be full of men talking about, oh yeah, man, like Sachiko did whatever, Yuki this, whatever, like, yeah, my wife. It's the same situation. So I think for some guys, they also enjoy hearing what I have to say because they get the other side of it. They get a female perspective versus a male. Being in Japan, there's significantly more men here than there are women. And even on YouTube, it's the same way. In fact, I would say there's more female representation than what there really is in Japan. Because most of the people that you see in Japan, whether it's working, being friends with, etc., it's almost all white guys here. And even there's more black men. Like, I argue that there's probably more black men than there are white women here. Like, you see guys way more often foreign men. So normally, like, content information that you get about dating is more so talking about from the male's perspective, what foreign men have it like here. So yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about that. But anyway, see, I felt bad, and so I was like, all right, give me some time. I'll get dressed again, even though I got mad because I was like, I just got undressed and I just got out of this cold ass bath. I was ready to go to bed. I was literally in bed when I like saw that he had tried to message and called me. So I told him I needed time to get ready again. And so like I was trying to fix my hair because like it got messed up from being inside the tub and put my clothes back on again. And I changed my clothes a little bit because like I had on a more casual jacket. And so I put on a nicer jacket to, go right with my heels, everything looked great. And so by the time I called him, his old ass fell asleep. And so I'm thinking like, oh, I'm so fucking pissed off. Like, you wasted my time again. I got all dressed up for nothing. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to bed now. I tried messaging him. He didn't reply. Did I call him? I don't think I called. I think I just messaged him a few times and he didn't like read it. And I waited a while. So like, you know what, fuck it. I'm sleeping now. And so then like, of course he was like desperately like messaging me. And he's like, oh, like I had a gift for you, this and the other. And so then he tells me that the gift was an extension cord. And I'm like, we had a conversation earlier. It would make sense if I told the whole story. I told him that I was taking my PlayStation home because there was no HDMI port that was accessible to me. I did not say that I needed an HDMI cord. I said there wasn't a port. And mind you, this guy spoke perfect English. His ex-wife, while she was Japanese, she was raised in the US and she, was raised in Boston, etc. So like he knew English and he's much older than me. But back on subject. So anyway, I was thinking like, now I'm actually glad that I did meet you because you said you had a gift for me. A gift is not an extension cord. Like how poor do you think I am? I can buy myself a cord from Daiso. Men. So anyway, we talk and then like we make plans to like meet again at a later time. And like it keeps getting pushed off. And then eventually, like maybe like a week or so later, he like asked me if he can come to my house. And I'm like, I'm letting your broke ass come to my house. And then like he was telling me that I should come to his house, etc. And how he has a really nice big place and how he always has guests over at his house and he has this entertainment system, blah, blah, blah. And he has all this wine and alcohol. And I'm like, I don't drink. I'm not getting drunk with you so you can fuck me. No. So anyway, what happened was I told him, I was like, if you want to see me, I literally like bluntly told him, if you want to see me, plan a date. I said, plan a formal date with me. And he did. And so I like shared a little bit of it on Patreon. I'll make a vlog showing everything I did over the winter at the end of this month when winter officially ends on the 21st of March. But he took me to this really nice like yakiniku restaurant and he made reservations. And the staff, if you live in Japan, you want to know how crazy this is. The staff actually cook the yakiniku for you in front of you. They barbecue your food for you. And you tell them how you want each individual piece of meat. It was crazy. You had a private room with these really big, comfortable chairs to sit in. And it was just super, super nice. I felt so out of place. And I hate like the feel of being a side because it's like, damn, okay, older men like younger women. And they don't get any flack for being with you. People be looking at them like, all right, man, I see you. But then for you as the girl, if you're on a date with a guy that's older than you, everybody looks at you like you're a whore. And then it makes it really bad too, because it's like, y'all don't even know how old I am. Like shit. Like, what if I'm his age? I think I look good for my age. Like, y'all know how old I am. So anyway, the staff is really nice. And then of course, like the surprise with the mediocrity of me, like, oh, she can understand Japanese. No, I fucking can't, but I know enough to read a menu. But anyway, what was I gonna say? So yeah, like they were grilling the food for us. Like I felt so like uncomfortable because like they're wearing suit and tie. Like these aren't, bums wearing like aprons and shit. No apron, suit and tie, holding dishes with one hand and calling you sama and crap. Like it was so weird, but it was nice. And then like at the end of the day, like he gave me a dessert. And one of the girls on Patreon, I wasn't even thinking like that, but I swear he didn't mean it that way. He had like he gave me like one of those like plates with like the chocolate on it. I never had that before where like it has a message on it and it says something like I want to be closer to you. And so I was thinking it was all cute and romantic. And she was like, girl, like something like he want to fuck you, like he an F boy. And I was like, oh shit, like I didn't even think about that. But he was not an F boy. He was a broke boy. But I felt like so special because like I'm not gonna lie, I didn't want the dessert because I'm a weird person. Like, look, I'm greedy. I'm fat. I like to eat and I like junk food, but I don't like junk food at the same time. Like, for example, like I haven't had Reese's in a long time. Like a friend of mine and my dad actually just sent me some candy, but like TMI people, I'm near that time of the month. So like I crave this stuff then. I don't eat dessert. And I really don't like Japan has the worst dessert. Japanese dessert is awful. It literally tastes like freezer burn every time. And so I was like, I don't want ice cream. Like the only time I eat ice cream here is when it's from Baskin Robbins. And that's American ice cream. Japanese anything is gross. All of their pastries taste like shit. The only thing that they have that actually is kind of good is their cheesecake, but not their normal cheesecake, their cheese tarts. And it's from one specific place. I forgot the name. Oh, Pablo's cheese tarts or cheese, whatever, that place. Their little cheese tarts are so delicious. That is the only Japanese dessert that I actually love here. Everything else, I will pass on it every single time. It's not good. Like all of these little cutesy pictures people be taking, I do it too. I'm guilty of it. We all do it. They look good, but they don't taste good. And it's like they don't know how to make cookies even. Like they don't understand that they continue to bake even when you take it out the oven. It's like whenever you buy crap here, it's burnt or like it's lacking flavor. And like I get it, like something like a Reese's has too much sugar in it. It ain't got to taste like that. But it's like it's not addictive. It's not even good. And the portion is really small. And then they charge you an arm and a leg for it. So don't get me wrong, the ice cream tasted like shit. The chocolate drizzle tasted like shit. The jelly on the table, on the plate, the kiwi jelly, which I never had before, it was actually good, but everything else tasted like trash. So of course I ate it and I was happy and I made a big deal about it. I was like, oh my God, nobody's ever did this for me before. And so I made a big deal on Patreon too. I was really happy. I felt special. And I thought that it was cute because it was a surprise. I wasn't expecting dessert. Like he ordered like the full course. Like we had a Korean salad. I didn't even know that Korean lettuce was a thing that exists. Apparently their lettuce looks different than what we have in both the US and in Japan. So I didn't know that lettuce varies based off of region. So anyway, yeah, I really enjoyed the date. The food was really good. Conversation was good. He came dressed really nice. And I'm always making references to Nana. I feel conflicted about what's my real favorite anime. If I'm ever asked, I switch between saying Nana and Inuyasha. I do really like Sailor Moon too, and it was my favorite for the longest, but it's really my favorite due to nostalgic purposes. If I were to really think about what anime I enjoyed the most, probably Nana and Inuyasha are kind of tied. I don't know. But anyway, I immediately noticed, like, oh my God, you're wearing real Vivian Westwood. He had on like the most expensive pieces, and like if you watched and you know like Shinichi, that chain that he has with like the little globe and everything on it, he had that. And I was like, oh my God, you got the real thing. And so like I asked him if I could take a picture of it. And I felt so ghetto for doing it. But I had to. It was like I've never seen anybody actually have it. And so like his accessories were all like his scarf, everything. So like he came like, dressed nice, like completely different from how we first met. And so I'm like, okay, like he trying. But yeah, like I really enjoyed that date. It was really good. And the effort I thought was definitely deserving of an A. And on top of that, he didn't try anything. He walked me to my train, said goodbye, thanked me for the date when I got home, asked me to message him. Everything was fine. Gentleman behavior, no complaints. And it shocked me because I was thinking like, he gonna expect some head after this, ain't he? Because like, you know what I mean, ladies? Like if a guy take you on a nice date, they expect something in return. And I'm not gonna even demonize the guys for it. I think as a girl, you are misleading a man if you date a man for a long time and you're in a relationship and you don't plan to get married, no plans like that, and like you are just like, oh, I'm not gonna fuck you, but I'll spend your money. I don't think that's fair, just being honest. But in this case, like, this is just a first real date. Like, I ain't having sex with you. And I'm not your girlfriend. You just got out of a marriage, allegedly. So, yeah. I'm thinking, okay, after this, dates moving forward will be similar to this. So, like, he asked me to meet with him. He asked me to meet with him again the next day. And so I was like, oh my God, like I can't do this. I got like 2 dates planned for tomorrow. Because mind you, I don't have a boyfriend, okay? I'm not trying to be a player. I'm not trying to just get free meals. Look at my place. I got my own money. I don't need no nigga. I have my own YouTube channel. I do OnlyFans. I got Patreon. I have resources. I do consultations. I got money, okay? I could use more money. But I don't need no free meal from you. I could buy my own food. Just want to clarify that. But anyway, I'm like, I don't want to tell him that I have other dates planned. And so I just said, yeah, and I agreed to it. So anyway, ended up canceling my afternoon date with that guy. And he was probably going to be F-boy anyway. And he never got back to me, which was fine. And then like, I decided that I was going to still see, who did I have for the evening that day? I can't remember. There was somebody I was planning to meet later that day. I don't remember anymore, y'all. But anyway, let's just stick to this story. So he asked if he could see me tomorrow, and he wanted to see me in the morning. And so he told me he was planning to go to that park in Shinjuku Gyoen or something like that. I forgot the name of that park. But anyway, I went there with a guy that was a doctor last summer. And so I was thinking, like, I don't really want to go here. But then I was like, this is a better time to go because it's cold now. The last time that I went, it was really hot. But then I was like, I don't want to go with your old geezered ass. And plus it's cheap and it's a free place, basically. You're only paying like $5 for an entry ticket. And I just went there, some months ago. So I'm like, if I go back next time, I want to be with somebody that I really like and that we're in a relationship with, not for an early on date. So I didn't really care so much because thinking, okay, we're going to be together pretty much for the whole day. We're going to go out to eat, do something fun. All right. So then the day comes and I'm like, you know what? Can we meet at 12 o'clock instead of 11? Because I need more time to get ready. I need some water. I was like, I need some more time to get ready. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, just let me know because it takes me like an hour to get there because he lives a ways from here. And so, what was I gonna say? I have to approve these. Why are they censoring some of these things? That wasn't even an inappropriate comment. He's Japanese. Is that a bad word? But anyway, yeah. So like we met in Shinjuku, and of course, like I'm not gonna lie, like I felt really uncomfortable because like everybody's staring. Like people stare at me just by being by myself because I'm a foreigner and I'm a black girl. But then like you get more stares when you're on a date with a Japanese person because like oh my god, Japanese black Naomi. So then it's like okay. Then it makes it worse when it's like an old person. Then it's like, is he a sugar daddy? She's a sugar babe? Like what's going on? So, but then like I always tell myself like you don't feel this way when you're on, when you're doing lessons with students because in your mind, you know they're just a student. So why do you care? So I like told myself that to calm myself down, like don't worry about what other people are thinking. This is your date. If you like him, that's all that matters. So we go walking with each other and he tells me that he wants to go to this burger place and he tells me that it's a cheap place. And I'm like, why are you like again, like why are you doing this all over again? And so I'm thinking that he learned from the time before. And so let me clarify this right now for the men watching this. Like, oh, why does it matter? I've said this in videos before already, but the reason why it matters is when men, you know the answer already. When a guy likes you and cares about you, he shows it based off of both the time that he spends on you and the money that he spends on you. And it could arguably be said about women too. If you're not willing to spend money on me, you don't really care about me because men will spend money on stuff they do care about and people that they do care about. If I'm not even worth a $20 date, and that's cheap as fuck, might add, what am I to you? And this guy is legitimately rich. And so, mind you, I forgot to mention that during our date with the yakiniku, he went into more detail about his work and business. I didn't ask him anything. He told me about everything he had going on. So this man had like over $1 million, through stocks and whatnot. Like he was showing me all of his stuff. And then plus, he was working, a regular job doing his consultations, making well over $100,000 per year. And so I'm thinking to myself, like, you have more money than the average person. You have more money than I do. If I can afford to take you out on a more expensive date, I know you can. And you're older than me. So God only knows how much money he has in his savings account because Japanese people are generally really good with saving money. It's a stereotype, but it's true. I've never dated a man here that didn't have a good savings. It just doesn't happen. So, anyway, what was I going to say? So, I tried to pretend like I didn't care. And I just try to like tune that part out. And so we get to the place and he tells me that he has a coupon. We go to the counter and I'm thinking to myself, like, why am I letting this man take me here? It's some burger place called like 33 or 3 something. I don't know what the name of it was, but it's near Shinjuku Station. If you live in Tokyo, you probably know what I'm talking about. I've never been there before, never heard of it before. It was fairly busy. And so we go there and we go up to the counter and I look at the menu and I'm like, all of these burgers look exactly like how I expected. Japanese burgers taste like shit 99% of the time. I've been to maybe 3 good burger places here. Mind you, I've been to burger places quite a lot, and not because I wanted to go, because every time you date a Japanese person, FYI for my foreigners here, it's really weird being an American and being treated like a foreigner, because in my mind, I'm used to seeing them as the foreigner. Because, for example, like I said, when I worked for Entertainment Cruises and when I worked at the Skydeck, we got Japanese customers, Asians of every country all the time. So I'm used to them being the foreigner. So it's weird for me to be that. But yeah, they always assume, oh, she's an American, so she must love steak and burgers. That's exactly what they want to take me, which is like, fuck it. I didn't like steak before I came to Japan. But these rich niggas took me to a steak place. So I'm like, shit, steak is my favorite food, maybe. But burgers, no, I don't like burgers. And Americans don't eat burgers like that. Like, burgers are cheap people food. Like, it's family food. When your mom doesn't feel like cooking dinner and there ain't shit at home, and she can't say y'all got ramen at home this time, you go to the drive-thru at McDonald's and you get a McDouble or some shit like that. That's the way it goes. We do not eat, breathe, sleep on burgers. Like, it's so weird because it's like, I don't understand why they don't get that. Because it's like Japanese people don't eat sushi. Most people, if you ask them what their favorite food is, they will not say sushi or ramen, but definitely not sushi. Most people don't eat sushi on a regular basis. Ramen is eaten more often. But ramen is kind of like how burgers are. It's a cheap, quick to-go meal, quick lunch when you don't have a wife to pack you a bento box. So I'm like, why don't y'all? They seem like mind blown. Like, burgers aren't your favorite food? No, my nigga. In fact, if you didn't take me on this date, I probably haven't had a burger in some months. I don't eat this stuff on a regular basis. And then their mind seems blown when it's like, oh, what do you, they love asking you, what do you cook or what do you eat at home? And it's like the same shit that you do. I go to your grocery store. I've never even, have I bought ground beef here? I've bought ground beef a couple of times. I've never made a burger since I've been living in Japan. But they literally think that we just like flip burgers at home or something. But back on subject. So yeah, I knew it was gonna be a trash place. And so part of me was like, just order the food. But then I was like, no, I want to set the tone. I'm tired of sitting back and being a nice bitch and trying to protect people's feelings and make them feel good about themselves and deny what I personally like and want. So I'm gonna go, ahead and passively show him I'm just interested in this shit. So I told him, I was like, yeah, just take a lemonade. He's like, oh, look, I thought you said you were hungry. Because I said I was hungry before we went there because he asked me if I was hungry. And I'm thinking like, I'm hungry for real food, my nigga, not this cheap ass shit. We not in high school. And so I'm like, okay, he'll get the hint. I order lemonade. We go to sit down. And no, before we go to sit down, I'm thinking like, did this man order 2 different sandwiches? He must think I'm gonna change my mind or that I didn't understand what he was saying and that I did want something to eat, so he picked for me. I said I didn't want anything. Y'all, the food come. And I tell him, I was like, oh, like I said I was hungry. He's like, yeah, I know. They're for me. I literally was like waiting for like the camera crew to come out. I'm like, you gotta be my nigga. You have been married before. You have a whole baby. You got like a good 15 years on my ass. You are nearly old enough, you technically are, to be my father. You have had experience with pussy before. Probably more than I've had dick. Let's not get carried away there. But anyway, it's like, okay, how do you not realize that this is insulting, rude, and stupid? Any intelligent man be like, okay, she said she was hungry. We go to the restaurant. Suddenly, she has no interest in eating any food in this menu. Not only am I not going to get it to go because I'm hungry, not only am I like, going to leave and be like, oh, okay, let's find something that you like. Not only am I going to use a coupon to get the food, and it made it completely free. I'm not talking about no $1 off coupon. Y'all, he had a 100% off coupon. They gave him like $20 or $25 worth of food or whatever. I cannot believe it. And so to backtrack this stuff, it'll make more sense on Patreon. He has connections through like his investment stocks, etc. He basically has coupons where he can go out and do a ton of shit for free, which one part of that, again, the gold digging side. I can do whatever I want to with this man. We can go anywhere I want to. Easy to make videos. He travels a lot. Perfect for my YouTube channel. But like I said, at the end of the day, that ain't enough for me. Like, I want a real relationship. So back on subject. So I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't know what to be more offended by. The fact that you're going to sit here and eat not 1, but 2 sandwiches in front of me and I'm hungry, or the fact that you used the coupon on our meal. What? How is this appropriate to do on a second date, if you will? My stomach growling. I ain't eat breakfast yet. I need my Reese's. But back on subject. Yeah, I'm like, okay, don't say anything. Relax. It'll get better later. He'll get the hint. I'm thinking like, all right, you're not eating the food. He did get smart and he rushed. He ate quickly. But I'm like, you should have never sat here to eat to begin with. I get it. You have a coupon and you want to use it. But my nigga, you single. Go out and do it with your friends. Do it by yourself when you have your own downtime. Why did you wait until you went out with me? What about me made you think, oh, this is a great idea. Let me use a coupon on this black bitch, a foreign exotic girl that I'm trying to bag. And this man is trying to get married early, might I add you. Might I add to that. So I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing? Like, I already expressed to you before, hinted to you pretty directly, like, you want to go on a date with me, plan a real date. Formal date, as I said. He stepped his shit up. So I know that he knows how to plan a real date. But I'm like, why would you go from that to using coupons at, I would have rather gone to McDonald's and at least had a good burger there. At least you would have paid for it. So, and again, it's like, if we're going to do something cheap and crazy like that, I would have just stayed at home. This is my off day. And mind you, during this time, I am working, so I have to go to work on Monday. So you're wasting my Saturday. So we go from there, and then he tells me he wants to go to karaoke next. And so I'm like, I know this is going to be a mistake. I'm like, you know what? I haven't been to karaoke in a long time. Maybe I'll have some fun. There's new songs out. The last time that I went, now it's not a good memory anymore because I was friends with those, trifling ass black bitches from my last job back in Osaka. That was the last time I think that was the last time I went to karaoke. Yes, that was. So yeah, I was like, you know what? I would like to replace that memory with something, a good experience this time, hopefully. And I'm not paying for it, so why not? Maybe it'll make up for this crap. Because I was thinking to myself, okay, we go to karaoke, we can order food. The food at karaoke bars are typically good if you go to the right place. Y'all, on our way there, we get to the crosswalk, and this guy does the same thing. He's like, oh, yes, karaoke is so cheap during the daytime. It's so inexpensive. And I forgot to mention, I'm making him sound like Michael Jackson right now. He had gotta censor myself. Excuse me. He had a very feminine sounding voice, but it was loud. And so it was annoying me because I'm like, why? I've dated Japanese men like this before. Why is it when y'all speak English, y'all get loud as fuck? I can hear you, bitch. Damn. I don't understand that. And so I had to nicely tell him, I was like, can you shut the fuck up? You're embarrassing me. Like, you're literally loudly saying, hey, I got this bitch for discount. We're going out to karaoke at this cheap time of day. I'm saving so much money dating black foreign women. Like, that's all my brain was thinking to myself. And I'm like, I want to go home. Just stay out with him. You have a date planned for later on. Kill some time. You're going to go to karaoke. You can have as much as you want to eat, as much as you want to drink. Y'all, it was the biggest mistake. We crossed the street, and I'm thinking we finna go to Big Echo. Big Echo is my favorite karaoke place here in Japan. It's the nicest place. They got the disco, strobe lights, and everything. They have the best mics. They have it where you can earn points for singing, everything on beat. There's a place next to it, right before we get to Big Echo. I don't know what the name of the place was. It was some kitty cat themed place, and I don't mean it in a cutesy type of way. It was a generic, bootleg, dirty, old 1980s built place that just had cats painted all over. It was a weird ass place. And it was designed for you to bust your shit when you come out of there because they had a huge step for you to step up to get inside. And so the same thing when going out, and it's on a busy street. And so I'm thinking to myself, why would they design it like that? They need more stairs on it, or at least a ramp or some shit. Because normally when people leave karaoke, you waste it. They don't do lawsuits here in Japan like that. But I'm just thinking to myself, shoot, somebody's going to die and breaking their neck on this. So we get there, and sure enough, it's another free coupon. Free 1 hour of karaoke. And so I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? But they do make him pay for drinks. Like I said, he wasn't thrilled about that. So he gets the drink bar. And then he also wasn't thrilled that I only got one drink. I slowly sipped on that bitch. I got one grape juice, and I was like, I'm not getting anything else. And I could tell he was disappointed because oh, I paid for a drink bar. You only got one drink. And I'm like, yeah, you rich. And you over here using coupons and going to cheap ass places. You can afford it. You good. So we go there. And I was taking turns in my first choosing songs. And then every Japanese person, he got to the annoying part where it's oh, hey, I'm on a date with a foreigner. She's an American. Let's sing stupid Disney songs that nobody fucking sings. Let's sing A Whole New World. I cannot sing. Do not let me fool you. I'm not your wife. I'm not your girlfriend. If you had a brain, you would see I'm clearly not happy here. And on top of that, I'm like, this is your turn. You choose a song to sing. I'm ready to get out of this bitch. And so sure enough, finally becomes time to go. And, he grabs all of his stuff and get ready to leave. And so I hit him with so where are you going? Him and his coupons, yes. So he's like, what are you doing after this? And so I was like, we're going to go to, Shinjuku, Gyoen, park or whatever type crap. And so I'm like, oh, I thought you were going home. I made plans to do whatever. And so he was like, oh, I said we were going to, the park and karaoke, whatever. And so I knew that those were the plans, but I was trying to get myself out of this day. I was like, I'm not wasting my entire Saturday doing broke nigga activities. I am hungry. I'm hungry, bitch. We didn't get no food at karaoke. I did not eat at that little cheap ass, nasty diarrhea burger shop. And you think that me and my black ass finna walk around for 3 hours getting lost and ate up by bugs inside that ghetto ass park? Absolutely not. It's freezing cold. I had to relax myself. because I wanted to laugh. I was thinking, like, you think that you already used coupons to make everything else free, and now you want to go on a free date to a park too? My nigga, choose one free activity. You don't get 3 passes. You are taking up my whole Saturday. I'm not having fun. At this rate, you are never going to get pussy from me, because I'm not going to lie, Friday night's date, that performance, I ain't finna lie to you. I possibly would have fucked him if he asked for it. I possibly would have. I ain't even finna front. I probably would have. It was a good ass date. It was. I liked him as a person. He invested. It was expensive as hell. And it was in Ginza. I've never had yakiniku there. But I'm glad I didn't. Because you literally showed me, like, I'm just putting on a front for today. I'm showing you what everyday life is going to be like with me. And again, some lucky bitch going to take him up. Because like I said, he's a good guy. He has money. He has baggage, but I'm going to keep it real. Most girls don't care. They'll be like, well, at least I get my Louis Vuitton bag. I get spoiled by this man. They'll accept that situation. And I had to think about it. But I was like, I can't do it. I can't. So after he paid for it, I'm standing by the door and I'm ready to go. And I really wanted to leave right then. But I was like, don't be that mean. Because, like, you wouldn't want somebody to do that to your brother. My brother is married, might I add. But you wouldn't want somebody to do that to your brother. You wouldn't want somebody to do that to your son if you have one. Think about how you want to be treated. And I'll stay like, well, not with no damn coupons. But I was like, calm down. Be nice. So I stand by the door, and then he comes over, and I'm like, oh, like, I really want to go home. I'm tired. I'm hungry. And I was telling the truth. I was tired and I was hungry. And so he was like, oh, okay. I understand. Well, thank you so much for meeting me. I really appreciate it. I really had good time with you today. I hope I can see you again. So I'm not gonna lie, it started pulling me. I was like, oh shit, like, I'm a bitch. I felt so bad. And I was thinking, like, see, I hate myself for this. Why do I care? Why do I care? I could never do that to a man. But men, they can pick and choose when they want to show you that, they do what you want them to bring to the table. He don't have to be a provider for you. He don't have to, pay for that. They don't have to do whatever. You should just be grateful that he showed up there. That's how they act. And so I'm thinking to myself, this man is truly retarded. I'm not being PC with y'all. I'm speaking facts. How can you be so delusional, so out of it, so lost? You really have no idea why I want to go home early. I didn't eat. I didn't enjoy any of the little dates that we just got through going on. You just wasted like 3 hours of my day doing nothing, not to mention time I took getting ready. I spent more money on makeup and hair and on transportation to get to you for this date than you spent on the date. And you make way more money than me. You are expecting me, a girl that is nearly half your age, to put up with all of your baggage between your ex-wife, your baby, your cheapness, in exchange for, well, my man has money in the bank. I mean, sure, when you die, I'm going to get your inheritance, but he ain't that much older than me, or that's going to really benefit me. By the time I get that shit out, at least be like 70 years old. At least. So, why are you always playing games with me? I knew you were going to show me. Your comment. I'm not even going. I should just go ahead and show it because you're being trifling. I knew you were going to come back and be saying random stuff to me. This dude just asked me, has a female ever used a strap-on on you? No, but it looked like a female that used a strap-on you based off of the comments that you said. I don't like girls. But they like me. But anyway, what was I going to say? So yeah, like I felt bad because I was thinking to myself, like, you should go take your pictures. It's fun being with them. And he does have money. But like I said, there's more to a relationship than just that. Technically. But see, like, your little laughing emoji. Why are you playing games with me? I'm going to go ahead and unblock your comment. Because see, now this comment made sense. Now I know why this one was hidden. It's a female views a strap on you. But okay, anyway, back on subject. So yeah, I'm like, damn, like, why every time I meet a man, it has to be something wrong with him? Like, all I want y'all to do is act like normal boyfriends. Just be normal. Just be normal. Anything that you try to get from men, it's like pulling teeth. Men don't want to make you come. They don't want to spend more than $5 on you on a date. They don't even want to go to a nice place, even if it's free. I remember the most backhanded sort of thing that ever happened to me was I was talking to this dude and he asked me where I wanted to go and asked if we can go to Odaiba. And he was like, "Oh, like it's far away. It's a romantic place." The fuck you saying about me then? You calling me a back alley hoe? You saying that I'm not worthy of going to a nice place and having a nice romantic date? Like, damn, like thanks for letting me know up front. Okay, blocked. He didn't even mean it like that. He was just being like completely honest. Like, this is a place you go to with your lover. Like, the fuck you think I'm taking you here for? So, and then like, don't get me wrong, I'm sorry for the men that are here. I'm not trying to slam y'all. I know it ain't all of y'all, but damn, I don't know what's wrong with me because I sure be attracting y'all. And don't try to go into the it's because you got an OnlyFans over type shit. My OnlyFans is literally the thirst traps that I used to post on Instagram. I just stopped posting them there and now I charge for them. So, but what was I gonna say? So yeah, like, and then even aside from that, it's like, okay, that wouldn't make sense either because like if men know if I treat you well, I take you to nice romantic places. I have a bad bitch that I get to stick my dick inside of when I go home. Why would you not want to at least put on a front, play the game or whatever to get what you want at the end of the day? That's what girls do. That's why you put up with y'all shit to begin with. We don't want to do half the shit that we do for men either. You think that, and girls are gonna hate me for this, I'm gonna be real, but a lot of stuff that girls do that we pretend like we do for the girls, we do it for men mainly. Girls come second. Yeah, we do it for the girls to compete with other girls to get men, is what it really comes down to. I said what I fucking said. Fight me, bitch. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, if men were to decide 90% of what we did was no longer attractive by the masses, a lot of the stuff that we do, we would stop. Why do you think people started going out and getting, fake asses and shit like that? It's not because we want to compete with other girls. It's because men like this shit now. They ooh and ah over girls to have big booties. So what happened? If you don't have one naturally, you went out to get one. And yeah, you're competing with other girls. But why are you girls doing it in the first place? Because men decide they like it and they find it attractive. If men decide suddenly short hair looks better than long, what's going to happen? These extensions coming out. So, but that's another story. We ain't going to talk about that. So anyway, I got way off subject. Yeah, it's like, damn, like, all I'm asking you to do is take me to a normal restaurant. I posted on Patreon so that y'all men can calm down before y'all get mad. But, oh, she a gold digger, she whatever. My patrons can back me up. I went on a date with a guy that took me to TGI Fridays, which is not an expensive restaurant. It does cost more than it does in the US, but it ain't no fancy ass place. And I literally just had an appetizer. I had nachos. It was too filling for me to eat anything else. So that's all I ordered. I didn't get no steak. I didn't get no dessert. I didn't get none of the more expensive items on that menu. I left it at that. And I had a good ass time. The view was nice. The meal was good. In fact, for the first time ever, I actually spilled a drink on myself because I was nervous. I was talking to him and I literally spilled alcohol. Was it alcohol? No, I had a non-alcoholic drink. But yeah, that was embarrassing. But that's another story. So anyway, yes, like it's the principle of it. You are showing me what I mean to you based off the money that you spend on me. If I'm not even worth 20 funky ass dollars, and mind you, for these men that I'm dating, they make 3 times that amount in an hour, okay? I make more than $20 an hour. So if I'm not even worth an hour's wage to you, and you're just trying to get to know me, and then these same men, it's like, okay, they want you to go on these little funky dates with them, and then they want you to do, freaky circus sex with them, and it's like, why would I ride your dick, suck your dick, do... We're going to get to that another story, so. Yes, thank you. It's extremely disrespectful. Because, like, imagine if me as a woman, I show up to the date and I'm like, you know what, fuck it. Because y'all see me on Patreon, not on Patreon, Patreon too, but y'all see me on YouTube. when I don't be doing my hair and I just be talking to y'all on the camera, doing journals. Imagine if I showed up on my dates like that. Imagine. You know how many men would walk away and be like, this bitch crazy. If I came up to my date, no bra, no extensions, my hair all over my head, no makeup, no nothing. No dress, no heels. Just wearing bum attire from home and be like, oh, I just got off work. I'm tired. My head was itching. I didn't feel like wearing this shit. Would they accept that and be like, oh, okay, we understand. When you feel like it, you'll look nice later. Why do men think it's okay to decide, I'm going to spend $5 or fuck it? Some of these men, they be like, we splitting the bill even. You pay for your shit, I pay for mine. But then they still want you to put in all the work when it comes to having sex. Like, so you get something out of it and I don't. Because let's keep it real. When you fuck a man, what's the likelihood that you're gonna come? I have a video that's gonna be on this later on next week. I was having trouble with my computer that just got fixed today, as I told you all. I was supposed to have published that before this live stream. But it's like, okay, what is the likelihood of you actually having an orgasm when you have sex with these dudes? It is 1 in a fucking billion. Because what's gonna happen? You have sex with him, you do all of that fake ass moaning and screaming and crap, and you riding his dick and doing all that shit, nigga gonna bust in under 3 minutes. He not gonna care about trying to make you come. He gonna roll over and go to sleep. And if you lucky, he might be up for cuddles. And that's it. Imagine if as girls, we said, all right, well, eat my pussy first. I'll give you got 30 seconds. If you can't bust on that, we through. Better yet, 2 strokes. Get you right to the edge where you think you're gonna come. And then I roll over and I'm like, I'm tired. Now, what would happen? You would pack your bags and leave. Or you would kick me out of your place. But as a girl, we sit there and support you. Like, oh, it's okay, baby. I understand. Your dick is weak. You don't have strokes. It's small. Girls over here lying on YouTube too, pretending like dick size don't matter and lying, talking about all this shit. I can't tell you how much crap I read about Asian men in particular, talking about how it's not even just this a stereotype, but I read so much fake shit about how the porn industry is trying to make it look like their stuff is, small to make men or whatever feel better about, like all type of crazy. Like, where the fuck do y'all get this shit from? The fuck? Like, why are we denying that this is what's wrong with this PC culture? Stereotypes are not entirely bad. There is some truth to them. For example, while not all Black people have full lips, most of us do have big ass lips and a big ass nose. Look at me. Easy telltale signs that you are Black or you have Black in you. Same thing goes for skin complexion. There are ways that you can differentiate. Same thing goes for height, body shape, things like that. There are things that are genetically more common based off of that. But it's like, especially with these dudes, it's like, you expected me to do this? And then your shit not even finna be good? Like, I don't get money out of this. I don't get a gift out of this. I don't get a meal out of this. I don't get to come out of this. Why am I with you? And then they'll be dumbfounded and mind blown, like, why ain't this bitch satisfied? You had a good ass time, not me. So, I swear, like, it's like there are, I hate saying this because I hate doing all of that, what do they call it, misandry or whatever. I'm not trying to bash men, but I gotta keep it real, man. It seems like there ain't no such thing as good men. So, but you date a rich man who wants to live. Where do you get your questions from? Why are you always trolling me? I have a serious question for you. Do you know me in real life? Because, like, why do you be saying crazy shit to me? Well, you date a rich man who wants to live off grid on a farm where you're surrounded by nature and homegrown food. No, absolutely not. For lots of reasons. Oh my God, why are my eyes smoking red? Okay, no, it's just a light. But anyway, yeah, it's like, that's a whole nother video, okay? No, I like being in the city. I like chemicals in my food, okay? It make the shit taste good, all right? Food is supposed to taste good. I don't want to see bugs and crap on my food before I eat it. I want them to spray that shit down and wash it off before it ever gets near my plate, all right? That's how I feel. I respect people that do that. I appreciate them because we need them for our fruits and vegetables, etc. But it's just not for me. I can't. Nope. And then to me, it's like the people don't live off the grid type stuff. I always think they're into some freaky shit. Like, why are you afraid of people seeing what you're doing or finding you? And that's a hard ass life. Like, our ancestors, people from way back, built and made inventions to stop us from having to do that crap. So I don't understand why people willingly choose that lifestyle. I know somebody has to do it, but it ain't finna be me. I love fast food too, so I know somebody got to flip my burger, but I ain't finna marry the nigga doing it. I love Uber Eats, but I ain't marrying a man that worked for him. They keep playing these games. Yes. But y'all, the next story, which is what this video was titled after. I want a man too. There's more to what happened with Stock Bay. I don't know if I recorded the video for Patreon or not, but it's too much to talk about. I had plans to meet him again. His old ass fell asleep. But little did he know, I had a date planned with Asakusa Bay, the white shirt guy. So I got mad at him, and I didn't really go off, but I told him that, I don't like wasting my time and that I wasn't going to come back. And so I was like, bye, basically. And so I felt bad because I was like, you shouldn't have did that. But I was like, no, I keep wasting my time, money, because he didn't know I had another date plan. And that's why I have to do that. Because see, I ain't trying to be a player. I explained this on Patreon already. But it's like, I'm getting older. I'm trying to use my time to the best of my ability. Like, I'm not going to sit around and wait on one man for months just for you to be a fuckboy. I'd rather use my time wisely and date multiple people at the same time. And look, I'm dating all three of these dudes. All three of them ain't shit. And I'm explaining it right now. Men do the opposite. They will date three girls, have all three of them bitches sucking on his dick, and won't spend a dime on any of them. And they'll all just be hoping that he become their baby daddy. And then he'll be like, oh, like, I ain't looking for love right now. I really want to get married. Or if they do, it's like, I don't want to have a wedding. I don't want a ceremony. I ain't buying you a ring. We don't need that shit, baby. You got my love. They'll have you sacrifice everything that you want for them. And they don't do shit for you. So, but anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, it's like, I was laughing to myself because I'm like, this is exactly why I date more than one person. Because if I were relying on this dude, I would have been really pissed off because I came all the way. It was a very long commute. So I shouldn't be telling y'all this because those of you that live in Japan, you're going to know where I live. You're going to be stalking me. But I had to take the KO line. I live near the Marunouchi line too, but like I took the KO line. I took that train to, what was I going to say? I took the KO line to Kudanshita Station. And then I took the Hansa, Mono, whatever the fuck that purple line is called. Took that purple line train to get to where he lived. And he lived near Asakusa, but like in a different area, like further away, countryside-ish. And so that train didn't come very often. And mind you, it was Saturday now. And so I had plans to meet with Asakusa in the evening. So I'll give you guys backstory on him when I get to his part. So yeah, I got really, I had just left another date with HR Babe from the night before. Because man, y'all, my weekend was packed last week. I had 3 dates in less than 24 hours. I went on a date. I went on a date with HR Babe. And he's the guy with the cat for my patrons. What I'm saying don't make sense to y'all, but patrons know. I went on a date with HR Babe. I went to his house and I'm spoiling my video. Let's hope my ghetto ring light don't fall down. He actually made me handmade perfume and hand cream. And I thought it was cute. It's like, oh. And so he cooked. I won't lie, I didn't like it. The taste was good, but like I wasn't expecting that. Like he made me roast beef for dinner. Like it sounded like something from out of a book. But I thought it was cute. Like he makes perfume and hand cream. And he like really likes like candles and incense and crap like that. But we women are pathetic sometimes. Yeah, sadly. I'm not even gonna lie. I can't even like bash other women because, especially if you've been on Patreon, y'all have seen my dumb stuff. I've done a lot of crappy stuff to be in a relationship. And to be honest, I was even thinking about it recently. Like, should I message these people back or should I do whatever? And am I being too picky? Am I being whatever? And it's like, no, like I hate that as a woman. Like, man, it's like you can't ask for anything in a relationship. You can't want anything. You have to sacrifice everything to be with a man. And then it's funny because in the little bit that you do ask for, because let's keep it real, unlike men, see, men want a girl that looks good for selfish reasons. Women generally, most of us, want a man that can provide because we think about a future and a family with you. We want to have children with you. You can't do that when you're working a regular bum ass job. And then even the stuff that we do ask for, like we asking you to buy us some fucking food, like that ain't a lot. Y'all asking us to raise our body count, and then y'all talk shit about us for fucking niggas. And then y'all also will complain if you don't have experience in bed. So, you don't know how to suck dick, you don't know how to rock. How do you think girls learn how to do this shit? Sorry, watching porn is not going to teach you everything. You need on the field, on the job experience. Keeping it real. So the standards don't even be making sense. So, will you date a rich dude from a poor random country? Still at it. Y'all already know the answer to that. Don't play. I ain't sponsoring nobody visa. Ever. Nope. But a nigga better sponsor mine. But that's another story. So anyway, yeah, with the HR guy, I went to his house. We had a little Netflix and chill. I had to watch South Park with him so he knows what type of person I am. And we enjoyed it. But I'll keep my other details for Patreon. Y'all need to know all my business. But anyway, so after I left that date, I went and I went home. And so I planned to go and meet who was next? I had a Saturday was planned for that evening, but I was like, you know what? We're going to fit in 3 niggas in one day. So I was like, let me contact. I think I messaged Stock Bay. And I asked him if I could go to his house. And so I told him that, basically, hey, I'm ready right now. I'm already dressed. Because this is how I do it. I'm lazy. I don't like having to do my hair and makeup multiple times. So I'm like, if I'm dressed, like, for example, right now, I want to go out and do some shit. Like, people need to see me. I look good, okay? So I'm like, let me just fit in all these dates into one day. I'm not going to fuck him. So I'll go to his house, get some free food. So I was like, he's been trying to see me for the longest. I kept putting it off, kept saying, no, I don't want to go to your house, whatever. But you know what? He rich. Get a nice little video for Patreon. I'm going to go. So I talked to him on the phone and we confirmed I'm going to be there. And I like that too. He likes to talk because he's old, of course. So I'm sorry, that threw me off like the ambulance. But anyway, so I go and I go home. We talk on the phone. We plan to meet. And I tell him that I'm, on my way basically. And then once I tell him I'm on my way, no reply. And so I got pissed off like I told you all. And I messaged him saying, I'm done. I'm not gonna, meet you. I'm through. And like he apologized and said that he was asleep, etc. I ignored his calls. I read his message, but I was like, yep, I don't like wasting my time. And that's when I went to go meet Asak Sabe for the second date. Y'all, it was messy. So I'm not going to go into all the details here because I'll say that for Patreon. I talk about my first date there in a video. But the first date that I had with him, it was mixed feelings. I felt good about him as a person, but the quality of the date was pretty trash. So we went to Asakusa, which was, you have to be super thin to get a man here in Japan. I disagree because I'm not thin at all. But what was I going to say? Yeah, it was like, I don't even know how to explain it. I felt weird about the date. Because when I went on the date with him, like personality-wise, everything was fine, but everything we did was super cheap. But he paid for it. He didn't ask me to put in a dime. But I was thinking to myself, like, he's older than me. He should be paying for it. But I knew he made less money than me. Because at first, I was thinking that this dude was like an engineer. And as we spoke more, I was like, oh, you're a carpenter. And mind you, being an engineer does not mean you make money. There are some broke-ass, in fact, there are a lot of broke-ass engineers. A lot of engineers are only making like $30,000, $20,000 here. So it depends on what you're doing in particular. But yeah, that date was pretty much trash. So I'm going to fast forward and tell you all the end result of what happened. So I was kind of pissed off because why y'all trolling me? I'm sorry. Wait, what did it say? Do they like thick women in Japan? I I think it depends on what you look like. Like, there's actually a lot of guys that like girls that are thick, curvaceous to a certain degree, like where it's fitting for your body. You'll see really big girls on dates all the time, not just white girls. But I mean, like, I've literally been on a date before. I talked about it on Patreon. I went on a date with what was his name? Chiba Bay. And it was actually a really like really big like Japanese girl on a date with a normal sized Japanese guy. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I was trying like not to look and pretend like I didn't notice it. But they were sitting like straight across from me, so I couldn't help but see. But anyway, I will admit it's not really common for you to see like really big people here. Normally girls like at best might be like a little big, but not like really, really big, like extremely heavy set. Like Asians carry their weight differently too. So you can't go based off of numbers like on the scale, but rather how it looks on your body. That's what you really have to base it off of. I will say, in my opinion, it's very subjective based off of the girl. Like they care about what you look like wearing your own weight, and of course your face. I'll also keep it real. A lot of guys like big girls because let's keep it real. The bigger your body is, you're gonna have more boobs, you're gonna have more butt. Not for everybody, but there's more potential for you to have more in those areas. And of course, there's guys that are overweight and big too, so that can also make them feel more comfortable about themselves. So it depends on the guy. I would say most guys are okay with dating a girl that's a little bit overweight, like myself. If you're talking about a girl that's like severely obese, maybe not necessarily, but I have no problem with dating guys here. Seriously, not just dudes that want to run through you. So I've had my fair share of relationships here in Japan. I date all the time. And yeah. And these are just stories you all get. Like I was literally just saying in a video for Patreon, I forget to talk about some of my dates that I've been on, like where I don't even mention them at all. I go on dates all the time. And not everybody's these like awful F boys that I talk about. I sometimes just decide I don't like them for whatever reason. So whether it be I learned something about them that I didn't like or, you know, whatever. So depends on the person, depends on the area that you're into. A lot of people honestly just have a fetish for foreigners, and the standards that they hold for Asian women are not the same for you. So for example, look at me. I'm black. I would be like something that you don't want to be as an Asian person here. Girls are literally using umbrellas to avoid sunlight and claiming it's because I don't want to get skin cancer. Bullshit. But at the same time, while they don't want to be dark and blackety black like me, Asian men don't give two shits about the fact that my skin complexion is black. They recognize I am not an Asian girl, I am a black woman, and I'm hot as fuck. So they don't care. So that's why I hate whenever I see like videos and whatnot of people like talking about how like oh like you know you can't be this or you can't be whatever, and it's hard for you because of your race, blah blah. It's like no, like I think a lot of people aren't open and honest with themselves. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're black. And trust me, I am not a Japan defender. Y'all can watch my videos on my channel. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're black, but what you look like. If you just watch a video from a random black person saying, like, oh, like, man, you can't date here if you're this complexion because they only like white skin. Is it really the fact that you're a dark-skinned person, or is it the fact that you're ugly as fuck and you're in denial and you think you look good because they're used to black men slobbering over you because they just want to get pussy? Just a thought. So just my own 2 cents. So yeah, like I feel like you deal with a mix of things. You deal with people that have just freaky fetishes and just like the idea of, oh my God, big boobs. I want to go after fat bitches. And then you also have the guys that are like, I like foreign women. And generally a guy that likes foreign women, even if you are thin or you think you're normal weight in the US, you are going to be fat here in Japan. So just want to throw that out there to you guys. So like for myself, like right now, I've actually gained a ton of weight. I am literally like at the border of 150. I'm basically 150 pounds again. Yeah. And my highest weight, I was almost 250. I was like 247 pounds when I first came to Japan at my highest weight. So yeah, I've pretty much brought myself back up to where I am. I'm definitely wearing more like a 10 now because I used to be able to wear an 8 and I cannot wear jeans anymore. But even at my weight, like I'm overweight for my size. I'm like a good 25 pounds overweight in the US. But in Japan, like you tell somebody that you weigh as much as I do, and like your doctor would freak out and be like, oh my God, you're a fucking cat. Like, especially when I used to tell people that I used to weigh 247 pounds, they didn't believe me. So, and I can't do conversion. What is that in kilograms? That's like over 100, kg. Is that right? Kg? I'm American, y'all. Y'all know I'm retarded. Don't hold me accountable for this crap. But anyway, back on subject. My point is, people hold you to different standards as a foreigner. And it's not all just fetishizing based whatever. They recognize it looks different on you. I would even say the same thing for bodies. Most men have a fetish for Asians, but if you ask the average man what's their ideal body type, it will be the polar opposite of what an Asian girl looks like. Yes, we know there are exceptions to every rule, but let's keep it real. Most Asian women, unless they've had work done or they're biracial, they are not going to be fat. And they normally naturally have rectangular shaped bodies and flat breasts and no ass. But do men not slobber over Asian pussy? Yes, they do. Okay, they make exceptions to that rule. They recognize it looks different on different people, on different races. So my own 2 cents on that. I still disagree. Then explain me then. The foreigner hunters are usually losers. They want to try every foreign woman like it's a Pokemon. I got to catch them all. By the way, your hair is adorable. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, of course, like, whatever. You're entitled to your own opinion, but I don't understand why people like pushing these like old ideas of what how can I say, what Asians like in general, because I feel like people fail to think about the fact that it matters what you look like, what your personality is like. And I feel like I actually saw a video recently that I completely agree with. I feel like the biggest thing that puts off Asian men from dating foreign women is their personalities. And I don't agree with it, but I understand it. They're not used to women being, as they say, strong, really opinionated and being honest. Asian girls normally don't say shit. Their goal is to get married and to have kids. So they have been taught also to not be opinionated. So if they don't like something, or if they do like something, they're going to be very modest and humble about it. Whereas foreign women are not like that. Normally, got to be honest about myself, something's not making you very happy, either you'll be vocal about it with like how you speak on it, or your attitude will change behavior wise. Japanese girls do the same thing, and they're normally really passive with it. I normally take the more passive approach, like for example with the stock guy, which is why he didn't get the hint and thought I was having the time of my life on the date until I said, hey, I'm tired and hungry, which was Japanese for saying, I'm going home, my nigga. I ain't enjoying myself. So I didn't block you. You're probably just saying shit that's getting you censored because this is a live stream. So, but yeah, it depends on what you look like. And I feel like that's something that's hard for a lot of girls. I made a video about this too. It's probably never going to get published. I think and this is where I will agree with Kevin Samuels. Y'all girls want to hate me, but I got to be real. Women are not honest about their looks. Like everybody thinks they look better than what they really do look like. Like a lot of girls think that the reason why they can't date or can't do whatever is because of their race or because of their body shape. And I won't lie, if you're a really big girl, you're making things hard for yourself. Like you start getting into like size, really my size, anything beyond mine. Like, even myself, like I can admit that by being slimmer, I would help myself out in the dating market, just being real with myself. But at the same time, it's like, how can I say? The bigger you are, no matter what country you're in, most men do not like girls that are overweight, that are obese. That's just facts. You can help yourself more if you carry your weight good. Like I can say for myself, if you're on my OnlyFans, you'll agree with it. I got a fat ass, okay? I have breasts. My face is cute. My body's not perfect. There's things I don't like about myself. My personality sure as hell ain't perfect. But thanks to not being ugly, thanks to having a good personality, those things help you out when dating. If you don't, why y'all call him kitten heels? if you don't have a good personality, you're not approachable, you're overweight, and not even just overweight, like a lot of people be obese and be like, oh, like I'm thick, whatever. And I'm not here to judge you or talk crap on you. I've been in your shoes. Did y'all forget about what I said? My BMI was well over 30. God, like shit, I'm on my way getting back there. I'm over here bench. My daddy just got me these, y'all. Look, I've only had this bag for like 3 days. This is what I've been eating every day. Every single day. Okay? I am on my way to being 200 pounds. So, hey, at least I'm keeping it real with you. I agree with you. Personality is not the most important thing, but I'm saying that it does aid and help. And I'm saying reasons why people can't get into relationships. Like a lot of people complain about stuff. And then it's like, who wants to be around you? Like if you overweight, your personality stinks. Like there's literally no reason for me to get to know you. No reason for me to want to date you, be around you. having a good personality most certainly can make somebody that's ugly more attractive, and vice versa. Having a cute face but having a stink ass personality, it'll ruin everything for you. I'll be honest with y'all. I said it. I said it on Patreon actually. I said it on Patreon when I was dating Jimbe. He actually said to me that everything about me was perfect except for my personality, and I was like, "Damn." He was like, "I forgot what he said." He said that I was good at doing makeup, and he was like just saying all things that I'm good at, and was talking about how, oh, like, you're so beautiful, whatever. And this after I got out the shower, and I'm thinking to myself like, oh, thanks, really appreciate it. But then I was like, damn, you might be on to something. So what? Coined by Cynthia G. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Y'all insulting me, but what you dated Jesus freak, a Jehovah's Witness. We're gonna get to that crap later. Y'all getting me off subject. Long story short, men like what they like, and there's nothing wrong with that. Women like men that have money, women like men that are tall, women like women, men like women that look good, whatever that might be to him. There's no one size fits all perfect idea, but if you were to ask a man, generally speaking, what he can visualize as to what looks good is a girl that is, I wouldn't necessarily say thin, proportionate, meaning that she is not fat at all, but not necessarily thin either, like just a normal weight girl. But the problem is, like, when people think about fat people here, like I said, for Asians, generally, when they get bigger, it doesn't go to the other areas. They just get wider and their butt remains flat and their boobs might become a little something more. So, like for myself, that's definitely not the case. As I gain weight, my other areas become more in the good places too. So I carry my weight differently. For example, when I was like 200 plus pounds, nobody believed me until I stepped on. I was so fat, y'all. When I stepped on my scale, the scale, when I went to the doctor's office, this is TMI to be telling y'all, because it's embarrassing as a girl. They literally reweighed me 2 times to make sure that it was right. And they couldn't believe it because they didn't believe that I really weighed that much. I just carried my weight well. You could see that I'm overweight, but you wouldn't have thought I was no damn nearly 300 fucking pounds. So I am a Christian, so I have no problem with somebody that loves Jesus. That's a good thing. I don't like Jehovah's Witnesses, so I'm just keeping it real. No shade to them. I was friends with a girl that was, and I have an aunt that is, but I couldn't marry somebody that is. It's too polar opposite of my religion. And it's also too polar opposite of what I would want in a relationship. They can't celebrate holidays. I love holidays, and I cannot sacrifice that. And I understand that there are people, like, for example, that girl I was friends with, her family, they were okay with doing things the way that they did. So, for example, I'm telling all her business, but her mother was a Jehovah's Witness and her father was, an atheist or whatever. And he did not care about her doing her little thing. But the problem that I have is, like, that makes things awkward. Like, if I'm celebrating holidays or whatever, I want you to be able to do it with me. And there's disagreements with stuff they believe biblically. And I'm not going to get into all of that. This is not a political channel or video. So, but if he forces you to the gym, I don't need nobody force me to the gym. I'm not at a weight where I need that. Y'all can literally see what my body looks like on Instagram. Trust me, I'm good. And if a man ever had a problem with what my body did look like, I'm not dating. I'm not changing shit for no man. Anything that I do for myself will be for myself. And I do have plans to lose weight because I want to go back to being an 8. I feel like my body looks best there. I never want to be thin. I don't think it looks good on me. I admire women who are naturally and that choose to, like, maintain their size. Can you find your size in Japan? Yes. Generally, the only thing that I really do have more difficulty finding stuff in Japan, anything that involves a zipper. My hips are very wide. In jeans. But Japanese people don't normally wear jeans or things that require zippers anyway, so I'm not bothered by it. If you wear like a size 10 here, like, you are generally like at the max. So generally, like, you'll wear like a size extra large here in Japan. And depending on the, make of something, might be wearing a large, but I generally wear what they call a LL, extra large. is what size I normally wear here. So it's normally the biggest size available. And the reason why you're able to wear stuff here, the spiral cap that you hear about, is because here in Japan, most clothing here is made to be baggy, and it's more like the one size fits all sort of fit. They don't wear super tight clothes and crap like that. So yeah. Do you plan on living in eventually? Oh, but what I was saying before I get to your next question, about sizes here, it depends on what you're trying to buy though. Because for example, I most certainly have gone to the stores and I've been like really sad and disappointed where you try on like everything and it's like nothing fits you. So it depends on how the clothes are made. But generally speaking, like the average store here, if you are like my weight, my height, I'm basically 5'4". I'm 162 centimeters tall. I'm basically 5'4", edge of 5'3". The hardest thing for me is bra size and anything that you're trying to buy, like for zippers and whatnot. But like I said, things are normally baggy. You'll mostly wear dresses and skirts here. I dress like a tomboy a lot of the time, being honest with you. But like if I'm like trying to buy a dress, something like that, it's super easy because their dresses are not tight and they don't normally have zippers on it. It's normally stuff that you just throw on cotton-based materials and whatnot. But anything that's made to be like fitted around your hips, that is hard for you to find. But that's only if your body is built like mine. If you don't have wide hips, you can do things more easily. Like for example, I went to Animate, which is a cosplay store, and I couldn't fit a 3X pants. 3X. It still wouldn't go over my hips. So I was like, damn. So, and that was before I got back up to where I am right now. So, but yeah, everybody's entitled to like whatever they want to. Like, I'm not gonna bash a guy for saying that he wouldn't date me because in his mind I'm too big for him. That's fine. He's entitled to think or believe that, whatever. And if you want to see me, I mean, you can go to my Instagram. I have pictures of my whole body. So, especially on OnlyFans. No, girls here don't like you see girls wearing jeans every once in a while. I own some jeans that I have from Uniqlo, but like regular jeans, like if you go to a normal store, like not those cheap stores like Uniqlo and whatnot, like a regular store, maybe if I really went looking for jeans, like I could probably find somewhere that sells jeans that will fit me. Like they do have plus size stores here in Japan, but I'm talking about like at a regular store. I have not found that, but I never really looked for it. I don't wear jeans because girls here don't wear that type of crap to begin with. So, yeah, I haven't had a reason for it. Normally, like in everyday stuff, I normally wear like what was I gonna say? I normally wear like sundresses is what you normally will wear, and of course the guys love that. So yeah, I normally wear like a sundress for like regular everyday stuff, or like some sort of maxi skirt, or like teacher like clothing. So blouses and whatnot. But like even in the US, I had trouble with that, like with my bust too, because clothing is not made for girls that are like curvy, have really wide hips or really large breasts, etc. So, and I don't even have the biggest boobs or the widest hips either, but it feels like it. So here in Japan, yeah, I do. But I'm talking about like in the US, I had that same problem. So, so that still made me laugh. What if he forces you to the gym? Like, what are you gonna do? Put a sword to my head and tell me to go to the gym? But Jinbei actually tried to like kind of hint to that. I keep that information on Patreon though. But I got way off subject, y'all. I was trying to talk about a sex survey. We're gonna get to that though. Deep on living, retiring eventually. I've changed my mind about that. I don't really know. I don't know. I have a video that would come up. I'm swear, like y'all, everything I'm saying, I've already made a video on. I want to retire and live here indefinitely. Is that the way you say it? Forever? but I don't know. I am open to the idea of going back to the US. And I think the reason why is two things. One, I'm not gonna lie, all this crap going on in the world is kind of scary right now. And Japan is not the place you want to be in if there's any sort of like world war going on. I'm gonna just leave it at that. And secondly, I think about my future. Like if I do have children, I want them to go to school here. I want to help encourage and promote change in the system here, especially all the racism and bullying, etc. But then I also feel like I'm a bad person for putting my kid through that, especially since I can't relate to that. I did grow up going to a mixture of schools and I've been around tons of white people. But at the same time, I've never been in a foreign country like that. And I know this will be their country, but you know what I mean? And I feel like the US offers a better education. Japanese education is very one-sided and full of a lot of lies. And you learn this even from going to university here, but especially, from being a teacher. I don't like the mindset of I have mixed feelings. I don't like that in America, there's too much focus on individualism, where now we have all this PC culture where everybody wants to be themselves and I don't want to conform to anything. I'm a free spirit. But at the same time, I don't like the idea of I cannot function unless I'm with a group and I can't have opinions. I have to be a mindless puppet, like how Japanese people are. So I don't know what my thoughts are on that. And then on top of that, like just basing things off of right now, if I were to not be married, I have really mixed feelings because one part of me is like, well, being single is easier to pull off, in my opinion, in Japan. It's a lot more single people here. But like at the same time, I don't know. Like I feel like I would go back to the US for the sake of getting married because obviously it's easier to do there. There's more people to date seriously. Um, I know that it's easier to like get to a serious point in a relationship. Like here in Japan, relationships move really slow and there's a lot of tiptoeing around what you talk about and trying to avoid hurting feelings or coming off too strong. And that's what I was saying. Like Japanese guys aren't used to that. And that's something that they don't like about foreign women. Most of them really don't like. So unless he's like really internationalized and has been abroad, and even those people, the way that girls carry themselves comes off as masculine to them. So it's a turnoff. And it's funny because it's the same way for us. As a foreign woman, a lot of what Japanese men do, it's a turn off for us because it's like we feel like we're dating another girl. And when you're straight, you don't want that. So it goes both ways. Um, for the sake of making things easy for myself, I feel like I would quickly go back to the US for the sake of getting married. Staying there, I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like I have more business and work opportunities here in Japan. I do want to pursue modeling and I do want to obviously have my YouTube channel based here. I like making videos and content catered around Japan. I do talk about other topics, but I like doing that here. I feel like this has been my dream and I want to live out my life here. I have a lot of bad memories in the US and I feel like I've changed the direction of my life by coming here. So yeah, I don't know. I change my mind about it all the time. Some days I'm like, I want to stay here, die here. And then other days I'm like, yeah, I'll get tired of this and I'll go back home eventually. So never say never. I might change my mind someday. Um, have you ever considered buying land? Very weird and random question, but actually, yes, I have. I actually thought about buying property here in Japan, and I kind of actually did that in the US, not land, but I actually had bought a place in the US and I fucked up everything and I never really talked about that. Let me rephrase that. I didn't really buy it. I was in the process of it and I messed everything up, but I never made a video about that. But I wanted to have a rental property years ago, but that's another story. Here in Japan, it's not worth it. It's, in my opinion, for the most part, properties here lose their value very, very quickly. Unlike in the US, in my opinion, it's a lot more risky because there's more rights for the tenant. I would know that. My patrons know. So, yeah, I don't know. I would consider doing it. I would, but I don't know when or what type of property I want to buy. I would like to like buy my own home. Like I would like to own my place here in Japan, but not this place, of course. Like my goal really for this place, I plan to keep this apartment until I either get married and or, and if that's the case, I would want even if my partner has a better place, I really want to stay here unless it's like way, way better than my place. I love my apartment. I live in a nice area. Um, I would probably even consider having a child here and like staying in this place because I have enough space. I would probably wait until they like get to be like maybe 4 or 5 years old before I feel the need to like get a completely separate place. Places in Japan are really small, and you normally sleep with your child for like the first few years of their life anyway. So I will be okay with staying here. And this would be a good area for like public school or anything like that that I choose to do with my kid. So I don't know. Um, I hope that the next time that I move, it's because I'm married and because we're living together and we need more space and preferably living in a nicer, more expensive area. So, yeah. Um, dating American versus Japanese guys, pros and cons. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's You know what? That's a hard one. The pros and cons for Japanese versus American, guys. American versus Japanese. Okay. It'll be kind of self-explanatory as I talk to know what the other side is, but we'll start with American. Um, American men, right from the bat, better communication. They reply back faster. They're the type to text you, call you. Um, I think that it's communication is just like better with them. They're more romantic. They're more of the gentleman type. They know what things to say to you to make you happy, to make you wake up and smile at your phone. Um, I think that it's, I know people talk about this in the US too, but trust me, if they're coming to Japan, you will change your mind. It's easier to tell what their intentions are with you in the US. You know what type of relationship you're getting into. They're more open and honest up front. Um, I would also say, I don't know, like I feel like the love, the connection that you have is more real and deeper than what you get with a Japanese man. I don't know. That's what I would say, like, right off the top of my head, like, without being able to script this. Cause see, normally when I make my, like, videos to you guys, do I have anything here? I normally write down what I'm thinking in my mind, and then I go from there to talk about it. Like, I literally have, like, a whole list. And even though I know these things already, it makes it easier for me. Gotta save those for later. Makes it easier for me to, like, stay on topic or whatever. So stay with me, people. But anyway, so yeah, I would say as for cons for American men, oh, there's a lot, but we'll keep them simple. Um, American men typically aren't educated. They don't typically have careers, and when they do, they don't make good money. Um, I'm gonna keep it real. Hey, I'm an American. I can say this. They're more likely to have things like STDs. Keeping it real, that's also a concern. They typically have children early on and even later on in life, so it's hard to find people that are childless. Um, Typically, once you get to be my age, you just accept the fact that if you're gonna date a man, he's gonna have children, and if he doesn't have them, he's hiding them or he doesn't know about them. So he's going to be divorced, has children, you know, whatever. Basically, more baggage. They're less independent. They are more likely to live at home with their mom. They normally, you know, dealing with not having a car, etc. I'm speaking from my own age group that I prefer to date. I normally only will date a man that's my age and, you know, within a 10-year age range. I like guys, realistically dating, I want my man to be 31 to about 35 years old is what I would prefer to date right now. But I am willing to date a man as young as 26, and that's pushing it, to be honest. I don't look at you as somebody to marry if you're under the age of 31. But yeah, especially if he's in his 20s, like American men, I feel like they're lazier in life. Don't get me wrong, there are Japanese people that are doing this too, but it's much more common in the US. Like people make a big deal about it in the US if you're living on your own. So I don't like that American men, like especially nowadays, everybody has the mindset of you don't need to go to school. You need to do this. Everybody's going to be a rapper. You can be a millionaire. You can be a YouTuber and do whatever. And it's like, okay, look at me. I'm a YouTuber, but I had a normal job. Okay, I still went to school. I did what I had to do, so I have something to fall back onto. Because if for any reason they pull the plug on YouTube, or for any reason everybody decides, fuck you, I lose all of my patrons, I get no money on OnlyFans, I get no money from YouTube, I can always go back to being a teacher. Your rap career that's never gonna y'all, I'm from Chicago. Okay, we got Chief Keef, Kanye West, all them crazy bitches. All right. With that said, everybody thinks they're gonna be the next Lil Durk, they're gonna be whatever. And it's like you're not going to get lucky. That's not gonna happen to all of you. You're not going to be Juice World. Everything that happened to these people was by luck. And people look at these people for inspiration and think, oh, that's gonna be me too. So that's a really big American mindset, in my opinion, that irritates me. And I hate that like everybody feels inside their mind that they want to be an individual. They want to do whatever they want to do. And it's a lot of selfish and stupid thinking. And I don't know, like the biggest turnoff for me for American men is the fact that because they don't want to get educated, they don't want to get a career, or they don't have the means to do those things. I cannot see myself marrying you or building with you for that reason. Um, Going back into pros, they're taller, which is associated with being masculine. Keeping it real, they're typically taller. There are more men that are muscular, but I'll be honest, I don't really care a lot about muscle. I do care about height. Um, what else? So that's a huge pro to me. I like tall men. Um, and for me, like tall doesn't have to be like necessarily 6 feet. Like just being an average height 5'10" guy, that's close enough to me. So no, it's not. But you know what I mean? It's close enough. I'm not gonna really complain about that. Um, what else? Yeah, I like the fact they're open about their feelings, like not just in a romantic way, but like if you're dating a guy, like he acts like a man in that sense. I know if I pissed you off. I know if you're happy. I know whatever. Like you tell me. I don't get that here in Japan. So being a girl dating in Japan makes you have to act like you're a guy dating an American girl. And that drives me crazy. I'm 162 centimeters. I'm basically 5'4". So 5'3", 5'4" ish. We'll just say 5'4". I'm closer to being 5'4". So to me, it's not unreasonable to ask for a guy that's taller than me. So I don't have trouble with dating in Japan for that reason. Like even the average height guy is 5'7". So like while I have dated a ton of short guys, I've actually still in Japan. I've mostly dated tall for Japan, Japanese men, which would be the average height for an American man, 5'10" ish. So yeah. I am not going to approve that nasty ass comment. I'm gonna just leave it there for the chat. Fuck it. I'm gonna just leave it there. So something's wrong with you. But anyway, back on subject. So yes, like I like that, and I like that their personalities are more dominant, not like in the sexual sense, but I mean like I like men that take the lead. Like I feel like in Japan, I feel like I'm dating another girl sometimes. So yeah, that's basically in a nutshell. I like how American men look physically. Not all of them, because the other issues is too. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't like facial hair. Everybody got a beard nowadays. And don't get me wrong, on some people it look good. But I do not like hair. I don't like body hair or facial hair. So yeah. I don't mind to a degree. I don't mind slightly hairy legs. And I don't mind, private areas okay, maybe. I don't like the chest hair, back hair, super hairy arms, beard, and ew. And especially when you broke, like if you ain't got money, you should not have body hair. That's all I gotta say. But back on subject, we ain't gonna talk about that. So yeah, as for Japanese men, I would say the pros for them are just basically the opposite of what I said for Americans. I like the fact that for most of them, oh, I didn't say this as a con. American men don't want to get married. Everybody's so busy talking about how like, oh, like it's a waste of money. It's just paper, whatever. Now, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of people that don't want to get married in Japan, just like with any country culture. But it's very easy to find people that do want to get married, that are looking for something serious, and you know it from the start. Whereas with Americans, I feel like they're more likely to be like oh, us just being together, it's just paper. You don't need that baby. You don't need that certificate. You don't need a ring type thing. Whereas in Japan, it's kind of expected. Like even if they don't want it now, they will want it later on in life. That is not the case for people in America. So overall, and then generally the people that do want that in America, it's always the bum ass broke niggas that buy you like the $100 ring from Walmart, or $50 ring, I should say, crap like that. Yeah, of course the pookies want to get married, but like the men that you would actually want to marry, they don't. The educated ones. So that's a whole nother story. You're going to talk about that. I'm generalizing here. We already know there's exceptions to the rule. So back on subject. As for Japanese men, and again, generalizing, it ain't everybody. I'm speaking in general. As for Japanese men, I'll start with the cons actually for them. Cons are, let's get it right off the back, they're typically shorter. Their dicks are normally smaller, keeping it real. Period games. And what I mean by that is, have to mind read. Even if they think that they're not doing it, they are. They will never tell you how they openly feel 99% of the time. I will say people from Osaka are more open, but even then, they are normally very passive. So if you make them mad, they don't want to tell you what's wrong, to figure it out and guess and play mind games. Foreign men can relate to this because they have to deal with this with, women in the US, and have to deal with it with Japanese girls here. So they're used to it. But for me as a straight woman, I'm not used to this shit. I should be the bitch playing that game. When you do it, it throws me the fuck off. I'm like, fuck that. I should be the one mad, bitch. So anyway, back on subject. Yeah. I hate how Americans don't want I don't want to get married. Yeah, but that irritates me because, like, man, you could be dating somebody that you really like, and y'all be together, the relationship be fine. And it's not that they're playing you; they just have no interest in getting married. And don't get me started with the ones that are playing you, but it's like you can be in a real relationship with somebody. I just don't never want to get married. So that's why you got these people over here, 10, 13-year relationships, 15-year relationships, even rappers and celebrities and whatnot that have been partners for years and years and years and just never get married. And I'm like, the fuck? Like, what's the purpose in this then? So yeah, don't get me wrong, there's people in Japan like that too, but generally speaking, most people do have a desire to have children and or to get married. Most people that aren't married and that don't have children, most, not everyone, most, it's typically because they can't find someone that wants that with them as well. Because the downside for Asian men that we don't have to deal with in the US, so foreign men, listen up, y'all got it good here. For Asian men, you have to prove yourself worthy of a wife much harder than it is in the US. Because women here expect you to have everything together. You have to have your own place. You got to have your own money to be able to support her and children and put your children to English classes, after school lessons, to take music and dance and everything else. I'm not exaggerating. This is the average person, what they're expecting. Average person. You need to go to a good university, have some English skills, have experience, having worked abroad. So many different things you're expected to have in order to be a good, stable, good man that are sought after, sought after, from women here. They expect a lot of shit from you. And I'm sorry, I'm joining their group. But with that said, it's like, okay, women want more because their mind is immediately thinking about, I want to get married, I want a family, I want X, Y, and Z. Whereas in the US, bitches hang out with you because how they feel, their feelings. Oh, I like this guy. Oh, he's cute. He makes me feel whatever. Like, that's how girls think, which in one sense, it's more love-based or whatever. It's good, but it's not thinking seriously about the future. And that's why we got all these messed up relationships now where you have couples where they all this struggle love and crap going on because everything is based off of feelings and not off of needs. You saying that you love me is not going to pay my electric bill. It's not going to keep the heat on. And we don't think about that in the US so much. Whereas here in Japan, girls play their part. They'll be submissive and quiet and pretend like they don't have opinions until you put them two babies in them. And then they done fucking you. No more sucking dick. I ain't riding shit. She gonna cheat on you with her English teacher. She done with you. So to each his or her own. But I'm speaking from a foreign girl's perspective. So for me, the ball is in my court. This works great for me. When I talk to guys, they immediately introduce themselves based off of their work, based off of their education. Hi, my name is such and such. I went to this school. Whatever. I get straight to the point. I don't have to worry about offending you because your broke ass didn't go to university. I can immediately get all my information right off the bat. I know how much money you make. I know where you went to school. I know what your job is. And I know the seriousness of the relationship based off of where you take me. Whereas with American men, you might actually be dating a good guy. But from their perspective, it's like, we're going to Wendy's, girl. 4 for 4. We ain't doing that type of crap. And it's like, okay, you have to be more patient for a good guy, in my opinion. Because a lot of men in the US, like for them, they're spending money if they take you out to Applebee's. Like that was an expensive date for them. And so I feel like you have to stick around more. And I don't even know, like nothing is easy to tell based off of money. Like it kind of is because again, like as I was saying, you could tell how a guy feels about you based off of what he spends. But there's more of this push with all this feminism and crap like that with people trying to be like, oh, well, you could pay for your half, or it depends on who initiates and asks for the date, which is stupid because what's going to happen? Girls just won't ask you out on a date then. So, and my issue is not paying. Any man that's ever dated me will be a fucking liar if they say I ain't ever paid for shit. I give gifts and expensive gifts, and I pay for meals, expensive meals. I always do it if I'm dating you. So, yeah, I don't know. I find that part is easier in Japan because start off the bat, everything you need to know. So you can decide, do I want to be with this man or not? Is he going to be able to provide for a family? What am I getting out of this? And typically, if he is serious, straight off the bat what his goal is with you. Because he will tell you, if he wants to marry you, Japanese men will tell you up front what their intentions are with you. They will tell you they want to take you off the market so nobody else gets you. I literally had a guy the other day at HR Bay. Like, that's the guy I'm dating right now. I'm not going to lie. I have mixed feelings about him because other things have happened since then. But they will tell you right off the bat what their intentions are. So, like, I went on a first date with him. Before the date was even over with, he told me, like, I want to be your boyfriend. I know you might need time to decide. But I know that, if I don't, take this opportunity, somebody else is going to take you. And so it's straightforward. Whereas with guys, I mean, yeah, they'll say that, but like, I can't explain it. You don't know if he ever intends to marry you. Like, you have to talk about this stuff later on, and you got to worry. Can I talk about how I want these things? Because then I seem crazy. So depends on the person, of course. There are tons of Japanese men that I've dated that have been nonchalant about the stuff, including one of my exes. So that's all a whole nother story. But yeah, that's a pro to them. I like that. Know these things up front. Also, another really big pro, it's pretty rare to meet a Japanese guy that doesn't have a college education. Almost all of them graduated from university. That's just facts. So yeah, in fact, so much so, I can't even narrow down men based off of their education. I have to go based off of their actual career because most of these guys here have a college education. So I like that part. And the reason why it's not just money, I find that conversation is different. I talked about this. The conversation that you have with college graduates, especially, I say men and females, male and female, the level of intellectual conversation is so much different than somebody that's a high school graduate or a dropout. So this is not to bash people, make them feel bad about their decisions or what happened in life. I understand life happens. You can always go back or whatever. There are some really stupid people that graduated from university. I am no rocket scientist, but I am saying that I personally enjoy the conversation that I have. It's deeper, it's more serious. I feel like their brains are more focused. And plus, men that have graduated, especially here in Japan, they are typically someone that wants to get married because they can afford these things. Typically, generally speaking, if you don't have a college education, you are not going to have money, and thus you will not be able to support a wife and children. No woman wants to work while she's pregnant. Men cannot understand because they don't have the ability to get pregnant like how women do. And it has been proven that children live longer, are healthier, get better education when they have the ability to be raised at home with their mother instead of being thrown off into daycare at 2 months old. So do whatever you want to. What was I going to say? Also, what the fuck made the marriage? No. Yeah, it's a lot of things. A lot of it has to do with the fact of casual sex. And I'm not going to lie, obviously, I'm guilty myself. A lot of it has to do with casual sex, but it goes both ways. There's the new expectation of women. We're supposed to have sex when we are dating somebody casually. Like, I don't mean casually like as in dating for fun. I mean, like, as soon as we start talking to you, we already have to start, the timer starts ticking. How long is this man going to date me before I have to sleep with him or he's going to leave? And men have gotten to the point where they demand it and expect it. And if you don't give it, they're out. And now there's all this fighting over who should pay for what, et cetera. And what if we get a divorce and she's going to get half of whatever? And it's just become so messy. And nowadays, like, people just are afraid of getting married. They find no purpose in it. Think you should just do whatever you want to. And now we have open relationships where people are okay with mixing partners and entanglements and no strings attached type crap. So it's just too much stuff going on. And even here in Japan, like, a lot of people don't. I won't even say a lot of people. There are some people that don't find marriage worth it. To them, they are fine with being alone and doing their work and hanging out with their friends. That provides them with enough entertainment. And when they want sex, they'll lie to a girl and pretend like they want to get married, and they'll get in her pants. So it's sad, but that's the way that it goes nowadays. What was I going to say? I'm ignoring your nasty question. Wait, you date a Russian? I'm pretty sure you're asking me that because of what's going on right now in the world. I'm going to ignore that question. Bro, how you come up with these questions? LOL. That's exactly what I asked myself. That's what I was saying. Like, you got to know me in real life, because why you be saying this random crap to me? You got on my live stream last time, was asking me, why do I always be bashing black men? I'm like, I don't even say shit about black men. I'm talking about Asian dudes. But what's I going to say? Exactly. It's so random. Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I need a bathroom break. So I'll come back and talk to whichever two of you are still here. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I never got to the main story I'm supposed to be talking to you all about, which was the guy, the Asakusa whatever Bay dude that I was telling you all about, that I had why's my computer doing that? The guy that I had went on a date with after the stock guy. So anyway, yeah, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll come back. I'm going to leave this here. And yeah, I'll be back in a minute, people. I need to pee. I'm sorry. What about hair products? What do you mean about hair products? Be more specific. I'll be back. I'll read your comment when I come back. Give me 1 minute, people. Wait, please. Wow, you guys are still here. Okay. No, I said that I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, what were you saying about hair products? Can you not hear me? No, says my mic is on. You can hear. What hair products though? That's what Kevin saying that you gone. He'd destroy me. But I actually thought about that before. I thought about doing it to surprise you all. Cause like I could upload the part of me being there on here. But now he'd tell me your part. He'd be like, so you're 26 and you're not married, right? Like you're gonna be in a danger zone in 1 year. Like how much do you weigh? And he gonna play the Big Shirley music for me. Like, no, I'm good. The problem that I have with him isn't, I can't explain it. It's the fact that he's not consistent with the things that he says. Because, like, he literally treats people based off of the money that they have and the mood that he's in. Because some things that he'll be like, oh, like, she's disrespecting me, she's doing whatever. He'll literally have, like, old, not necessarily old, but, older women get on his show. And they'll be talking to him sweet and nice. And then he'll clown them and talk to them like they ain't shit. And then he'll be like, oh, like, she needs to get out of here or whatever. And it's like, but I'm not even finna lie. I love Nicki Minaj. I'm a Barb. I've been a Nicki fan since she ever came out. But you want to know what? He didn't do her fair either. He gave her a 9. And I'm thinking like, oh, come on. Now, he done had girls on his show several times. He always talking to people that got work done on their body, etc. And he gave every little crap excuse in the world. And it's like, no, like he knew better than to say anything bad about her. Because she would go in on him, her barbs would, and everything. He knew it was going to happen. So I'm thinking to myself, like, the whole thing was so fake and phony because he appreciated the clout. Nicki fucking Minaj got on his show. That was a big deal. So, yeah. I'm just thinking to myself, like, okay, you don't judge them the same way. And then on top of that, it's like when people make a good point, he cuts them off. Because I could destroy all of his shit. I've already done it in several videos that I've made disagreeing with some of his stuff. So it's like, it's not, his overall message is right. A lot of women expect ridiculous things when they don't look at themselves. And that's the problem that I see even here in Japan. Like there's girls that be walking around 300 pounds, got 4 kids, ghetto, loud, ratchet, everything, and be like, oh, they just don't like black women. They don't like me. They don't understand a thick, bad bitch. And it's like, girl, like you sound like you smoke cigarettes in your sleep. Like, do you look at yourself? You look disgusting. You sound like a man. You act like a man. Look at all the baggage and shit you come with. What man will want you? And in a foreign country? Sorry, but men have the right to have their own tastes too. So he got on her live and contradicted himself. The message he preaches his destiny follows are the exactly. So, and then the other funny thing too about that was that he gave the excuse. He was like, "Oh, like she's looked like that for X amount of years. I forgot what she looked like before that." And I'm like, "What? How does not remembering what somebody looked like prior to having surgery change the way that you rate them?" And I mean, no shade to her, because like I said, I love Nicki Minaj. But I gotta keep it real. According to Kevin Samuels' own rating system, it didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. And then even her message, like he did try to kind of stay true to himself by avoiding touching on the topic too much. But you could tell she never watched his content because I was thinking, like, I was expecting it to be an argument. I'm like, oh my God, Nikki, don't say that. Because she was talking about, how girls have to focus on themselves and, get their own money so they don't have to worry about a man's money. And he was just kind of, and so he left it at that. But I'm thinking, like, nah, come on now. If a regular girl got on the show and was saying that, he'd tear that bitch up and he would not let her talk. And that's the problem with his show, too. Like, something's wrong with you when you don't allow other people to get in their word. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm good at debating, and I hate having to wait for the whole to finish what they got to say. But this is your talk show. And this is your job. Remember, your job is to evaluate people's appearances and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, how can you say that you're right when you don't even let the other person speak? They can't get in a word. And then this whole show is stereotyping, generalizing, and, dehumanizing women to basically wanting to chase after a man's bag. But then at the same time, he bashes women for chasing men for their money. And so it's like, what? Like, make it make sense. He literally had a girl get on the show. I said this in the video already. And the girl, I had secondhand embarrassment for her. I was like, oh my God. I made a video about this already. He bashed the crap out of her and basically called her a gold digger and hung up on her because she had called and was asking for advice about dating men or something. And she was talking about how she was going through some crap with the man she was with. And then he asked her some questions and it came down to the fact that she was with him because he had money. And then I made him end the call. And then all the people going in the comments talking their crap. And I'm thinking to myself, the whole reason why your channel became big is because of the concept of high value men. It's all these dusty, crusty, 20,000, 30,000 a year, if even that, men in the comment section. We ain't fighting over they dusty asses. These are girls talking about how they want men that have money. She's asking you for advice for what the topic is on. How is she a bad person? You ain't gonna go off and get mad at these delusional ass dummies that be going in girls' DMs or whatnot, trying to get pussy and sex from them. Knowing what they look like and what their income is, I was just completely blown away. And then that distraction too. I understand that, of course, on average, men want women that are fit, so to speak. But I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep it real, speaking from personal experience. Look at me. Look at me. I am not thin. You can see my body all up and down my Instagram page. You can see it on YouTube, OnlyFans, everywhere. And you want to know what? I have no problem with getting married. I know he said, oh, it doesn't matter about, what men you go on dates with. We judging their marriages. Most people haven't been married more than one time. So that's not a fair way to judge something. I can get an ugly nigga to marry me. I could walk outside my house right now and wear a t-shirt that says, marry me, please. And I promise you I'll come back tomorrow with a ring on my finger. That don't mean shit. What? How is that fair? That's an easy way to dismiss any argument that a woman makes, saying that they don't have any issue with dating. Because if you say the moment that a girl tells you, I don't have any issue going on dates. And don't get me wrong, there is a difference between men that are willing to marry you and men that want to fuck you. I get what he's saying in that sense. But he doesn't distinguish it that way. He distinguishes, your ability to get married based off of what he thinks of you. That's how he judges you. And then straight off the bat, he has this whole thing with his height and weight requirements. So don't get me wrong. I agree. Most men do prefer a girl that's short, but most men are going to knock points off of you for being a tall girl. And most men do want a girl, not necessarily fit per se, but a girl that's not obese. But everybody doesn't agree with that. And even the type of guy he's talking about, the so-called high value man, especially since, let's keep it real, shoot, nowadays, girls just get plastic surgery. They ain't got to worry about exercise and diet and shit. I'm pretty sure for literally every dude that I've probably ever dated, with maybe one exception, they did not have inside their bio, I like fat, tall bitches. Because here in Japan, that's exactly what I am. I'm a fat, tall bitch. And you want to know what? I've had several men that I've dated. My patrons know that one. In fact, Jinbei was the one that I really kind of fucked up on. He was fucking rich, desperate as hell. He wanted to move with me to Aoyama. That is the most expensive place you could live in Japan. Wasn't a really cute guy, but let's keep it real. Generally, men that make money aren't going to be handsome. He was young, though. He was 31 years old. And this was just a few months ago. He just met me. He was thirsty for my ass. Trust me. I ain't got no issue with it. Rich. He was a high value man. He was born into money and he made his own money. Old money people. So yeah, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, I get what you're trying to say, but this whole rating system is stupid. Not to mention that most of the men that are even watching this channel, they're low value men. They don't make the money that we talking about. So don't get me wrong, it be some stupid girls coming on the show. And I think 90% of the girls that come on the show, they're there for the clout and attention. They're making up stories because their stuff don't even be making sense. And plus, everybody knows what he gonna do now at this point. If you go on his show, you're going to immediately get people sliding in your DMs, immediately asking for your Instagram, etc. So yeah. I ain't gonna embarrass myself like that. Nope, 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 nope. And then plus, like, he has all of the stuff inside of his mind already, which is why he asks us dumb questions from the start, like trying to figure out if you have kids, divorces, why you don't have whatever. And if you give any excuse saying it was the men's fault, he immediately tries to attack you and make it your fault. As a woman, according to his show, you're not allowed to leave relationships because then you're a home wrecker. Even an engagement, he considers you, so that would be me. You're if you've been engaged, you're a home wrecker according to his standards. So his advice don't add up, and he changes his mind. I literally watch his stuff on a regular basis, and I'm literally like, I'd be listening to him while I'm doing my hair, and I'm like, didn't you say that you shouldn't do this? Or that if you do this, this makes you this type of person? But now you're saying the opposite. And then he gave a crap excuse saying that every season or every few months or whatever, you should evolve and change. And you're going to go right back on your word tomorrow. So, He recently had a Jamaican girl. She's really an American, but she was born in Jamaica. Come on his show, and y'all might have seen it. And he was talking to her about, being married and whatnot. And so his little game wasn't working. He was basically, he knew what buttons to poke with her because Black women typically are not willing to date outside their race, which is another reason why channels like mine normally gain any sort of traction. People want, which I get questions about this all the time. And I have no interest in doing that. I know it would make me more money, but I'm just not going to be that channel. People want you to talk about your relationship and they want to see it because it's so rare for a Black woman to date a non-Black man. Like, it's not because we can't get them. I can show y'all my DMs. They don't want to date non-Black men. Black women are the most loyal to their own race. Like, even when given the choice, we want Black men. Now, yes, there are more Black women dating outside, but very microscopic percentage in comparison to other races of women. So it's a fascinating topic, even for non-Black people. They've never seen it, which is why even for myself, if I go out on a date, it's not just the fact there's not any Black women here. It's also the fact that when you do see Black women here, who are they with? 99% of the time, a fellow Black man. And when it's not another Black man, it's normally a white man. How many times do you see a Black woman with an Asian man? Very, very rare. So I understand the fascination. I understand the attention and stares, etc. that you get. But yes, like his advice, it makes no sense. It's completely based on what he thinks of you ultimately, and he shuts down anything you have to say by trying to use stereotypes against you. So, for example, by trying to figure out, all right, how many kids you have, how many whatever. And it's like, I do get that. Yes, fine. It can lower your value, so to speak, in the eyes of a man. But at the end of the day, as he said himself, men care about your looks. And that's the reason why you have these celebrities that went out, look a little dark in India. They from Chicago, and I'm going to keep it real. If India wasn't fine, because she's a beautiful woman, why would a man want to knowingly get involved with a girl that already got kids from another man? But what helps her out? She's pretty. That's why he's with her. That's facts. Men care about looks more. Women care about money more. And that's the reason why for women, we do the same thing. I admitted that for myself, the guy that I was dating stock bag. If he was a regular broke ass nigga, I ain't dating no man that got a divorce and a baby just dropped out of her pussy a day ago. I'm not doing that shit. At least I'm honest. So I agree with him on a lot of stuff, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, some of the stuff he'd be saying don't make any sense. And I know if I were to get on his show, he wouldn't let you talk. He wouldn't let you talk. At best, he could say nice stuff to you. Like, he'll compliment you and say, oh, like, you're a pretty girl. I think you're cute or whatever. But he told me I need to get a personal trainer. He would tell me I need to leave Japan, which that part might actually be true. But, he'll give you advice that does help you. But at the end of the day, he has a show to run. His goal is to entertain the audience by clowning you, because that's what the hyenas and his little audience, the men, that's what they want. And I won't lie, it is funny. I was watching his show yesterday while I was doing my hair, and this black girl got in there, and she was trying to talk about her man's job, and that he basically he builds elevators. I don't know what you would call that. And she called him a skyscraper. I wasn't doing my hair. I was eating dinner. I almost spit out my curry laughing. Cause I was like, damn, like, why y'all getting the show and embarrass y'all? Y'all be making us girls like dumb as fuck. And she wasn't joking. She was being serious. And he was like, man, he's a what? He's a skyscraper. I clicked on the video because it said a skyscraper. I'm thinking, like, is he going to teach me a new term? I never heard of this before. Is this like a high value man? But no, this bitch was so stupid. Excuse my language. I'm just keeping it real. She was so stupid. She literally referred to his job as being a fucking building. So you hear crazy stuff like that all the time. And then, of course, there's people that, be challenging him, just, trying to say their crap. And sometimes they be right, but he shuts them down. And he can easily do it because what does he do? He always talks about what he calls sign language, shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Which is funny, I won't lie. Because, see, I have a good sense of humor. Girls watch a show and be getting mad and be like, oh, he a misogynist. And he is. But it's funny, too. I can't deny it. It's funny. So, but I'm thinking like, but wait, Kevin, you do the same thing. Because anytime a girl said, like the girl said that he was egotistical, a girl had called in to troll him during his live stream on Instagram. And so she wouldn't show her face at first. And he was right. She was a fat, ugly ass bitch. And so what happens when she get on camera? Immediately, shame, insults, guilt, need to be right. You have to prove to us that you're right about her. You have to shame her for being fat and ugly. Like, it's like you're literally doing exactly what you just said she was doing. So you're proving that you are egotistical and you are proving that she's right. So we ain't finna get into that. But I won't lie. I would consider not being on his show. I would consider paying for a consultation just to get what a guy has to say about me on a serious note. Because if you pay for a private consultation, he'll talk to you, obviously, with respect and nicely because you're paying for the shit. You can read reviews of what people have to say about their experiences with doing that. But he got you in front of a live audience. He finna clown your ass. And not to say that he ain't gonna be right about some stuff. Like, I can't admit, I wasted a lot of my time, dating people that wasn't gonna lead to nothing. And I did ruin some of my relationships. I ain't no perfect angel. That's not my point. And there are things I can change with myself. I did mention that I am overweight. I do want to lose some weight. I never want to be thin. Like, I ain't trying to be no size 6 like he be recommending to these girls. And that's what I was saying. Like, you having a thing for thin women doesn't mean that everybody else does. And really, a size 6 is not thin. Technically, a 4 ain't either, but 6 is not. And it depends on your height. Because the problem is, he does typically care about height too. Like, he does factor that in. But the dress size thing doesn't work. Because it's like, it depends on how tall you are. If you are 5'2", you should not be weighing the same as me. And not only should you not weigh the same as me, you shouldn't be wearing my dress size. And weight looks differently on you. Now, 150 pounds like myself can make you bed sheet Bertha on another woman. But for me, it don't really look that bad on me. I could lose some weight, but I don't feel the need to lose no damn 50 pounds. I'm not trying to be 100 pounds. I don't even want to be 125. I feel like I'd be satisfied being like about 130, 135. I'm good. But it's like, okay, for him, it's like, no. You're 5'4", man. You should be 120 pounds. You should be 115 pounds. He'll say something like that. And so it's like, okay, I get it if a man likes really thin girls, but that's fine. If that's what you into, then I'm just not for you. But like I was saying, like, even being here in Japan, like, men change their preferences based off of what it looks like on you. As a girl, if you ask me right off the bat, what do I like about men? I'm going to tell you, I like a tall man. So it's going to be at least 6 feet tall. My daddy's 6 feet tall. My grandfather's 6'1". I'm going to tell you, I want a tall man. Will I date a short man? I've dated tons of them. My fiance was short, my ex-fiance. I'll do it. The guy I'm dating right now is short. He's like, what, 5'6", 5'7"? He's only a couple inches taller than me. Is it my preference? No, I'll make exceptions to that rule. Do I like overweight men? No, but have I dated them? Yep. It doesn't have to be your preference. It looks different on different people. Personality and everything else has to, play a part in it too. I've dated men that were older than I prefer because they look good for their age or they make more money, whatever the case is. You change it. It's a case by case basis. So he don't care what you look like. It don't matter how cute you are. If he thinks that you're overweight, that's gonna immediately be yep. So, and again, like I respect that different men have the right to like whatever they want to. I'm not bashing men for saying they don't like big girls. That's cool. But I'm saying like for you to make that your overall rating and pretend like this is a scale that you have to go based off of, that's not true. So it's whatever. Um, yeah, I spent too much time talking about that. But anyway, would I go on a show? No, I would not do it live because I'm finna embarrass myself like that. It's hard for me to do these live streams right here too. I actually feel nervous talking to you guys. I feel more comfortable now, but like, yeah, I don't like doing live. I'm actually a really shy person. Like I'm crazy and talking to y'all like this right now, but in real life, no. I get nervous. If y'all really want to see something really embarrassing of me, go back to my YouTube channel and look at my video from when I was working at abroad, from my kid's graduation. I have never rewatched that video since I uploaded it, and I never will. It is the most embarrassing moment that I've ever had in my career. I was extremely nervous. I almost fainted several times. My legs were shaking. Not a fun experience for me. I'm not good with public speaking, despite the fact that I talk so much and for so long, and I'm a YouTuber. So don't be fooled. I have really bad social anxiety. But yeah. And here's a Brittany Renner, but Bash is single. Yeah. So like, just crap with that. Like nothing with him adds up. It doesn't make sense. So he changes what he wants to say, his opinion on things, and makes up excuses about what he is or isn't allowed to talk about on his show. But at the end of the day, how can I say? He will be fake for pay. So if you're paying him, you have a bigger social media presence than him, you're a celebrity, you have a bigger following than him. He will hold back what he really wants to say. He'll let you speak more. And crap like that. And then like even like with this whole thing about high value men. This actually made me laugh. The high value men don't cheat the exercise options. And again, like I'm sorry, ladies, but I gotta be real. I died laughing when he says that because I get what he's saying, and I don't agree with it. But it's so funny how triggered it makes people get. Because like, why do y'all let this man have so much power and control over you all? I don't care about what his old ass. He ain't married himself. He's been divorced at least once, if not twice. So why do I care? Y'all letting this man run y'all life. I just be laughing because the problem is, and I have a video coming out on this too, it's the message, not the messenger. And all of his message ain't right. But some of what he's saying is true. Like, for example, the things that I really like that he has to say is that, especially for us as Black women in particular, we have not been taught how to be wives. And that is true. I don't mean it in the sense that he's saying, because he's talking about being a slave. But I mean, if you think about it, for most of us, our parents did not sit us down and tell us what to look for in a man. They did not tell us how to go about dating. They didn't tell us when we should get married, when we should know it's the right time, where we should go looking for men. At best, they might tell you, oh, you need to go to church to find your husband. But everything else is about going to college, getting a degree, starting a business, being a boss bitch. That's literally if your parents even tell you that. Because my parents didn't. My parents, to this day, y'all, I'm 26 years old. They haven't given me a single piece of advice for relationships or marriage. Besides, you need to go to church. That's it. And that was just my mama. Y'all be wondering why I be telling you all my business here. My parents don't even listen to my shit. That's why. I was talking to my mom just recently, and I was trying to ask her for advice about a guy I was dating, and she would literally be like, all right, well, I'm gonna have to talk to you about it later. Like, I'm tired, but remind me, we'll talk about it later. We ain't never finna talk about it later. She don't want to hear about that shit. She always got an excuse. She don't give two fucks about who I marry, and I'm the youngest. I'm the baby. So you would think they would care about, and my mom got remarried. I'm telling all my parents' business. So my life was kind of interesting. I talked about this before. I have 3 older sisters, and they're all in their late 30s. They're nearly 40 years old. And so they have children and everything. But like my dad, I'm my father's only daughter, and I'm the youngest on both sets. So my half sisters, I'm the youngest with the 5 of us all together. There's 5 of us, 5 kids. And with my dad, I'm also the youngest. I'm his only daughter. You would think that my parents would care more about who I marry, what I'm doing, especially being abroad, but nope. Their goal for me is don't get knocked up when you're a teenager. Congratulations, you're 21 years old. You weren't a whore like how we thought you were. They've been accusing me of being a hoe since I was like 9 and 10 years old. And now look at me. Like, for them, it's like, well, she's grown, so we don't care what you do. Go out there, fuck up like how we did, make mistakes, and congratulations when the baby comes. Like, that's literally how Black parents do it. They don't tell you shit. And it don't matter if your parents are together, because, like, even for me, while my parents spent most of my life being separated, my parents are still legally married. And as of today, they're living together. It doesn't make a difference. Black parents set you up for failure. They don't tell you shit. They are fine with you staying in their house and dying there. That's why we got all of these babies born out of wedlock, all these Black people that don't get married, etc. So I agree with Kevin Samuels on that part a lot. Of course, just like how I just said it, he said it bluntly, and it wasn't said nicely. It was said a lot harsher than how I did, because like he put it, y'all mama's trying to compete with you. She going to the same club as you, dating the same men that you are, everything. So I can't relate to that part of it. But it's sad, and there is some truth to it. It's like, we are not set up for successful relationships. We are just thrown out there. Like right now, that's how I'm able to make these videos advising y'all girls to begin with. It's not because I'm perfect and I know it all and I have a successful marriage. It's because I'm going out here, fucking up my own life, and I'm like, hey, instead of crying at home being a loser, let's cry for a minute, but then let's make a video. I literally just got through crying last night. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I was crying, and I was like, oh my God, I don't want to do a live stream. Because I got in my feelings. Monday is white day. So this is literally repeating the cycle of what happened last month. Monday is white day. I don't have no real plans. That nigga even text me back. I don't think he did. I had a little emotional outburst yesterday. Let's check the phone. Okay, he did actually message me, but we'll get to that later. But anyway, yeah, it's like, I don't have any like real like rock solid plans, something like that. So it's like, it's sad. But then it makes it even more sad because it's like, I hated the fact that he was right about that, because I've never thought about that before. I always just saw it as, oh, they're just being parents. They don't care about my relationship. But no, it's like, it's not just a matter about who I'm dating right now. They literally have given me no legitimate marital advice. None. Zero. The only real technical advice is, I guess I could say, my dad told me never marry somebody until you've seen them get angry. But they didn't tell me, like, where should you really meet somebody? How should you go about dating? Like, nothing. What's the most important thing in a marriage, in a relationship? What is or isn't okay to do? You just own your own. So, but that's all a whole nother story. So anyway, now for my 12th Reese. Let's get back to the date. So, Asakasa Be, the guy with the white shirt for my patrons, that dude. Oh, man. I was waiting for so long to meet with him. Because I wasn't going to get paid until later. On the following Monday, and I didn't have a lot of money. And I was expecting for Stockbay to actually give me money for my transportation to come see him. But since I had too much pride to go back, I ended up, I went ahead and waited at Asakusa Station for Asakusa Bay to like actually, how can I say, for him to actually get there. So I waited at the station for him for a while, and they had nicer bathrooms there. So I literally like sat on the toilet. I was ghetto. I went back to my poor days for back when I told you about when I was like borderline homeless. I literally unplugged the super toilet and I like plugged up my phones to charge. And I started playing Sonic on my phone. I finally got, y'all, this is sad. I finally got all 7 emeralds for Sonic 2. I had never done that before. And I did it on a mobile game, which is even harder. But that's another story. I stayed there. I was texting people. Did I post on Instagram? Like, I just did everything that day. And so I was trying to kill time because I'm like, by the time I go back home, I'm going to have a couple of hours. I'm going to have to go all the way back here, which takes about an hour. I'd rather just stay in the area. So, man, I'm getting old. I gotta go to the bathroom again. But anyway, so yeah, like I I stayed in the bathroom for a while. I fixed my hair, fixed my makeup, played games on my phone, and I was like, man, this time going by too slow. And so then like I was confirming plans. And I'm like, oh, look, we're still meeting. And I think we're supposed to have met at like 7 o'clock or something on that day, which was earlier than usual because he was working. He was a carpenter. And so mind y'all, all the details will be on Patreon. I normally wouldn't date somebody like him for several reasons. The guy had like blonde streaks in his hair. He worked a bummy job. He worked Saturdays. And on top of that, it was like, he was kind of cute. I won't lie. He was cute. He looked better than I expected him to. But facial hair in Japan is always a bad sign because if he has facial hair, that means he don't have a good job because good jobs don't allow facial hair at all. So yeah, red flag. And it's not like he had his own business or something. Because shoot, even the men that I've dated, like Jimbe for my patrons, he didn't have facial hair. He shaved daily. As dirty as that nigga was. But that's another story. So back on subject. Because black men don't value marriage. Black women have the community down. Yep, agreed. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, I was waiting there for him, and it finally became close to the time. So like I was like, you know what? I'm hungry. I shouldn't do this because nobody gonna eat. I like walked to the convenience store and I went to Lawson's and I bought myself some chips and stuff. And I literally just went and I sat. I posted on Snapchat. Y'all might have saw that random video, but I was waiting on my date. And that was what I saw Sebe. That's what was going on for those of you that are on Patreon. So now it all makes sense. I was waiting for him that day. And so I literally sat by the river. I took some videos I'm going to add to my vlog at the end of the month. And I just like sat there, ate my food. And it felt really lonely and depressing because like everybody was there with their boyfriend on their little dates. And I'm just the foreigner by herself. And I'm like, wow, like my life sucks. So anyway, when it got closer to time for him to come and I was starting to get too cold, and I love the cold, but it was too cold for me, I went back to the station and I went back to the bathroom and I waited for him to get there. So when he got there, I felt kind of bad because I didn't recognize him. He had on a hat this time. And like last time he had his hair out. And so he came up to me and like tried to hug me. And I was like, the fuck, like back up. And I was like, oh, it's you. Because like I had to kind of wait to like see, like, are you a crazy guy trying to pretend like you know me and touch me because I'm a foreigner? Because I've had that happen before. Or do you actually know me? And I had to wait for his reaction. I'm like, oh, it is you. So anyway, and mind you, Asaksabe does not speak English. He only speaks Japanese. And I am not fluent in Japanese like how I should be. So I could barely communicate with this dude. So anyway, we go to meet. He's like, oh, like, I'm so happy to see you. You look so beautiful, whatever, bullshit talk. And so then he asked if I was hungry. And I'm thinking, like, yes, I am hungry. And so we walk around and we're holding hands. And I'm like, oh, like, I'm happy. And so, like, we end up going to this cheap-ass restaurant again, which we already been to a cheap place the first time. But again, I made an exception for him. And so this is the guy from Tinder. So we go out to eat at that restaurant. And we had plans to go to Roppongi the next day. And the whole plan of me meeting him really made me upset. The details will be on Patreon for later. Because I only went to Asakusa to meet him because he refused to come towards me, to Shibuya or Shinjuku. And it made me mad because at first I told him he can come to my place. But then I was like, no, if you take him to your place, what if he's an F-boy? Don't do that. See if he's really willing to date you without, sex. Because I didn't have sex with him the first date. And I wanted to, but I didn't. So anyway, yeah, what happened? I went to go to this cheap-ass restaurant. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't horrible. We had Hamburg, of course, because I'm an American, and it was cheap food. And so I'm thinking to myself, like, why do we keep going to cheap-ass restaurant? Like, why am I accepting this because you're cute? Like, why do I care? And I was like, no, he's a good guy. He made it very clear his purpose was not to have sex with you. He didn't try anything funny the first time, technically. Trust him. Everybody doesn't have to ball out on you. Don't be that type of girl. This is me trying to be a goody-goody, you all. See how this works out? So anyway, we eat at the restaurant. Of course, everybody looking. Have our little Hamburg. It wasn't that bad. The food was good. I won't lie. I took a video of it. Do I have the video to show you all? I'm going to put it inside my, it's going to be inside the vlog anyway, so y'all don't really need to see this. But yeah, like the food was good. I won't lie. It was cheap, but it was good. And so after we left from there, We went and like sat by like the lake area again this time. And so like we sat and we talked and I kissed him. I won't lie. We made out a little bit. And so I was thinking to myself, I was like, you know what? This is stupid. It's late at night. It's after 10. By the time I go back home, we're planning to meet again the next morning to spend the day in Roppongi. And for those who don't know, Roppongi, for some strange reason, I don't care what type of black you are, whether you are from the UK, the US, Australia, I don't know why. Blacks gravitate to that area. And there is literally nothing there. Nothing there but wannabe black Japanese people. Maybe that's the reason why. And I'm not gonna lie, as much as I don't want to like the place, being honest, I do. I do. I don't know why. I don't know why. But it's something about it, okay? So I was like, you know what? I've never been there for an actual, like, legitimate date. Let's go there. I mean, we have to go there. You're dating a black girl. And mind you, like, I'm supposed to be this guy's girlfriend because I agreed to that. But my patrons know I was technically cheating because I was dating other guys. But I had my reasons and I ended up being right, as you all can see by the title of this video. So since I knew that we were planning to see each other again anyway, I like told him, I was like, you know what? Why don't we stay at a hotel? And so like his eyes like lit up. He was like, stay at a hotel? And so this should have been my first red flag. He warned me. I'm being honest with you all before y'all start judging me and be like, girl, but see, I'm telling the true story. I'm telling you what really happened. He warned me that if I went there with him, that he wasn't going to be able to resist not touching me, not having sex with me. And I was thinking, like, well, I plan to fuck you too. Like, that's fine. Like, I don't care. But I was thinking to myself, like, that sounds kind of rapey. Like, who says that? That would be like me going on a date with you and then me saying, like, if we go on a date, I'm not gonna be able to resist swiping your credit card. So we finna max that bitch out. Would you be okay with seeing me after that? But I'm not gonna lie, I was a dumb bitch and I went. I'm telling the truth. Damn, I'm telling the real story. Like, don't be giving me that face. So anyway, he actually calls and makes reservations. And we go to this hotel. And it wasn't a normal hotel, like for a love hotel stuff. Well, it was a normal hotel. It was not a love hotel. He made like regular reservations for a place. But it was like a hotel that was made for tourists. And so I'm feeling really weird because I'm like, oh crap, like they can see us, like they know that I'm just here to fuck you. So it took a while for him to check in when we got there. It was a little bit of a walk to get there. And I was thinking, like, see, this is why you date men that got money. Because if a man had money, we'd be taking a taxi. Why the fuck are we walking 10 minutes to this place? But anyway, we went there and everything just like completely turned to crap. We go there. The room was not even nice. It was probably one of the worst hotel rooms I stayed in. One of, not the, but one of. They literally had two twin beds that were pushed together to make it to make it a queen size bed. But the beds rolled, okay? The room did not come off as being clean. They did surprisingly have like an English menu, like because I guess it was made for tourists, like for the remote and everything. But like one that actually worked because I've been to love hotels that have that, but then like it doesn't really work properly. They had it where you could watch YouTube from there. So I was like, oh, perfect. So I had the news on. We watching what's going on in the world with Ukraine, everything like that. But anyway, back on subjects. We ain't finna get into politics in this live stream. Letting y'all know right now. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to tell my story. We're gonna have a break, people. I'm sorry. I'm old, okay? This is why I need to get married, all right? Like, I'm already starting to have bladder issues. Yeah. And you gotta wait with me. I'm doing the best that I can, all right? Even though the real reason why I think I have to go to the bathroom is I haven't really eaten yet. I've just had that water in my Reese's, and I keep forgetting I'm wearing makeup because I want to scratch my eyebrow. But I'll be right back, people. Wait for me. Okay, wow, you guys are still here. All right, sorry, people. But anyway, what was I about to say? Yeah, like I don't know what I was thinking. Like I know that what I did was dumb. I wonder if it's actually better to be over here. Maybe it's too bright. Yeah, and it's too hot. I gotta stay at my table. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so like I know I'm a horror, people. Okay, like damn, he's supposed to be my boyfriend. Okay. So we went to the hotel room, and I'm like, you know what? We're only gonna stay here for a few hours because it's already like 11 o'clock at this point, and we're planning to wake up early to go to Roppongi, and we're gonna spend the day there. So, what happened? So yeah, get there and immediately because we know what we're about to do, and plus we're gonna go to bed after that too. Take a shower. So I go to take a shower first. And obviously, trying to make everything fast. But something in me told me, don't wipe your makeup off. Keep it on. And part of it was me being lazy because I was like, I don't feel like doing all this shit all over again. Keeping this shit on. Because we finna wake up in like 3 hours anyway. And plus, I want to look pretty while you fucking me, okay? Like, damn. But anyway, back on subject. At least I'm being honest. So, yeah, while we're there, before we got there, I said this on Patreon, so y'all don't lie on me, vouch for me. I said to you all what I was there for. I said that I was going to go on all 3 of my dates, get my shit for Valentine's Day, get my free meals, get my YouTube content, get my Patreon content, because these niggas is not finna play me. I'm gonna play them, if anything. That's exactly what's gonna happen. And I said, I'm not riding dick. I'm not sucking dick. I'm not doing shit. I'm sticking to my agenda. But back on subject. So I was like, you know what? He's my boyfriend. He's cute, to me at least. Could make an exception. But we're keeping the makeup on. So I take my little shower, leave out. He takes his shower. I charge my phone, plug everything up. We get to talking, start making out. Clothes start getting removed. Well, no, clothes were already removed. I didn't put on pajamas or anything. They provide you with a scrub at the hotel. I just kept my towel on because, like, what's the purpose in this? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it can be sexy removing clothes, but there's something sexier about a towel. I can't explain it. Guys love that shit. But anyway, back on subject. Of course, it worked because as soon as I got the show, I was like, oh my god, I want to touch you. So anyway, we're laying on the bed, and this is gonna get TMI graphic for you people, but I'm keeping it real with y'all. We was making out. He started touching me. He was fingering me, like everything. And not gonna lie, it was okay. It wasn't the best I've had. It was good enough. But then he started doing some freaky shit. I was like, oh, I never had this before. It's actually kind of good. He literally, like, he had me turn my body, like, on my side and was fingering me while he was kissing me. And I was like, I've never been fingered from, like, a side. Like, I can't even explain it. I was on my side and, like, my left leg was, like, around his shoulder. Yeah, emojis. Pink lotus. But yeah, like my leg was like around his shoulder. Like I was like, I didn't even know that I was flexible enough to do that. But anyway, it was good. I ain't finna lie. But then the part that where he had me like fucked up, the nigga put his hands in my mouth. I'm like, now look, I'm a freak. But the problem that I have, yes, we finna say some racist shit here, but I'm keeping it real. Asians don't wash their hands. I know you just took a shower, but I don't know, maybe you peed or some shit. I need to know that your hands are clean. It's COVID going on around here. But anyway, I'm sorry. Back on subject. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I let him do it. I know. I'm a whore. But I'm being honest, okay? Damn. He put his fingers in my mouth. He put his fingers in my mouth. And the part where he lost me was he like, I don't know how to explain it. He like scissored my tongue. Like he had 2 fingers and like it was almost like he was pinching my tongue. And I'm thinking like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like I literally had to push him off and he was like, all right, look, we ain't doing that type of shit, my nigga. Like, stop. So then he goes from that to making out with me again. And then he literally got on top of me, y'all, and tried to like bring my head towards his dick. And so I literally pushed him off of me. I was like, no. And so then he stopped and then started making out with me again. He's fingering me. I'm not gonna lie, it got better at this point. It felt good. I felt wet. I was enjoying myself. He's sucking on my titties and everything. And I'm like, oh shit, like this actually feels good. Like I have not had sex in like 5 months, people. Like the last person I had sex with was Jembe. For my patrons to understand what's going on, okay? Y'all don't understand. I broke my 2022 virginity for this man. I was in the process of it, okay? I needed this. I needed it, okay? I needed it. Y'all don't understand, okay? We're gonna get into freaky conversation. The feeling of having a man sucking on your titties is something that is inexplainable. I will never understand girls that say that they don't have sensitive nipples, because if you don't, you are living a very sad, miserable life. That is the only reason why I will never get my breasts done. I will never do it. Never do it. I do not have an award for world's most perky titties or something like that. Like my breasts most certainly could sit up higher. And you want to know what? I'm fine. They still jiggle, bitch, and your man still gonna choke on them. So we keeping these bitches how they are for 2 reasons. 1, your man ain't complaining about it, and 2, I do not want to lose sensitivity there. Okay, it felt good. So anyway, back on subject. What was I saying? So yeah, he's sucking on my nipples, and I'm like, I'm enjoying myself, y'all. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm also kind of tired. I'm like, I'm having a good time. Like I'm just waiting for them, like put it in and handle our business. Because I forgot to mention, we went to the convenience store before. This is common in Japan for ladies that are here. You know how this goes. You always go to the convenience store before you go to the hotel. There's always a convenience store right next door to every hotel. There is no such thing as a hotel with no convenience stores. It doesn't exist here. And every time there's a hotel next to a convenience store, what do you see? It's always couples inside of there buying condoms, buying water, because they're going to get tired after fucking each other. And normally something light for breakfast, like a yogurt or some bread and shit like that. So anyway, we didn't buy much because, of course, he's a broke nigga. Even he tried to pretend like he had money. He's like, oh, do you want anything? I'm like, that's going to be half your paycheck, anything I pick out of there. But anyway, I just got myself, I think I got like green tea and a water or something. So, of course, I let him pay for it because I ain't buying shit. So, anyway, after that, he asked me if I can lick his dick. And I'm like, no. And so he's like, why? And so he literally like goes back and forth for me. Mind you, this whole conversation is taking place in Japanese. We're going back and forth for me, asking me why I won't do it. And so then he eventually thinks, oh, maybe this dumb bitch just didn't understand me. Let me message her on her phone. So he literally asked me, he messages me, translates it through message. Why don't you want to have sex with me? Why can't I have sex with you? Why can't you do this for me? Like I'm focusing so much on you. Why aren't you doing anything for me? And I'm thinking to myself, like, hold on. The only way that I can have sex with you in your mind is if I put my mouth on your penis. Did your mouth touch my pussy, bitch? Were you sucking on my clit just a second ago? No, you weren't. What? Like, just the fact that you have the audacity and the balls to ask something so directly and blunt. And girls, if you're going to be real with yourself, you can relate to what I'm talking about. We have literally been conditioned. I have a video that's going to come out on this later on. I already recorded it. I'm in the process of editing it. We have been so conditioned and afraid to ask what we want in bed that we do whatever it takes to make a man happy in bed. And we don't give 2 fucks about ourselves. We are just so focused on, let me make this man think that I'm going to have the craziest butt naked, freaky circus sex with this man. Just do everything that he wants me to do. I'm going to ride on top. I'm going to suck your dick. We doing back shots. Y'all got niggas sticking his dick in y'all ass and everything. And what does he do for you? If you lucky, he might lick your pussy for 3 seconds. You ain't finna come on no nigga. Y'all over here taking facials and everything for men. And so I literally wanted to laugh because I'm thinking to myself, so wait, if I don't give you oral sex, I don't give you head, in your book, you never had sex with me. Is this what we're getting out of this? And so then he tells me that if I won't suck his dick, he's going home. And so I'm thinking to myself, you weren't even planning to have sex with me. I swear to God, he was not. Because the plan was we were going to go out for dinner, spend some time at the lake. I was going to take the last train going home. That was going to be the end of the night. You know, a couple of trains before, but you get my drift. Just like how it happened last time. And that was legitimately the plan. I asked him to go to a hotel. And this time he made me agree to the fact that we were going to fuck beforehand. But I'm like, I didn't sign up for what type of sex we were finna have. And how dare you ask me to do something for you that you ain't do for me? So I should suck your dick. Eat my pussy. So I literally said to him, I was like, how you gonna ask me to do that? Like, did you lick my pussy? No, you did not. And so he ignored that part of it. He was just like, I'm focused on you. I'm doing whatever to make you feel good, whatever. But, you know, you're selfish. You didn't do anything for me. And then he eventually called me a liar. A liar. Hold on. That doesn't make any sense. How am I a liar for not having oral sex with you and your dirty, unemployed, unkept dick? My nigga, you spent maybe $30 on the course of all of our dates. I've been meeting you at a train station closer to your place because you are too broke to go to central Tokyo where I live. I am accommodating you when I didn't want to, and only doing it because you're cute, because you don't have shit to provide. You lied about your age. You lied about your occupation. I don't even know if this nigga really married or have kids or not. While he did look a little bit cuter than his picture, I'll be honest. His hair wasn't like that anymore. There is literally nothing for me out of this relationship. And I'm not even going to get a chance to come. I ain't finna lie. He was working them fingers. Titty action was kind of good. It could have been better. It was all right. But because I hadn't had anything in a long time, it felt better than it really was. So I'll give my gratitude. I appreciated it for the time being. But I was thinking to myself, nah, I'm glad that I didn't. Because imagine if I did suck this man's dick. So anyway, fast forward. He really gets up and starts putting his clothes on and gets ready to go. And so I try to reason, speak some sense to him, whatever, help him reason. I'm like, dude, like, I'm tired. I'm legitimately sleepy. In fact, I was thinking in my mind, well, this nigga sucking on my titties, like, shit, I'm trying to stay awake so I don't fight on this nigga. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm tired. I've been out all day because I literally just got through leaving from another dude's house that I was dating from the night before. Had plans to go meet with Stock Bay, but he wasted, I could have gone with him. I should have done it because I had hours to kill. But I got mad because I'm like, what if I didn't stay here? What if I had already gone all the way home? You made me come all the way here for no reason. So I was standing my ground. I was like, fuck this old ass nigga. Like, this is the last straw with him. I'm through. So I'm thinking to myself, I forgot I was saying to you all, I'm thinking to myself, like, I cannot believe this. So he literally puts his clothes on and getting ready to go. Oh, yeah, I was trying to talk sense to him. It's like, dude, like, just wait until morning. Like, the first train gonna come at like 4:50, 4:30, whatever. And mind you, like, it's midnight at this point. I think it's like maybe like 11:40, 12 o'clock, whatever, by the time, we in bed and all this shit. And so he's like, no, like, I'm leaving, I'm going out. So I'm like, dude, like, I can't go anywhere. Like, I don't live anywhere near here, and I don't have money to take a damn taxi to get 3 hours away from home, basically. It ain't 3 hours, but by train, Texas is about a little more than an hour away from here. And it'd be a shorter tax ride, but it's after midnight. That tax going to be expensive. I ain't paying all that damn money. I've been through that shit before recently with dating Osaka Bay, Jim Bay and Chiba Bay. I've been through that crap. So anyway, I was so angry. And I'm not going to lie, like, I was thinking to my mind, like, girl, like, are you being selfish? Like, you could just suck his dick and solve all this shit. I was like, no, I don't owe you anything. Imagine if me as a woman, I told men when they have sex with me, you have to eat my pussy or we're through. Secondly, how can you request something from me without doing it for me first? But even if you did, let's say that this nigga ate me out and I didn't do shit for him. You doing something for me doesn't mean I have to do it for you. That was your choice. I didn't even ask for it. That was your choice. Plus, I'm sorry, while it did feel good, you weren't working on me for no damn 30 minutes or some shit. The story I'm telling you right now, this all took place in less than an hour. In fact, I'll cap it at 30 minutes. We probably weren't in bed with each other for more than 30 minutes. So anyway, I'm thinking to myself, this man really finna leave. He crazy. And so then he was like, yep, well, I'm leaving then. Like, don't talk to me anymore, whatever. He deletes the line chat. And I'm like, wow, he literally blocked me, deleted the chat, everything. And I'm like, all because I wouldn't suck your dick. And so I literally made a YouTube video on this topic because it made me think back to other relationships. But it was so funny because I was just saying this on Patreon. I was talking about how, I'm not doing anything special. I'm not doing anything that involves my knees or my back. I ain't doing shit. The only back involvement I have is laying on my shit. I'm not doing nothing special for you because all of this crap that we do as girls, putting on whole circus shows for dudes, they don't do that crap for us. They bust their nut and they roll over. And if you lucky, he might cuddle with you. Like I was saying, that's it. They ain't trying to make you come. My nigga, there are Japanese men that want me to pee in their mouth that will lick my shit out the toilet bowl. You think I'm finna suck your carpenter dick? No money, broke ass, $10 date, have an ass? You think you worthy of that? You don't even work hard enough. You ain't even intelligent enough for the education that is worth enough for that sort of treatment. Get the fuck out of here. So anyway, I was mad. I'm not gonna lie, I felt a little hurt too. I said, let this ruin my plans for Roppongi tomorrow. Like everything fell apart. I was planning to stay with HR Bay later in the morning, but I left early from that to go to meet Stock Bay, who he didn't really ruin that. I could have gone on that date. He overslept. But he didn't tell me he was taking a nap, so it made me mad because I was waiting on him for like 2 hours. And then as soon as I leave, then sure enough, then he gets back to me. But he's like, yes. But anyway, so yeah, I was just so pissed off. And so I almost started crying. I felt so bad. I was like, what do I do? Because like I felt embarrassed. I didn't want to go out at the same time as him because anybody in the lobby, they would see, didn't that Japanese guy just check in with that foreign girl? Why is he leaving so fast? Like, she a prostitute or something? He got his head and left? Like, what's going on? And so I was like, let me wait some time. Play everything off. I'm going to just stay. And so I was thinking, like, is he going to, check out of the room? What's going to happen? And so he didn't. He told me that I could check out, tomorrow or whatever. And so I'm like, you might as well just stay. You paid for it. And so I said all this before he leaves. But he's like, nope. He leaves the room, shuts the door, everything. And I was just like in shock. But I was legitimately tired from having been out all day, waiting around in the bathroom, sitting outside, taking pictures and videos, trying to kill time. I had not gotten good quality sleep from the night before because I was sleeping in another guy's house. And I know what that's like when you're sleeping at somebody else's place. And look, I'm going to be honest. When you get your own place, especially when you have a nice place, going to somebody's place that's bummy, it's difficult to sleep, okay? I've slept on some hard-ass floors. And I've been in some crappy conditions from being in a roach-infested place to pretty much anything bad you could think of. But that was difficult for me. My stomach is growling. I'm hungry, y'all. We finna order some food. What should we get? But yeah, so anyway, what was I gonna say? While I was there, I was like, you know what? Stay until the morning comes. You're tired. You need to sleep. He already paid for it. You took your shower. Be grateful that you ain't take out your extensions and wipe off your makeup and everything else. Your makeup and hair looks good. Stay as you are. Go to bed. But then I started freaking out because I'm like, oh, like, what if I oversleep? And, what if there's extra, whatever, and I don't have the money, to pay, right now? Because I was literally broke. I came there with no money. I'm sorry, my charger's stuck. I think I had maybe like $10 or something extra on me. Like, I didn't have enough money to cover any late fees. I'm keeping it real. And so I was like, all right, set your alarm. But then I lost one of my chargers, like the little wall plug-in thing. And so I was freaking out. I was like, no, like I did this before. When I was dating Final Fantasy guy, I got really upset because when I was in the midst of trying to leave his house, I accidentally left my charger. And it wasn't like the little cheap cord. I had like a whole like socket thingy that they sell at Family Mart. Was it Family Mart? No, I got it at 7-Eleven. It allows you to plug in like 3 different like extension cord thingies, and then like it has 2 slots for USB ports on it. So it's really nice, and it costs like $30. And I'm sorry, I'm black and I'm poor. For me, that's expensive. And so I didn't even think about it till later. I was like, oh my God, I left that at his place. And so of course I can't go all the way back there. He ain't finna send it back to me. So anyway, I was like, I don't want to leave, this behind. It wasn't that same piece. It was one that just had a slot for 2 USB ports, but I love it. And I normally used it at work. And so I was like, you got to find it, girl. I stayed up for a good 30 minutes trying to find it. And I'm like, I'm tired. Like, God, please just give me my charger back. I just want my charger back, please. So I'm looking through all of my stuff. I moved them beds. I'm like, this is what I hate about Japan. They don't clean under their shit. There was literally chocolate candies under the bed. It was dust, everything. I'm like, ew. So anyway, I look for it desperately. I picked up the bed, everything. And I felt sorry for anybody that was sleeping underneath that floor because I know that they heard all that shit. I was trying my best to get that charger because I knew when I woke up in the morning, I was going to completely forget about the charger and just be grabbing my stuff to go. And then I'm like, oh my God, I forgot my charger. But I know that normally when you leave something, they will tell you if it's left behind, they'll call you. But the problem is the room was registered to him. So I found it, thankfully, that following morning because I did remember. And then I was like, why would you check out of the room? Run this nigga shit up. So I did. I was like, get revenge. I had breakfast. Whose bill did it get tabbed to? His broke ass. He used a credit card at this place because they didn't accept cash. Perfect. Played his dumbass. No, they did accept cash, I think, but he asked if they accepted credit. And I forgot to mention, before we got up to all of this crap, details will be on Patreon. Do you know that this man couldn't afford the food that we had at that $10 restaurant? I kid you not. And I got the $10 food because I knew he was broke. They had things that were a little more expensive. But I could tell he wanted me to get what he was getting. So I did that, and I got hamburger too. He had to go to the convenience store to withdraw money to pay for a $10 meal. Come on. You ain't got $20. This man was 35 years old, y'all. Just to put that into context for you. I'm 26. This man was almost 10. He is 10 years older because he'll be 36. He is 10 fucking years older than me. You can't afford a $20. We through. Anyway, back on subject. So like I was saying. So yeah, I was like, run his shit up. What is he going? He don't know my last name. He don't know where I live. Another reason why he shouldn't have been fucking me. What is he going to do about it? He willingly paid for this hotel room. I ain't scam you. You didn't say I couldn't get anything, did you? There's no contract, no writing. I ate breakfast. I don't drink alcohol, but I did that morning. I got everything that I could. I stayed late. I got food. I got dessert. I got extra amenities sent to the room. I should have got a massage. They didn't have that available at the time. Ran his shit up. And I should have stayed for more than one day. I checked out after checkout time. And guess what? Let me rephrase that. I didn't formally check out. When it came time to leave, because I told them I needed more time, I never formally checked out of the room. So he at least got charged for an extra day, if not further, because nobody ever checked out. And because his dumbass blocked me online, there was no way for him to contact me to complain to me about his bill or to complain to me about what happened. So that's what you get. Don't try to play me. But yeah, my little feelings were hurt because I was thinking like, I liked him the most out of the 3 guys. Physically, he was the cutest, but he was also the brokest. It's always that way. If he's fine, he gotta be broke. There will never be a handsome man that has money unless he's a celebrity. And in that case, then they don't want to get married. They just want to fuck. It's too fun for them. That was so creepy. I'm hearing something like falling, but I don't know what or where. Is it my ghetto ring light? I showed it to you guys in my last live stream. That I literally have like a ring light that's like sitting on the handle. I never taped it down, so it's like scaring me. But anyway, back on subject. So yeah, it's like I shouldn't have done it, and it was wrong. And I know what I did was bad. And I'm admitting in this video stupidly, but I'm like, I don't care. What the fuck is he going to... Oh, that's what that was. It was these papers here. It's like, what is he going to do about it? So, yeah, I was really hurt because I was thinking to myself, like, if I never even asked you to go to this hotel, you were going to go to Roppongi with me tomorrow. You weren't even expecting to sleep with me. But because I asked to sleep with you, that means I'm immediately signing up. to fuck you any way you want to. Then not to mention, I'm sorry, y'all men need to stop watching porn. Because that is not how we have sex. I'm a freak. I like freaky shit. But you ain't getting on top of me. You ain't shoving your dick down my throat, bitch. And all that little head push and shit like that. That shit is for the birds. Like, lame stuff. Like, lame gimmicks. Like, who does that? Too much TV, too much porn. I'm sorry. Real sex does not work that way. You want me to suck your dick? Keep your hands off my fucking neck and off my head. I know what I'm doing. You touch me where I say you can touch me. That's how we keeping it. So, and on top of it, I'm thinking like for this dude, I'm gonna keep it real. He was cute and all, but his dick was small, and it looked nasty. I'm like, I ain't putting that shit inside my mouth. And then it's crazy because most men, if you ask most men are against the idea of eating pussy. They don't care what it looked like, what it tastes like, whether you cleaned it or not. They will not eat pussy, and if they do it, it's because you asked them to. It's never doing it on their own. And they never do it with the intention of making you come. Men want you to suck their dick until they bust down your throat. And then that still ain't good enough for him to stay with your ass. Imagine if men literally went into relationships and had sex on a regular basis without ever coming. Because that's literally your life as a girl. Even if you love your partner, love your man, you generally are not going to have that experience. I can literally count the men that I've dated and that I've actually orgasmed with. Easily. And in comparison to the men that I've actually dated and had sex with, just keeping honest with you, it's sad. So it's crazy to me how there's that double standard. And then guys want to give all the excuses about all the, crazy stuff the girls expect nowadays. Like, for example, eating ass and whatnot. I ain't say you got to do all of that. I'll joke about it. But it's like, forget about eating pussy. It's the fact that you cannot make me come with your dick game because it fucking sucks. You're going to bust in 2 seconds. You don't know how to hit the right spots. You suck at doing new positions. And that's the other crazy thing too. Guys are talking about girls being lazy in bed. What moves do you have? Most of y'all don't know how to do shit. All y'all know how to do is rock back and forth, whether you give them back shots or doing missionary position. Y'all do the same shit. My knees snap, crack, and pop. I am getting old. My back hurts from doing this live stream. I'm hunched over like a fucking shrimp. I can't do that shit. Plus, it takes longer for you to come when I'm on top of you than if you fucking me the way that you're supposed to be doing in the first place. Y'all lazy. Y'all talking about bitches being lazy. No, men are lazy because we don't even get shit out of it. I won't lie. The feel of it, it depends on the man. In my opinion, sexually, TMI, it feels better in missionary position, in my opinion. And plus, especially for these Asian men, I'm sorry, I'm keeping it real with y'all. Most of y'all dick too little for me to be doing all that little freaky special crap like that. How can I deep throat you when your dick don't even reach my tonsil? It don't reach past my tongue. We can't deep throat, like all that imaginary fake shit. And don't even get me started on boobs. I can't tell you how many men I've dated. Asian men love breasts. Absolutely fucking love it. Way more than any other race of men. They love the idea of titty fucking. But the reality is, I ain't trying to be racist. I'm keeping it real. Y'all dicks too small for that shit. Same thing goes with ass. There are Asian men on my OnlyFans right now that are there for my booty pics because I don't have any of that stuff on Instagram. But okay, it's like, it's a fantasy that you ain't ever gonna get to experience because your dick too small. You can't even get past my left cheek. So it's like, wishful thinking, keep dreaming. But then it's like, even if I've literally dated a guy, I'm gonna be real with you all, shower sex is the most overrated sex in the world. It don't feel good. It don't. It's not fun. It's messy. And it's not enjoyable. Like, it's uncomfortable. Nothing to properly hold on to. Your wrist busting your shit. It's... The fuck is that? That scared me. Why my phone like doing its own thing? My screen time. That's a ghost inside my house. It literally just turned on by itself. Okay. Yeah, that scared me. Yeah, but anyway, back on subject. Yeah, so it's like... I was about to say. What was I saying to y'all? My brain like just went everywhere. I was talking about men having like crazy expectations for you and I was talking about they size or whatnot. It's like, how can we do this stuff when you don't have enough dick for it? It'd be like a girl saying that I love the titty fuck and she got AAA tits. Girl, your boobs can't even press together. And I ain't trying to body shame people and shit, but I'm just keeping it real. I get it. You can't help how large your breast is, just like how a guy can't help how big his dick is. But all I gotta say is y'all delusional. So you know, we protecting their feelings. I don't comment on that stuff. Shit, they'll tell you themselves. Asian men would directly, bluntly tell you, "Oh, look, I'm sorry for being small. If you know your dick's small, why you asking me for shower sex? That requires angles that your dick cannot reach. Black men only." But okay, we ain't finna talk about that. Even if your dick is big, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm a missionary girl. I just am. I know your preference gonna be for me to be on my, on my ankles and shit and pulling off Meg the Stallion type crap. It's every guy's favorite, I know. But that is something that rich people get. I am not putting on a circus show for you when you don't make that type of money. When you are broke, you get whatever my pussy gives you. Don't ask for head. Don't ask for head in bed. Don't ask me if you can lick my booty if I choose to let you do that. But don't be asking if you can stick your shit inside there. Excuse me, sir. You don't make your dick is not worth enough money to pass that threshold. No. No, I'm not stretching out my booty hole for you. Absolutely not. So like guys be asking for crazy stuff from you. And it's like, look at your body first. Like just think about it. Delusional. I swear I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being real. Okay. So anyway, he was really lost. And so I literally, I don't know what changed. I literally, like when I saw his dick, I didn't really feel like repulsive or whatever you want to call it towards it. It wasn't appetizing. Like I've been with guys and I'm like, oh my God, his dick is so big. Like ram it inside of me. But like he had one of those dicks where it's like, ladies in Japan, I know what I'm talking about, especially. You were like, man, he's cute. I want to get my picture with him, but I hope you do come in 3 strokes because I'm tired. I want to go to bed. I know I'm going to have to fake moan with you. I can tell by looking, this is going to be a fake moan session. He had the smallest dick. He did not have the smallest dick, but it was not big and it definitely was not average. That's all I got to say. Average at best when it comes to that. But I'm thinking to myself, you're telling me you're a selfish partner. How are you going to be demanding and shit when you don't have money, didn't spend anything on me, didn't eat me out, and you gonna tell me what the fuck that you expecting and asking for and demanding of me? Look, what if I told you, okay, this is date number 2. I want dessert. I want expensive yakiniku, just like bluntly telling you everything that I want. A nigga would walk away, but me as a girl, most girls would have done what he asked for and been like, oh, okay, he did finger me. Bitch, it's not on the same level. And I'm sorry, if you sticking your little nasty carpenter fingers inside of me because of what you wanted in return, that's not quality sex then in my book. Because I want to be with a man that enjoys getting me off. There are so many men who like to eat pussy, who enjoy sucking on titties. Why am I going to literally break my back, bending over backwards, doing Circus Soleil tricks for your ass? And I'm not even worth more than a $10 meal. And you got a 10-centimeter dick, if even that. His dick was maybe, I say he probably had a solid 4 inches. I'll be real. Maybe 4 inches, no more than 5. And it was thin. So I'm thinking to myself, like, you have a pencil dick. There is literally nothing in this for me. I don't get money. I don't get to come. It would even be one thing if he made me come from fingering me. Nope. Your whole goal is, bitch, suck my dick. I'm going to give you 2 seconds of entertainment for your pussy. And then I want 1 hour, 30 minutes, or whatever of sensational slut shows from you. They want you to go all out for them. And if you don't give them the porn star experience the first time, you ain't getting no second time. But as a girl, we'll date your bum ass, selfish sex having ass over and over again, knowing that we ain't ever finna come. We ain't ever gonna feel shit. Cause then also, I'm like, man, we have to moan. We have to pretend like we're enjoying that shit. Most of y'all dick so small, I can't even feel that shit before I get wet. For those of you that are children, don't understand this conversation, as a woman, let's go over a little bit of sex ed for you guys. When you're enjoying the sexual stimulation, your pussy does this magical thing, and these magical pussy juices come flying out of it, and it loosens everything up and makes it feel softer and wetter and smoother down there. It becomes less tight. Your muscles relax themselves to accommodate an anaconda. And when your man doesn't have an anaconda and is trying to fuck you, it's actually worse for you to get wet, because the wetter you get with a small dick guy, the less you'll be able to feel him. Because the purpose of your pussy becoming wet is it acts as natural lubricant, so that this way you are not in pain by him ramming his piece of meat inside of yours. His hot dog being shoved into your bun is no longer felt because of the amount of mayonnaise covering the walls of your pussy. That's what happens. However, if his dick is small, that means even when you are not wet and you are dry, it can hardly be felt. That's facts. He had one of those dicks. So what's going to happen? When I'm fucking you, I have to do two things. Because if I am not having the time of my life and feeling like my pussy needs stitches after fucking you, or during it, I should say, I have to immediately think inside of my brain, as a woman, I have to be a whore at this time. All right, what fake moan sound are we going to use to make him think I'm enjoying this? How long is it going to take for this nigga to bust? I have to do all this fake shit and scream your name, pretend like I'm enjoying myself, and oh, it feels so good, and going, keep on cheese, crap like that, do all this shit for you, and then it's like, okay, doesn't feel good, not enjoying myself. I want to laugh, but I have to pretend like, oh my God, you're so big, fuck me, daddy. Like, I have to do all this shit for you, and in my mind, I was thinking like, man, this nigga broke as fuck, your dick small, you ain't got a good job. Damn, what am I doing? I really am a hoe, because I ain't getting shit out of this. What the fuck am I doing in my life? That's what's going through my mind this whole time. Why would I do that? It's more stressful for me. And don't even get me started if you got me on my knees doing this shit. Got me bouncing up and down on my ankles. On an imaginary dick, your dick sliding out every 0.2 seconds because there ain't no length or girth to that bitch. It's not enjoyable. And I also gotta say, I give it to the ugly niggas, because man, ugly niggas, they normally have more money and more dick. That's facts. So ugly niggas are winning it when it comes to sex. They are normally better in bed. And they be some freaks too, because they spend all their time fascinating over pussy. They done did their research. They know exactly where every button on your body is. But yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, like, look at all of the crap we have to do. You have to put in a whole porn star performance for these dudes, because it's not enough for you to just let an ugly, not even ugly, it's not enough for you to let a small dick nigga hit, because at the end of the day, at least he still hit it. You gotta pretend like you were enjoying that shit. It's not enough for you to just be like, okay, I'm gonna let him stick it in me. No. Because if you're not enjoying it, if you're not fake moaning and screaming and scratching his back and calling him daddy and telling him how big he is and how excited and wet he's making you, etc., then he's gonna stop. He's gonna stop mid-stroke and be like, are you okay? Is it all right? Does it feel good? He's gonna start asking questions like, is my dick not the best there is to offer? He's gonna be surprised. He's gonna start trying to fuck you harder. Like, is this bitch retarded? What's wrong with her pussy? It's working just fine, my nigga. So, it just makes me so mad, like, just thinking about that, like, the double standard. And then what I hate even more is, as a woman, you can't complain about it. You're not allowed to. If you bitch and complain about the fact that you want something in return, something wrong with you. You shouldn't expect a man to eat your pussy. That's disgusting. alien looking shit at the bottom of your crack. I ain't touching that. You shouldn't expect a man to spend money on you. Bitch, get your own job, make your own money. I ain't buying you food. If you don't buy us food, we don't get to come. We don't get marriage. Some of y'all don't even want kids. Can a man please explain to me what am I supposed to get out of this relationship? Oh, I just act submissive towards you. I just serve you, right? I'll be submissive as hell for a rich nigga that can make me come. 6 feet tall. That's my type. If you one of them type men, then I'm sure we got a deal. But y'all selfish as hell in bed. And I have a whole video that'll be on this topic. I already recorded it. But it's so dumb because it's like, if you make your girl come first, you take care of her, you spend time doing what she wants you to do, you take her out to eat, you buy her nice stuff, you treat her right, your girl will be slobbering all over your dick. She will be waking you up with head in bed, okay? Y'all don't do shit for girls and then be like, oh man, like bitches are selfish. She don't ever think about a nigga. Oh, she got me for Christmas, it sucks. Y'all complain about all of this shit, but it's like, what do you do for your girl? You bought her a 4 for $4 at Wendy's. Oh, must have been so hard. Oh, you took her to Applebee's. Oh my goodness, she spent $40 after how long y'all been dating? Not even a day's wages. We talking about grown men with salaries, because let's keep it real. Ladies, even if you don't have a degree, don't have an education, don't have a good job, because I didn't always have that. I used to work at Walgreens. I worked at Walmart. I worked at Starbucks. I worked at Old Navy. I worked at JCPenney. I did it all. I've been in your shoes before, too. I wasn't born with a degree. That's what I was saying to y'all. People be thinking I'm just speaking on my high horse. No, I've been in your position, too. But I'm going to keep it real. Your education, your degree, and your money don't matter as a woman. You are a woman and not a man. If you choose to do that stuff and choose to get an education, choose to go to school, choose to get a career, that's good for you. But it's not required and it doesn't matter to men. It don't mean you're not deserving of being taken out somewhere nice. Especially when you consider the fact that the men that you're dating, they normally have the money to do these things, even if you don't. I ain't no millionaire, but I've dated one. I've dated men making hundreds of thousands of dollars, worked hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can't spend $40 funky on me for a date. And that's not even asking for a time. We grown. I could spend more than that on you. The less money you spend on me, the less magic tricks I'm doing in bed. That's my rule of thumb. I can't get wet to this shit. You treat a girl right, she gonna be wet before y'all even, she gonna be asking you to fuck her. To show her appreciation of what you did for her. I can't enjoy the date, can't enjoy sex, can't get anything out of it, no gifts, no nothing. If I do stay, I'm finna cheat. I'm gonna be a dog, woof, woof. Like, for real, it's like, what are you supposed to get out of this? And then most of y'all lack personality too. Like, y'all not funny like how I used to be anymore. Like, men don't even make jokes anymore. Like, everything's about trying to be a hard ass and seem like you're this red pill alpha male. All of these bitches better bow down and be submissive towards me. That's what I'm saying about Kevin Samuels. That I disagree with, that I felt was wrong, because it's like, your whole thing is basically telling women to be dependent on a man, and that because of her ultra dependence on men, that's what I'm saying about the Jamaican girl. He didn't know what to do with her because she had her own bag. And so it became like, oh, well, you don't have a family, which that's true. And if you want that, then yeah, I guess that does matter. But it's like, your whole idea is that women are so fragile that they can't work excited. And I will admit, women were not made to work like how men do. You can choose to do it if you want to, but it's not what you were made to do. I believe that you should have the freedom to do what you want to do. But the problem is that what he's trying to go back to is the olden days of being reliant on a man, not being able to escape and run away and live on your own. And that's exactly why, especially as Black people, Big Mama and them went through that crap. Dealt with being cheated on, dealt with being lied to, being abused, battered, and etc. Because they had no choice. It wasn't just a matter of bettering their lives and moving on. If they left their man, nobody wanted no woman that had kids from a previous marriage. You didn't have the ability to work, to vote, to do things like that. You are going to be in trouble. You cannot survive by yourself. Nowadays, as women, you can walk away from a relationship. You can pick and choose who you want to date, who you want to marry. I don't agree with waiting until you're like 35, 40 years old, but you can be more selective. You can take your time and you can leave relationships when they are bad without having to worry, how am I going to pay my bills, etc. And men don't like that because that's the only authority and power they can really use over you. Is you need our money. You need us to retire. Got my own money. That's the problem now too. Like even with dating right now, men try to impress you. Oh, I got a car. I live alone, whatever. I don't have a car and I ain't finna lie to y'all. I live in a nicer place than you do. Like, I don't care. I make more money than you do probably too. Like, I don't care. So it's like, you're not impressing me. This is not enough reason to stay with you. You make more money than me, but okay, I've dated men that make more money than you, so I have better options. I don't care. They don't know what to do. They're used to you begging and being at their mercy and desperate and frantically thirsty over the fact, oh my God, he has a nice car. He has this nice job. They want you to slob and drool over them. You can get a date out of a girl. I might even go on a date with y'all. Keep it real. But if I don't feel loved and taken care of and treated properly, and the sex is trash because you're a selfish ass dick, I'll just fucking marry another man. Simple as that. So, and that's the dumb thing about men. It's like, y'all love sex so much. You would make your sex life so much better if you spent your money on the women that you date. Like, for real. I ain't saying be dumb and tell girls, hey, look at my money. But when you find a girl that you really like, show her that you want her by taking care of her. You don't hold back and say, well, if I make it to the 5th date, after she rides my dick for 3 hours and I'm, put enough punches in her little rewards card, then I'll think about taking her to a nice restaurant. But I don't want to take her anywhere too flashy. Let's start off with going to Applebee's and she could pay for her half. Oh, for y'all girls here in Japan, y'all be going on sushi and ramen dates for y'all first date. Or to be yakiniku, but cheap, like how I just got through doing. That's what I was saying. Like, I try to be nice to get the benefit of the doubt to men and be like, oh, everybody don't have it like that. There's some good guys that are broke, and that's true. But then it's like every time you do it, they literally screw you over and make you regret trying to give them a chance. And it's like, damn, this is why I don't date y'all little short, broke niggas. Yeah, you cute, but it ain't even worth it. You ain't got no money, ain't got no height, selfish in bed, your dick's small. And that's the least you can do. When your dick is small, you should be doing everything in your power to make up for the fact that you don't have sex to offer with your dick. You better be working that mouth like magic. Fingers are not enough. If you can't make me come with your dick or your mouth, and I get 2 seconds of finger action, I'm out. Because what do I get from you? My DMs are loaded of people that would pay me to sit on them. Why am I with you? What do I get out of this? What is special about you? And the crazy thing is, I don't even think most men are trying to run game on you. They legitimately don't see what's wrong with it. To them, it's like, well, I don't do that freaky shit. But then you want me to be a freaky ass bitch for you. Are you deserving of that? You like head, but do you give it? Are you good at it? You want a girl to be a pro, but then have a low body count. You want a girl to be a pro, have a low body count, be willing to suck your dick, but then you're not willing to make her come. You're not going to touch her pussy because, ew, that's nasty. I don't do that. Girls have cooties. And you don't? You think we enjoy that shit? So, and it's so funny too, because like it doesn't even cross guys' mind. We put on shows for y'all too. It ain't just moaning that we're not. You think we really enjoy sucking y'all little nasty ass dick? Most of y'all don't even know how to clean y'all shit properly. Got on dookie, streak stained jaws and everything. Wearing the same underwear for 3 weeks. Your underwear practically cemented to your body. Over here talking about girls, what girls smell like and taste like, etc. Have y'all smelt y'all own shit? Have y'all tried eating your own semen? Y'all diet affect y'all shit too. Trying to bust in girls' mouth. Like, boy, you don't make enough money for that type of freaky shit. Go back to school. You ain't busting shit inside my mouth. I literally like just started trolling guys because like now, oh my god, I'm at the end of my bag. Now, when guys send me like nasty messages like that and like we're trying to allude to the fact they just want to fuck me, I'd be like, oh, like I want to spend all your money. I literally took some screenshots from a guy I was talking to in Paris and tried to trick me under the pretense of, oh, we're gonna get married. He was like, this is another turnoff. He told me he was a virgin. I'm like, why are you telling me this shit? And I should have known something was fucked up inside his brain. He goes from telling me that he's a virgin, telling me that he wants to have a lot of sex with me and that he wants to have, a big family and blah, blah, blah. I said, well, this man crazy as hell. And so I was like, oh, okay. I want a lot of money. I want to swipe your credit cards. I literally was saying it to him, and I said all type of crazy shit like that. He went along with it. I'm like, yeah, this nigga crazy. He trolling me. And I went on a rant about that before another live stream, I think, talking about that, where men will openly tell you what they're not going to do for you in a relationship. Whether it be, I'm not going to spend this money on you, not going to buy that bag for you, not going to get married, not going to give you babies. And they expect you to stay. I can't even tell a man, I'm not going to suck your dick. Not that I won't have sex with you. We can have sex, normal sex. But the same action that you're not going to perform on me, which is licking my pussy, sucking on my clit, I'm not going to do it for you. It's fair and even. Nope, the male brain cannot process that. They have been conditioned. Receiving head is a part of sex. If I don't get it, she tricked me. I need another bitch. As a girl, we think it's a pro if you're willing to go down on us. Why is it like that? And don't even get me started, because even for the guys that do it, half of them, if not more, don't even know what the fuck they're doing when they do get down there. But as a girl, you expect it to be an expert. And just like how women's bodies are different anatomy-wise when it comes to what the appearance of their vagina looks like, for guys, y'all dicks are different. Some of y'all circumcised, some of y'all not. Don't even get me started on the length and the width of y'all dick. Some of y'all got curves, some of y'all don't. That shit difficult as fuck trying to maneuver. When you are sucking dick, gotta figure out how exactly to do it so I don't tear your shit up with my teeth. You can give men the best sex in the world and they'll still cheat on you too. That's the crazy part. Whereas at least with women, you take care of a woman and you treat her well, she ain't gonna have a reason to cheat on you. Y'all don't want to communicate with girls. You don't want to date girls. You don't want to give them romance. You want to buy them gifts. Don't want to pay for meals. Nothing. You don't want to make them come. And then you're surprised. Why aren't girls staying with me? Mind blown. So, it's whatever. I ain't got enough to say about that. So anyway, I should message him back. HR Bay is technically still on the table as of right now. But I kind of lost interest in him too, because like the communication been pretty crappy lately. I can't tell what to make of him. And I feel like the same thing. It's like when you're not the best looking guy, you should be trying harder and trying to do more to make yourself. I want to turn this off. My humidifier. Okay. You should be trying more to make yourself, how can I say, appealing to women. Like to try to make yourself attractive because you don't look good and you're not rich. And so he does make more money than the average man, of course. But it's like you're not rich, you're not tall, you're not handsome. I'm sorry, but the whole I'm putting my job first and I'm putting my friends first type stuff, like, this is why you're single. Like, men literally do this crap. And then they literally think that it's women's fault. And it's like, I am not everybody's cup of tea. And that's fine. I look too good. I have too many options for me to sit back and be like, okay, I'll wait for you to be done hanging out with your friends. I'll wait for you to be finished with your work. You don't have to see me on the weekend. It's fine if you can only see me once a week on weekdays. I'll wait 12 hours for you to reply back to my good morning text. I'm gonna just move on with somebody else. Like, you ain't even worth it. Like, no. Can't plan a real date. I ain't got time for that shit. So it's sad. It's annoying. It's life. I should be used to it at this point. But sadly, I'm not. And I don't know. Like, this is the problem. It's like, I'm literally not asking for anything special. I'm not even asking you to, like, buy me handbags and shit. I am literally just asking for you to take me to a normal place to go for a nice little date. You ain't got to even spend $100 on me. Not even 40. I will accept a $20 date. Y'all trying to spend $10, $5. Free dates. Let's go to the park. My best date to this day, I said it before, my story remains the same, was going to Wendy's. Had a delicious spicy chicken sandwich, stayed there with my ex-fiance almost the whole day. We had breakfast, lunch, everything there. Laughing, talking. It was a good-ass date, but you want to know what the difference was? We established a real relationship. I'm sorry, I hit my computer. I had already been talking to him for a long time. I got to know him. We were in a real relationship. I knew his intentions. He had taken me to nicer places before this date. We were there specifically for the purpose of eating a spicy chicken sandwich. Just because the food was good. It's not a matter of the money. We wanted to enjoy each other's company. We had gone shopping for furniture and home goods in Namba. That was the purpose. I was not concerned about where we went and how much money it costs. Because I knew his intentions. I knew what kind of person he was. When you are in a new relationship, especially when it's not official, and you already don't know where to plan the date, don't know where to go, don't want to do this, don't want to do that, oh, it's too expensive, oh, it's what. I mean, the only thing I'll say to these men is thank you for saving me time. Because it's a lot worse to have a guy that will wine and dine you early on, and then he gets you pregnant, or you get married, and then he's like, oh, we ain't doing that shit, bitch. I need to save money. That would hurt a lot more. So I actually thank those guys. Thank you for saving me time, allowing me to push you to the side and find the real niggas out there versus wasting my time on you. So thank you for that. Saves me time and money. Because now I don't have to, do all this crap for you. I know beforehand what you want out of me, what you think of me. You're telling me because you're only taking me to this cheap ass restaurant. I know I am not of importance to you. Because if you really wanted to make a good impression on me, you're going to do just as you do for your job interviews. I said this in my last video already. When you want a job badly, you do not roll out of bed and just go to the interview and be like, oh, look, man, I really want this job, but, if you choose to hire somebody else, whatever. I don't normally wear makeup. I don't normally cut my hair, so I'm just staying as I am. If y'all love me, y'all want me, you'll accept me as I am. No, you put your best foot forward. You want them to hire you. You want to show them I am the best option out there. I'm going to look good. I will win you over, especially if you work in retail. Y'all be going to interviews for retail jobs wearing clothes that are more expensive than a week's salary. They don't even pay y'all shit. Y'all be showing up to them interviews with Chanel and Gucci bags, etc. $60 nails, $300 worth of hair. And I'm like, if you work in a retail job, you can't even afford that shit. You're dressed and pretending to be something that you are not. But why? Because you want that job. If you show it up there dressed as what they're paying you, wearing $5 Walmart clothes, your hair all over your head because you can't afford to get it done, your nails fucked up, smelling like shit, what's going to happen? They're not going to hire you. So It amazes me how men don't find why this is necessary. And then as women, as I said already earlier, we are expected to come to our dates dressed up and looking like a 10. You gotta look girly, act girly and feminine. I have to be conservative and reserved. I can't have opinions on anything, otherwise I become a bitch. I gotta show you how submissive I am, how girly I am, how sexy I am, and then I have to play mind games because see, if I come off as being too easy and show you that I want to fuck you mutually too, then you'll lose interest in me. But then if I play too hard to get and I'm like, I don't have sex, I'm a virgin, then you also lose interest in me because it's like, I don't want to date a bitch like that and giving you food and everything and I don't get shit out of this. It's like, I can't win. What am I supposed to do as a girl? I can give you everything you want as a man and I still will not be enough. It's crazy. And then you got to wait for them to decide when it's the right time. Because see, as a girl, and that's what I hate about Kevin Samuels, where he's wrong. If you want to get married, which he ignores as part of it, it's completely ignored by men. Men decide. In fact, I'll tell you guys this right now. This is embarrassing to admit, but I'll say it. I wanted to marry my ex. I might have mentioned this already. I wanted to marry him immediately after we met, like not literally the night of, but within a year, I wanted to get married. If I did things the way I wanted to, I would have got married when I was 22 years old. 22, no older than 22. He was against the idea of it. Nope, wanted to wait till he was older. And that should have been my first red flag. I waited it out. And it was really funny because back then I felt like this was forever from now. I had in my mind that we were going to get married around 27 to 29. He was like, no, we don't need to wait that long, whatever. But now look at me, I'm almost there. And so I was thinking to myself, like, I want to hold on to this guy. I want to keep him. I like him. I want to make him happy. He doesn't want to get married right now. I could go find somebody else, but then I knew deep down inside I would feel jealous and envious of the other girl. I wish I was her. I wish I had waited because I'm going to become that age eventually. Might as well be it with him, right? Wrong. All you do is take a gamble and waste your time. Because when men are ready and when men want what they want, they go for it. He's probably happily dating some other girl right now. Could even be married for all I know. And if not, he will be soon. He'll probably only need 3 months with the next girl. Marry her immediately. Why? Because now he's the age that he wants to be. Now he's looking for something serious. See, with me, marriage was an option when he was afraid of losing me. I'm keeping it real. Hard to share it being real. Not I really want to be with you forever, but I want to keep you forever, and I don't want somebody else to have you, so I want to stop you from doing what you want to do. I want to be that person, but on my terms. And see, for most people, it don't even go that way. For most people, you say you want to get married, you scare nigga away. He be out. Like, this bitch crazy. She's talking about marriage and babies. I ain't committing to you. And that's cool. A man is not required to love and like you. But it's like, if you don't want to get married, don't want to have kids, it shouldn't take me having to ask you. You need to be telling me from the start. Because the purpose in dating is to get married, not to sleep around and shack up with each other. Like how people are treating it nowadays. So, and that's something I do agree with KS on. So I got to keep it real as far as that goes. He's right about that. But it makes me mad that he doesn't take into account that the reason why this happens is men are trying to keep these so-called men. He literally did the whole show with that skyscraper girl and was calling her crazy and stupid, basically. She stayed with that man for 13 years, her skyscraper. And I agree, yeah, that was dumb. But it does make sense, too, because like people speak out of both sides of their mouth. You leave a man that didn't do anything for 13 years. And then people, oh, man, bitch, you stupid. You should have stayed with him. He was taking care of you. He was paying these bills. He was doing whatever. Okay, but where's your ring on your finger to show for it? You don't have one. You don't have no babies for it either. And here you are pushing 40. People don't take that into consideration. And then people judge you, but oh, she can't keep a man, whatever. That's the same about that little dumb bitch that I worked with, that Jamaican hoe from my last job. She's trying to, make me feel bad or whatever about my relationships. And I'm like, no, I'm not desperate like how you are. I could walk away from a relationship and I will get right back into another one. I have no problem with dating. I have something called standards. I'm not trying to fucking settle like how you are. Shoot, she tried to settle, can't even find a man to go on a date with. Like, girl, don't compare yourself to me. So, and that's a, dumb argument that girls and would try to make too about, oh, you can't keep a man type thing, whatever. And it's like, I'm not trying to keep a man. His job should be trying to keep me. I got options too, bitch. I'm not waiting around and staying with some man just to show everybody, oh, I have a ring on my finger. I have a husband. Because I could have done that several times. In fact, like I said, my best real option, not just a date, I mean somebody that was going to marry me tonight if I wanted to, was Jim Bay, that guy. Everything would have been perfect. He had the height, he had the age, he had the money. He had the want and will. He was more into me than I was into him, by far. And I kind of played him a little bit. I'm going to keep it real. He did me bogus too, but keep it real, admit my fault and my part in this. If I just wanted to be married for the show of it to prove that I can keep a man, to prove to you guys, oh, look, I got a rich man. That was my rich man right there. I let him go. Who left? Me. I left on my own. Technically unprovoked. I have standards. I can walk away. I can say no. So I hate that as a girl, you get clowned for that too. It's like, damn, you can't win. You stay with a man, don't get married, then you're seen as being goofy and stupid and delusional. Then if you stay with a man and you marry him, even though the relationship is trash because you wanted to prove that you could keep a man, it's like, it don't matter what you do. You wrong either way it go. So basically having a man makes you a bad person as a girl, essentially. So I don't get it. I'm going to keep dating. It's fun. It gets tiresome. You have your moments. I literally had a little breakdown last night. But I chalk it up to my period. It's that time of the month, people. But yeah, and that's why I need my Reese's too. So I'm done talking about this stuff, y'all. We finna wrap this up. It's been 4 hours. Wow, it's not the time about faster this time. Maybe because I'm at home. I've been out here for 4 hours. But yeah, I don't really have much of anything to even show y'all either. Because like my dad sent me a bunch of stuff, including this candy. I've been getting mad at myself because I'm like, damn, my phone be so dry. But then I remember, like, I don't be giving nobody my phone number. Sorry, y'all. I'm reading messages. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about HIB. I feel like I'm wasting my time with him, and I should just move on. Because the fact that like he didn't have formal plans for White Day, like he wanted to see me for White Day evening, and knowing how he is, he's probably gonna like come with a gift or something. But like, I don't know. I don't like surprises in that sense. Like, if you're gonna plan dinner with me or plan like a gift or something, I want to know like immediately. Like that's the problem that I said. I feel like I've probably missed out on opportunities to be a gold digger because I can't do it. Like I can't. I need to be respected. Because if you come to my house after work with no gift and no dinner date plan, then you would think you're just gonna bum out at my house and fuck me and like go to sleep like that. Like I might stab you. Like I gotta be careful on my YouTube. I don't know if you're gonna wake up alive the next day, okay? And for both of our safety, I think it's just best if I don't see you on that day. So I like plans. I like things to be formally, done in writing. I like to know what we're gonna do. You don't have to tell me the exact place, but if you're planning to have dinner, be like, say, hey, like, I want to have dinner with you on this day, whatever. Let's go out. That's fine. But like, if it's just, oh, I want to see you at 7:00. Okay, where? What are we gonna do? And then like you tell me that for your weekend you want to hang out with your friend, you have a doctor's appointment. You mean you have a date? A pussy appointment? I ain't got time for that. And then like, see, niggas like this, like, I'm not gonna show his name, but I'm on Paris right now. Can y'all see this? You know that a man ain't shit when he ain't got his salary on there. It's like we're talking about getting married. This is not even like just Tinder or something. If you're afraid to show me how much money you're making, I know you're broke. Not gonna match with you. Waste of time. Another example, whenever you see guys and see girls, like I know some of y'all don't care, but whenever you see guys like wearing like street clothes and bummy stuff, got the dyed hair, got facial hair, any type of shit, hip hop clothes, bum. Rock star clothes, bum. And what do you know? Another guy, no salary. Not even tall. And doesn't know if they want to get married. Oh, wow, yeah, I'm definitely going to match with you. I'd love to go on a date with your broke ass. Broke and uncertain ass. Like, man, the options for dating men is just shit. There are literally, I'm sorry, like I said, I'm not trying to contradict myself. I know there's good men out there. I know there's awful women from the men's perspective too. I understand. But, why people be showing out? And I said why people, but I should have said white people. Y'all, I'm on Scout. This dude messaged me, white mamba. I kid you not. Wow. This is why I'm single, y'all. This is why I am single. Hi, please calling me. Yes, very convincing. Random, ugly, whatever you are, guy. Like, I hate being asked stupid questions, like people slide in your DMs. I said this already before, but oh, where do you live? Do you live in this place? I literally had a guy on Tinder message me, asking me if I live somewhere. I think say Itabashi, whatever. And I'm like, I don't. Where I live is on my fucking profile. You can see it there, you dumbass. It's set to my location from where I live, which is Shibuya. Like, stop asking me stupid questions. And then he said it directly like he knew for a fact. He's like, oh, it's a neighbor. I don't live in Itabashi. Dumb bitch. But excuse my language. I just hate being asked dumb questions. I'm like, oh, do you live in Japan? Do you live in Tokyo? How do you think you found me? And then my location is on there. Like, it's not even like you have to guess because it's like, oh, it says she's thousands of miles away or something. Like, I changed my location. You can see it there. You can even watch my content and see where I'm living. Oh, it just makes me so irritated by that. And then don't even get me started on the hi messages and whatnot. Y'all, I'm fine, okay? I don't give two fucks what you think about me. Your boyfriend want me, okay? And with that said, I get so tired of reading the little hi, how are you, hello messages like that. When you're not attractive, you need to come with game and saying hi, hello, how are you? Oh, it's cold today. Oh, it's hot today. Look at the sun. Do you have work today? I don't want to answer that shit. And then like the even dumber messages too, like, this is really insulting, but you have to get used to it being here in Japan as a black woman or brown too. I'm not here to be politically correct. I'm just speaking facts. There are a lot of people here from Asia, from various Asian countries, specifically South Asia in particular. Is that considered South Asia? Southeast Asia, whatever you call that, where there are people of brown complexions that tend to be transsexual. Is it called transsexual? Transgender? Transgender? Transsexual? Both? I think transgender is more so. So people oftentimes want to confirm that you are really a girl before talking to you. And so you get messages like that from white guys and Asian men all the time where they'll be like, are you really a woman? Are you real? You know, questions like that. And I said this before in a video. I was like, I didn't get it. I was like, what type of question is that? And then I was like, oh, somebody finally had explained it to me. I had a couple of people explain it. But then it's like, I understand why you want to start the conversation like that, but it's a total turnoff for me because for starters, I do feel slightly offended by it. And then secondly, it's like, when you're that ugly, you don't want to start off the conversation about your fears about whether or not I'm really a woman or not. Because first you need to be asking yourself, do I want an ugly man? Because I'm sorry, even if I was transgender, I wouldn't want your small, uncooked pink dick. I'm good, white man. I didn't ask for colonizer Chris. You can keep that shit to yourself. Or like they'll literally message you like thinking that you're going to be slobbering over them because they think that I'm from the Philippines or I'm from like, Thailand or some shit. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't like you. You're not attractive. Like, you can fool these little Asian girls or whatnot. I've never had a thing for white guys. But I think I probably had a little thing maybe when I was elementary school, but not as an adult. Absolutely not. But I literally, like, the biggest turn off for me is a conceited, cocky ass man. No pun intended. I literally hate that shit. Don't ever approach me thinking that I like you because of what your race is. Huge turn off. Or your height or anything like that. That really aggravates me. And black men get me with that too, especially here in Japan. They assume that you got a problem with them dating Sachiko because they think that, like the average black woman, according to them, you're going to be super defensive and protective of them. And it's like, you can date them Asian girls or whatever. I don't feel threatened by that because I wouldn't date you in the US. I don't want you. You're not cute. And she only want you because she want mixed babies to play basketball. And try out that monster cock. I'm out of every black man's league I've ever seen here. In fact, I've never seen an attractive black man here. Every time I see one, they live abroad and they're sliding in my DMs. I love black men. But the ones here, y'all be ugly as fuck. And delusional. Thinking I'm jealous of them. My dad sent me this. I don't even know why he thought this was a good idea. In the wrapper, so it's not even like it was to protect something, but maybe they meant to do that and forgot. My parents are old. They're almost 60. They will be 58 this year. I cannot believe that. So in 2 years, oh my God, they're going to be 60. I'm not ready for this. But that's another story. Damn, I ate all my Reese's, y'all. I'm fat. I ate 75 Reese's. And when did this arrive? I think this came on like Wednesday or something. I ate the whole bag. Damn. Mind y'all business. Still sit on your man face. That's all that matters. But back on subject. So, what was we talking about? Damn, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Okay, but we're not gonna go. We're gonna hold it this time. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do, y'all. Because, like, I swear, like, every other day, I'd be like, oh, I'm so tired of dating. I'm through with this crap. But then it's like, I want to have kids. I want to have a husband. Like, I'm trying to wait this crap out. But it's like the options just seem like trash, like the longer I'm around. And I ain't trying to be like one of them dumb bitches that just be fucking around other people's husbands or whatnot. Because you don't get nothing out of it. Because all you're doing is cursing yourself and your kids if you do ever have them. And plus, it's embarrassing because you letting a man do something to you that he wouldn't let you do. Like, if you were married, he ain't gonna fuck around with you. So I ain't got no interest in that type of shit. But yeah, I don't know what I want to do. Because it's fun dating, don't get me wrong. I like the thrill and excitement of getting to know somebody new in one sense. But then it's also kind of tiresome too. It's like, I literally go on dates now and I'm like, how's this shit finna end? Because it's always going to be something crazy and random because it's me. It's never any consistency. You could be having a totally normal date with somebody, and by the end of it, police getting called and all type of... And I'm not even exaggerating. My patients know exactly what I'm talking about. I done been through some crazy shit. So it's always something random and crazy happening to me. So makes good content for you guys. But it is sad for me. It's like, damn, this is depressing. But I ain't got a choice. It's not like I want this to happen or choosing this, but I want to get married. I can't just sit on my ass and be like, oh, well, I can't find a good guy, so I'm just going to sit here and work away until I die. So, yeah. But I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. I don't even know. Like, even right now, like, I should be happy. Like, y'all understand, like, how big of a deal it is, like, the space that I have here. Because, like, I thought my place was big in my last place in Osaka, but, like, my bed and table like are no longer touching. Like there's space now. There's actual space. I can move stuff around. I can move my chair. I can slide my chair around the room. I can, if I move my furniture, I can actually like run around in a circle in my room like a mouse. Like there's space. I have a nice view, but I don't have anyone to share any of this shit with. And it's depressing. Like people want to brag to make some, oh, they live in a life or whatever. But I ain't gonna lie, like it's depressing. It's like crap. Like all of this space, all of this stuff, and no one to share it with. So it's sad. But at the same time, it's like, I'm glad that I have this so that when I do find that person, I have myself together. And in my mind, I always wanted to move in with my man, but I've sadly developed so many trust issues. I want him to move in with me because now I'm like, I don't trust that because all it takes for him to get mad at me. That's pretty much what happened with my ex. I had already moved my stuff out because I was going through a break with him. And not because we got into a fight or argument. I literally was just like having a moment and I was like, I'm tired of living together. Like I want to be on my own space. I miss being in my own apartment. It was cleaner and nicer and I want to do my own thing. And yeah, like when we did like officially break up, I had to take the last of my stuff out of there, unexpectedly. And I never want to ever have to go through that again. I always want it to be where the ball is in my court. And I decide when you get out of my place. And I hate to think like that, but like I said, I'm being real. I've been hurt and I've been through it before and I don't want to ever have to do that again. So nope, from now on, if I do go to your place, my name is going to be on that lease too. I will never stay with a man who has the place before I got there. Not doing that. I'll sleep at your place, but I'm never going to move in with you. Not going to happen. So that was embarrassing and it was hurtful and I don't even want to think about it right now. But yeah, it's White Down Monday, people. I'm going to go back to using Tinder and use Scout today and Pairs and whatnot and see if I can try to manage to get myself a date. But more than likely, it's not going to happen. I'm going to spend my day being at home, probably playing video games and making YouTube videos, the typical, usual depressing stuff that I always do. So, yeah. I'm going to wrap up this video unless y'all have anything else y'all want to say or add to it. Oh, I should show you guys, but y'all don't care about that. I'll do that later. I was going to show you guys some of the stuff that I got from my dad. It's nothing important. I was going to show you, I got pumpkins, ashes, and his paw prints. And my dad got me a bunch of seasoning and crap that I don't need. I literally have more seasoning than I have food inside my refrigerator. Like, I haven't even eaten yet. I want to make some hash. No, I said I was going to buy some food. I should buy something to eat. But I bought some stuff from Shein, or how do you pronounce it? Shein? I don't know how you said the name of that place. I finally caved in. I got it for OnlyFans, so I have some more lingerie and clothing stuff to wear there. And I'll, of course, do some little teases for Instagram, too. But, yeah. Being a hoe is fun. I'm gonna keep it real. Not in the sense of going around fucking people. I don't do that shit. But like dating people is fun. It is fun to go on dates, especially when you have standards for your dates and don't just date people because they're cute or because they're tall, but like legitimately have like a checklist. Because to be honest, if I went on as many dates as y'all think I do, shoot, I would need somebody else to record the videos for me because I'm really picky. That's the crazy thing. I'm super picky about who I date. But even with me doing all of that, I still end up going for these F-boys. At the end of the day, it's always somebody crazy, bad, time waster. Because I literally get messages all the time, every day. And I ignore everything all the time, every day. And then literally, like, I would say maybe 1 in every 100 men that message me, I reply back to them. And out of that, I would say maybe 1% of that I actually go on a date with. Because normally I can tell just by talking to you for a moment, yep, you finna take me out to some cheap ass restaurant. You're gonna try to get me drunk, fuck me in a hotel. Nah, I'm good. Or you just tell me directly yourself and be like, hey, like, can we go to a hotel? Can we do whatever? I'm like, yep, unmatched, done, bye. So, yeah. Wish me good luck, y'all. I do look cute enough to go baby daddy shopping. My skin's looking kind of good today. I don't plan on keeping my hair like this though, actually. I actually did my hair like this to be lazy. Because I didn't feel, I was like, I always wear my hair, to the side whenever I do like live streams or whatever. So I was thinking to myself, like, okay, like for today, maybe I should do bangs because I never do bangs for a live stream. I thought about pulling out my blue wig. Actually, I was considering doing that too. But I was like, yeah, nah, I'm okay. So, but yeah, like it's depressing. Like I want to be able to play like video games with my boyfriend, and I got my little bookshelf there, like we can read and do word searches, and just boring stuff together and drink hot chocolate and you can massage my feet. But no, what am I doing? I'm sitting at home. I'm flushing my eggs down the toilet every month. And I'm making videos talking about the F-boys that I date. That's my life. So, yeah. I'm done with this video. What time is it, y'all? It is 12:35. It's lunchtime, or 12:36. I am hungry. Unless y'all got any questions for me, anything you want me to talk about, I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm about done. So, yeah. I'm going to keep dating. I haven't given up, like how I said, because I don't want to look back and regret not doing anything during my 20s or even 30s. I still want to have children. I still want to get married. I have faith in these things, but my options are not looking too good, people. So, yeah, I guess I'm done with this video. So, thank you everyone for listening and for watching and for participating. I appreciate it. I'm actually surprised at how many of you guys turned out. Like I told you guys, I've been semi-shadow banned on YouTube for posting my OnlyFans stuff. So, yeah, like my community posts get way less reach. It's not just a matter of people liking my posts, but like I can see in my analytics how many people saw my videos and how many people saw my posts. It's way down from what it used to be. So I'm surprised I was able to get so many people, for me, so many people to join. I'm almost at 2,000 subscribers, so I'm really happy. I hope that I get there by the end of this month, maybe, fingers crossed. Yeah, so I'll have some videos that we posted later on this week, hopefully this weekend, about White Day and things like that. And yeah, if you want to know more details and be nosy, please consider becoming a patron. It will help me, especially now that I'm not working. And I will fill you in on all the details about my dates as well as future ones. I shout all that crap there. I don't have any plans for doing another live stream anytime soon, as I've kind of expressed in my video from yesterday. And the reason being is I kind of told you everything right now. So unless we have like a clear set topic or unless I'm like going somewhere, I probably won't be doing a live stream because, like I said, I don't have anything to talk about and I'm an awkward person. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Made me really happy. This is my white day for me. I ate my chocolate that my dad gave me and I talked to you guys about my boy problems. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. And maybe we can wrap up this video then because there's no more questions, no chats. So yeah, thank you for watching, everyone. Bye. Thanks for streaming. Oh, thank you.